Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. This issue was obviously more important than visiting Starry. It should be prioritized. As for how to solve it, thinking about that, Minami started to feel a headache coming on. Because he suddenly remembered that woman. A woman with short blue hair, quiet and lazy but unbelievably stingy when it came to money. What should I do? Minami Shaoji couldn't help but think. In the simulation, he could shamelessly throw out a Yamada-san, save me, without a second thought. But in reality, Minami rubbed his chin, feeling conflicted. Aside from asking Yamada-san for help, there were, of course, other possible methods. The first option was exactly what the simulator had suggested: sacrificing his charms by visiting the Tokyo Red Cross and trying to cozy up to that old woman, the president. But obviously, that option was out of the question. Sacrificing his looks? Selling himself out? What kind of nonsense was that? Then there was the second option. Ijichi Seika managed to run Starry in Shimokitazawa, so she must have some assets. Technically making her a rich woman. But that's not realistic either. Minami let out a sigh. Yeah. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't realistic. He couldn't possibly go against his conscience and scam Ijichi Nijika's older sister out of her money, right? As for the other scattered ideas, it wasn't like Minami hadn't thought of them. But no matter how much he considered it, nothing was as reliable as Red Cross aid. So in the end, from the start to the finish, there's really only one option? Minami pulled out his phone and glanced at Yamada-san's line profile picture. Yamada's profile picture was incredibly simple. Just a chibi-style dirt doll-like character. It gave off a "what the hell is this girl thinking?" kind of vibe, definitely not the type of profile picture a typical girl would use. Forget it, forget it. Thinking about Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue's situation, Minami didn't hesitate any longer and quickly typed out a message. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, Yamada-san, do you have time lately? I need to discuss something with you. After sending the message, Minami put his phone down. After all, Yamada Ryo had her own things to do. She probably wouldn't reply that quickly. And then pop, almost instantly, Line's red notification sound chimed. The so-called read function was one of Line's more interesting features. It meant the other person had already seen your message. Which gave Minami the suspicion that Yamada Ryo had been sitting there, phone in hand, waiting for him to message her. No way, right? Minami raised an eyebrow. Yamada Ryo was still a young lady from a well-off family, after all. Sitting around waiting for someone's messages. He picked his phone back up. Sure enough, there was already a reply in the chat. Lone Bass Freak, Ryo. Ryo. Minami stared at the message for a second, shook his head, and started typing again. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, since you're online, that's even better. If you have some free time, I'd like to meet up and discuss something. After sending the message again, instantly, the message turned to read. It seemed like Yamada Ryo still hadn't put down her phone. Seeing this, Minami let out a small breath and waited for her reply. But this time, unlike before, where she responded immediately, Minami waited over 3 minutes in front of his phone. Yamada Ryo still hadn't sent anything back. Is this read but not replying? Minami glanced at Yamada-san's profile picture. He stared at it for a while. And after confirming that she really had no intention of replying, Minami sighed helplessly. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, Ryo. The moment Minami sent that message, Yamada Ryo instantly replied. The difference in speed was night and day. Lone Bass Freak, from now on, call me that. No more Yamada-san, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. Oh, Yamada-san, Yamada-san. So you're throwing a tantrum over a nickname now, huh? Minami Shaoji rubbed his temples. Lone Bass Freak, Minami, what's up? Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, let's talk in person. Lone Bass Freak, alright, then. Is Minami treating me to a meal? Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, don't you have money yourself? Lone Bass Freak, it has to be a meal bought by Minami for it to have meaning. Besides, I'm broke lately. This is what I've been eating. Attached, a picture of vegetable porridge. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, fine, but only if you agree to help me first. Lone bass freak. I agree, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. You don't even know what I need help with, lone bass freak. If it's Minami, I'll help, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. Alright, I'll contact you later, lone bass freak. Okay, and with that, the line conversation ended. At the same time in a second-year classroom at Shuka High, a curious female classmate spoke up. Yamada-san? Did something good happen? Why do you ask? I just saw you smiling. The curious classmate tilted her head. Did I? Responding with her usual lazy elegance, the short blue-haired girl replied in an indifferent tone. Then, shifting her gaze back to her phone, she rested her chin on her hand, looking effortlessly relaxed in the afternoon light, but the corners of her lips curled slightly into an unintentional, soft smile. Chapter 110, Closer. A little closer. Leaving Shuka High and heading to the restaurant where Yamada Ryo had arranged to meet, Minami Shaoji didn't actually spend much time on the journey. After all, to make his commute to school more convenient, walking from Shuka High to the nearby station only took 7 or 8 minutes. A quick ride for a stop or two, and he got off right at the restaurant Yamada Ryo had sent him the address for via line. It appeared to be a newly opened, well-decorated restaurant, tastefully designed, though not exactly luxurious. It seemed like while Yamada-san wanted a free meal, she wasn't trying to completely drain his wallet. He pushed the door open. Before he even had time to look around, Yamada Ryo's cool, indifferent voice greeted him. Minami, over here. Minami turned his head. There she was, sitting in the corner. Yamada Ryo. You're here alone? Ecchi-san didn't come? Dropping his school bag beside Yamada Ryo, Minami took the seat across from her. I didn't tell Naduka. Also, call me Ryo. Yamada Ryo, still chewing her food, spoke with a blank expression. So you just ran off on your own? Without telling Ecchi-san? Watching her scoop up a bite of curry rice with her spoon, Minami couldn't help but ask. Though he was well aware of Yamada Ryo's carefree and unrestrained personality, hearing it in action still made Minami instinctively press his palms together in an apology for Kesoka Band, who were probably struggling through practice right now, missing their bassist. Also, call me Ryo. Swallowing a mouthful of curry rice, Yamada Ryo spoke again. Is it really that important for me to stop calling you Yamada-san? Yes. Seeing that Minami still refused to call her by name, Yamada Ryo expressionlessly stood up. Looks like I should leave now. Guess we won't be having that conversation, is that so? Minami, however, remained completely unfazed by her attempt to leave. He didn't even try to stop her. He simply took a slow sip of water and then casually called out, "Excuse me, boss? This table's bill." Put it on the blue-haired lady's tab. The moment she heard those words, the once standing Yamada Ryo expressionlessly sat back down. On second thought, I suppose I could hear Minami out. So, about that bill. What should I call you? Minami Shaoji set his glass of water down, resting his chin on his palm as he countered, Yamada-san, Yamada, Ryo. Whatever. Broke and expressionless, Yamada Ryo clutched her chest as if physically wounded. She had never hated her own reckless spending habits more than at this moment. But. Wait a minute. Think this through. There was no way Minami Shaoji would actually let her be stuck washing dishes just because she couldn't pay, right? Thinking this, the expressionless Yamada Ryo suddenly felt a renewed sense of confidence. But then I would very much leave Yamada-san here to wash dishes. Minami, as if reading her thoughts, smiled meaningfully as he spoke. Gulp. Yamada Ryo downed the rest of her water in one go, decisively ignoring Minami's words and choosing to move on to the main topic. Minami, what do you need my help with? Minami Shaoji. He had to admit sometimes, he really respected Yamada Ryo. This woman just completely ignored what he said. Oh well. Minami shook his head, deciding to stop teasing her. Instead, he carefully chose his words and spoke sincerely. Ryo, are you familiar with orphanages and similar care institutions? Yeah. Minami's sudden shift to calling her by name clearly pleased Yamada Ryo. She tilted her head slightly, glancing at him as she nodded. Tokyo didn't have too many orphanages, but it certainly didn't have too few either. After all, it was a metropolitan city, a financial hub supported by the entire Japanese economy. And with the Yamada family running a private hospital, they had frequent dealings with the Red Cross and other charitable organizations, making her very familiar with orphanages and elder care facilities. Since you already know, then this will be easier to explain. Minami adjusted his wording slightly. I have a friend whose orphanage has already completed all the necessary paperwork to request financial aid from the Red Cross. But for some reason, they keep delaying the funding. She and the others are getting really desperate. He paused before continuing, so I wanted to ask your father for help. Got it. Hearing this, Yamada Ryo, who was far more mature than most girls her age, quickly understood the situation. The Red Cross refusing to allocate funds wasn't uncommon, especially for privately run orphanages like Minami's friends. Since investing in these facilities didn't boost the Red Cross's public reputation in any way, they had little incentive to help. Situations like this were far from rare. But, finishing the last few bites of her curry rice, Yamada Ryo rested her chin on her hand, hesitating slightly as she responded, "Even if I bring this up to my father." She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear: this might not work. "However, please, Ryo. You're the only one who can help with this." Minami suddenly reached out, gently holding Yamada Ryo's hands as he lifted his gaze to meet hers, his tone carrying a faint trace of earnest pleading. Yamada Ryo's soft pink lips parted slightly. Minami Shaoji was already very good-looking. His fair skin, delicate features, and a naturally bright, clean aura all made him stand out. Now, with his intense gaze locked onto hers, practically burning with determination, "You're really impossible, Minami." For the first time ever, a faint red blush colored Yamada Ryo's usually expressionless face. Even though she still only thought of Minami as an interesting guy and had no romantic feelings for him for some reason, simply looking into his eyes made it impossible for her to refuse. How should she put it? Yamada Ryo had a suspicion that this was just one of Minami Shaoji's natural abilities. If he really set his mind to persuading someone, there probably weren't many girls who could say no to him. Still maintaining her lazy, elegant demeanor, but feeling her heartbeat pound faster than ever, she turned her face slightly away in discomfort. "I'll try asking my father." Yamada Ryo's voice remained calm and steady as always. "Nice." Hearing Yamada Ryo finally agree, Minami Shaoji released her hands and let out a deep breath of relief. Thanks to his simulations, Minami had already known that as long as he could convince Yamada Ryo to speak up, her father would definitely agree to his request. In other words, convincing her father was never the real challenge. Convincing Yamada Ryo was all that mattered. It might seem like he was taking advantage of her goodwill, but at the very least, he had done everything he could. Minami could finally relax. Now, all that was left was waiting for the Red Cross aid to come through, solving the orphanage's financial struggles and helping Riko Cafe. Just as Minami was thinking about how to transition the conversation, Yamada Ryo suddenly put her spoon down. Her plate of curry rice was still half full. "Not hungry, Ryo?" Since he had already switched to calling her by name, Minami figured he might as well keep it up. "I'm done." Yamada Ryo shook her head. "It's not good." After saying this, she rested her chin on the back of her hand and stared at Minami. "Minami, whose fault do you think it is that I can't eat?" Feeling the pointed look in Yamada Ryo's eyes, Minami glanced at her plate. 1.7 out of 10, a home-cooked style curry rice with a faint trace of a beautiful girl's saliva. Mediocre seasoning. From a 1.7 out of 10 perspective, this curry was actually above average for homemade cooking. If this had been the old Yamada Ryo, she would have eaten it without hesitation. But ever since she had been eating Minami's homemade meals at Starry every afternoon, she had unknowingly become spoiled. Now, everything she ate outside felt disappointing. Even restaurants she used to like their miso soup tasted grainy, like unprocessed soybean dregs. "So Minami, cook for me." "That's quite a jump in conversation, Ryo." Hearing Yamada Ryo's completely natural request, for once, Minami didn't refuse. After all, she had helped him a lot today. She had solved one of his biggest problems. Cooking one meal for her? No problem. Of course, as they left the restaurant and paid the bill, Minami carefully observed Yamada Ryo's expression. After confirming that her face remained as emotionless as ever, he finally felt relieved. The reason he always kept some distance from Yamada Ryo was simple: he was afraid that his damn natural charm might accidentally make her fall for him again, just like in the simulations, where she had spent multiple loops waiting for him. But so far. Minami stole another glance at Yamada Ryo. It looked like there was no problem. It seemed like he could continue interacting with her without any issues. As expected, the real-life Yamada Ryo was much colder. There was no way she would act like her simulation counterpart and desperately chase after him. Feeling satisfied, Minami let out a small sigh and checked his data scanner's remaining uses. He had used it once on Yamada Ryo, twice on Gota Hitori, and once on Chisato Nishikigi. That meant he had 6 uses left. Gotta use them sparingly. After all, they were earned through affection points. Looking at his remaining 610 affection points, which he had gained from texting Gota Hitori online, Minami shook his head. 610 points. That was only enough for 2 more simulation attempts. Not much at all. If he ever encountered another terminally ill simulation subject like Shizato Nishikigi, he might not even have enough points to save them. Yeah. Better to save them up. Both his items and his affection points. With this thought in mind, Minami abandoned the idea of using the scanner on Yamada Ryo. Instead, he turned to her, smiling as he started a casual conversation. Minami really is an interesting person. Yamada Ryo listened to Minami's light-hearted jokes, and while she didn't respond much, she found herself blinking slightly as she gazed at him, that thought lingering in her mind. And when she recalled how he had suddenly grabbed her hands earlier, her usually calm, quiet heart felt a strange, unfamiliar stirring. Was this what they called a girl's heart being shaken? Yamada Ryo tilted her head slightly. She didn't understand. In the brief span of her teenage years, this was the first time Yamada Ryo had ever experienced such a feeling. Maybe that's just how it is sometimes. Caring about someone simply because they accidentally brushed against your hand. Or because, on a sunny afternoon, they happened to wear a clean, crisp white shirt. Expressionless, Yamada Ryo stared at Minami Shaoji's back ahead of her, deep in thought. By the way, under the night sky, Minami Shaoji's clear eyes reflected the neon lights, glowing with a brilliance so mesmerizing, yet at the same time, it made one worry whether that light might one day fade away. He spoke softly, but his voice was steady as he asked, "Ryo, is there anything specific you'd like to eat?" Yamada Ryo quickly thought of a long list of dishes she wanted to eat. But when she actually opened her mouth, the words that came out were, "What do you usually eat?" The moment she said it, she regretted it. This had been the perfect chance to shamelessly take advantage of Minami and demand whatever she wanted, and she let it slip away. "I'll just make something simple. Maybe a hamburger steak. I was thinking of adding an egg tonight." "Then I'll have that." Even though she was still a little frustrated, since she had already said it, there was no point in changing her mind. However, after taking a few small steps forward, she added one more thing. "I want 2 eggs." "All right." Hearing Minami agree, Yamada Ryo relaxed, feeling genuinely excited for the meal ahead. But completely focused on food, Yamada Ryo failed to notice as she followed behind Minami Shaoji. It seemed like she was walking just a little closer than before. By the time Minami had fed Yamada Ryo, and personally sent her off on her train, it was already 7:30 p.m. Minami stretched comfortably as he finally returned home. It's finally taken care of. Feeling the weight on his shoulders lift, Minami let out a deep breath. With the orphanage's funding issue resolved, Chisato Nishikigi, Takina Inoue, and Riko Cafe could finally stop worrying about money. Now what was next? Guess it's time to study. After taking a quick shower, Minami sat cross-legged at his small round table and flipped open his textbook. Simulations were important. Solving Riko's financial struggles was important. But above all else, Minami genuinely loved studying. Compared to dealing with the complicated, unreadable emotions of girls, academics were way easier. With his book open, Minami was just about to dive into the ocean of knowledge when suddenly his phone rang sharply. Minami paused, his hand hovering over the pages. Without hesitation, he picked up the call. "Hello, this is Minami. Who's calling?" No delay. A voice from the other end immediately responded, "This is Okano Ryoko." "Principal Okano?" Minami's brows lifted slightly as he stood up in surprise. What could the principal of Shukahai Okano Ryoko possibly want with him so late at night? Chapter 111, Minami Shaoji absolutely does not love money. Okano Ryoko, the principal of Shukahai. Minami Shaoji was more than familiar with this woman. After all, since Minami Shaoji had enrolled, she had always taken great care of him. Not only did she personally approve his full tuition exemption at Shukahai, but she had also helped push through his scholarship application. Of course, a big reason for this was because Minami was ranked first in the entire grade and had even taken first place nationwide in the last national mock exam. But gratitude was gratitude. For those who helped him, Minami never hesitated to show his respect. So, upon hearing her voice over the phone, Minami straightened up a little, setting aside the book he had just opened. "Principal Okano, what can I do for you?" "First off, congratulations on taking first place in the grade again, Minami." Okano Ryoko's voice on the other end of the line was warm and familiar, as if she weren't a school principal but an old acquaintance. After all, she was fully aware with Minami Shaoji's monstrous academic ability, he could attend nearly any school in Tokyo and still have his tuition waived as a special admission student. After a brief pause, her tone became more serious. "I won't waste time with small talk. I'm calling because I need your help with something, Minami." "You need my help?" That actually surprised Minami a little. As the principal of Shukahai, Okano Ryoko was part of Japan's elite. Her connections, resources, and influence were nothing to scoff at. If even she couldn't solve a problem, what could he possibly do about it? "Relax. I wouldn't be calling if it weren't something you could handle." As if sensing Minami's thoughts, Okano Ryoko chuckled before explaining, "You should be aware that every year during our school's cultural festival, we publish an issue of Shuka magazine, right?" "Yeah, I know about that." Minami nodded. The so-called Shuka magazine was a literary journal compiled by the school's classical literature club. Although it was technically a student publication, its content focused primarily on literature, including novels, essays, and poetry. Legend had it that this annual tradition had been ongoing since the Taisho era, passed down through generations. In the past, many articles published in Shuka magazine won various youth literature awards. But in recent years, Okano Ryoko sighed. The content has been getting worse and worse, honestly. Some of it is downright unreadable. As a symbol of the school's legacy, Shuka magazine also represented Shuka High's reputation. However, with the rise of smartphones and mass entertainment, interest in literary writing had dwindled, causing the quality of submissions to decline year after year. It had gotten so bad that last year, the Classical Literature Club failed to publish an issue entirely. For a school that prided itself on well-rounded student development, this was completely unacceptable. There are 2 weeks left until the cultural festival, Minami. You're an excellent student, so I'd like you to write an article to help enrich Shuka magazine's content. That's all? What do you mean, that's all? You better take this seriously, kid. Okano Ryoko half scolded, half laughed before adding, this isn't just me asking, either. Some of the school board's senior executives are paying close attention to this year's issue as well. Is that so? Minami replied absent-mindedly. Writing an article sounded like a hassle. But more importantly, Minami instinctively glanced at his simulator's status panel. Name, Minami Shaoji. Appearance, 9. Athletics, 7. Academics, 8. Skills, Learning Level 4. Writing, Romantic, Level 4. Cooking, Happiness, Level 4. Narcissism Level 3. Lying Level 3. Music Level 2. Initiative Level 1. Agility Level 1. Self-discipline Level 1. Sincerity Level 1. Simulator Evaluation. A rising young prodigy, beyond merely promising. You are a highly sought-after individual among women of all ages and even certain men with unconventional interests. It had been a while since Minami checked his simulator. And now that he did, he realized its evaluation of him had changed. Before, it had labeled him promising. Now, he had officially begun making a name for himself. It seemed that the more skills he acquired, the higher the simulator's evaluation of him became. But none of that mattered right now. What really caught his attention was the writing, Romantic, Level 4, in his skill list. Yes. The real reason Minami hadn't agreed yet was entirely because of that skill. He had personally experienced just how dangerous it was. Feeling romantic? That wasn't even the worst part. The real issue was that when it activated, he turned into a confession-obsessed maniac. Even with his strong self-control, he had barely managed to contain himself. If he actually wrote something using that skill and it was published in a magazine read by a bunch of teenagers experiencing their first romantic emotions, the consequences. Ugh. Honestly, Minami didn't even want to think about it. This is gonna be a huge headache. Thinking about the students at Shuka High, Minami Shaoji figured it was best to refuse. With that in mind, he silently made his decision and spoke up. Principal Okano, while I really appreciate everything you've done for me, I'm actually not that skilled when it comes to writing, Minami. If you agree to help us this time, the process for waiving your tuition fees might move even faster. Okano Ryoko's playful, fox-like voice came through the phone. This. Well. That's not really the issue, Principal Okano. You know I'm not the kind of person who cares that much about money. Minami shook his head. As a man, if he had already made up his mind, was it really okay to change it just like that? If your article wins a Youth Literature Award or something similar, the scholarship application you've been waiting on could also be processed much faster. Fully aware of Minami's difficult family situation, Okano Ryoko effortlessly continued her persuasion, her tone calm and confident. Principal Okano. I'm not that kind of person. For the sake of his fellow students, he shouldn't. There's also a writer's fee for Shuka magazine, you know. Sigh. Minami finally let out a long, heavy sigh. Just like how a camel collapses from one final straw, he had reached the point where he could no longer refuse. Since you're asking so sincerely, Principal Okano, as a student of Shuka High, it's only natural that I contribute my efforts for the school. But please, in the future, don't insult my noble soul with money. Then, after a brief cough, he casually asked, by the way, when exactly will this scholarship be deposited? Next week. Okano Ryoko's voice remained cheerful. Next week? That's fast. Normally, Shuka High's scholarships were only transferred at the end of each semester, processed through bank transactions and deposited directly into student accounts. This kind of early payout was completely unheard of. Minami suddenly felt wide awake. As for his previous concern about thinking of the students at Shuka High, that thought had completely vanished into thin air. Screw that, was his scholarship more important, or were the students of Shuka High more important? This was cold, hard cash, and it was being handed to him for free by the school. He'd be a fool to turn it down. Of course, I'm definitely not changing my mind because of the money. Minami tried to convince himself. If you really think about it, isn't a student's youth incomplete without experiencing an intense, unforgettable romance? A school life without romance was incomplete. Besides, in Japan, there wasn't even a forbidden early dating concept. Alright then. Let's do this. With that thought, Minami cleared his throat. So, Principal Okano, what exactly do you want me to write? Just to be clear, I can't possibly fill the entire Shuka magazine by myself. Every year, Shuka magazine had around 50 to 70 pages of content, printed on A4-sized paper. No matter how talented he was, there was no way he could write that many pages of novels, poetry, and essays alone. That was just absurd. Of course, we wouldn't ask you to write the whole thing. Okano Ryoko seemed to have already prepared for this question. Starting tomorrow, we'll be accepting submissions from the entire student body. Anyone interested can submit their work. Also, don't worry, Shinjuo-kan, the second-ranked student, has also been contacted. You won't be working alone. I see. Minami nodded. Usually, this task was handled entirely by the Classical Literature Club. But this year, the school administration was stepping in directly. That about sums up what I needed to discuss. Do you have any other questions, Minami? Okano Ryoko asked. Yes. What else? Okano Ryoko was a bit surprised. Everything should have already been covered. Why did Minami still have something to ask? She sat up a little straighter. Even though she never openly said it, she actually valued Minami a lot. It's just. Cough, Principal Okano, about that scholarship. Is there any way it could be deposited even faster? Minami shamelessly made his request. Okano Ryoko fell completely silent. After a long pause, she finally let out a half-exasperated laugh. I know your family's situation isn't great, but the fastest I can get it to you is 3 days. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now. Wait, Principal Okano. There's also the tuition exemption beep. This time, Okano Ryoko hung up the call without hesitation. That kid. Staring at the name Minami Shaoji on her phone screen, Okano Ryoko couldn't help but chuckle. But after laughing, she let out a small sigh. That boy's financial situation is just as bad as ever. She thought back to the first time she had met Minami Shaoji. Back then he had just entered Shuka High. And he had approached her directly. If I can maintain first place in the grade every time, I hope Principal Okano can waive my tuition fees. That clean-cut, refined young man had walked into her office and said those words. At the time, Okano Ryoko had been puzzled, wondering where he had gotten such confidence. But I never expected him to actually pull it off. She sighed in admiration. If the world were divided into geniuses and hard workers, then Minami Shaoji was both at the same time. Okano Ryoko continued flipping through his student records. For someone from his background to stand firm in a massive city like Tokyo all by himself, that was far from easy. Meanwhile, on Minami's end, he remained calm as ever. However, tonight, instead of his usual study routine, he hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed his home number. Hello? Ah. Is this Yukone? Yeah, it's me, Minami. Minami stretched his body slightly, listening to the voice on the other end of the line. With a warm smile, he responded, nothing much, I'm doing well in Tokyo. Cold? Nah, nothing to worry about. Don't worry, I'm taking care of myself. Huh? Naomi Nei is there too? Alright, you guys don't need to worry. No smoking, no getting into trouble. The weather's been heating up since autumn started, right? It's probably the same in Akita. Make sure you both stay cool. Send me money. What for? I have enough. Don't worry about me. Minami took a sip of water, patiently listening to his two older sisters before speaking again. Unlike many reincarnated protagonists in anime or light novels who never had to worry about money, Minami Shaoji's real-life family situation had always been difficult. To support his education, his two older sisters had dropped out of school early, quitting after middle school to work and earn money. Giving up education to work, it sounded simple in words. But in a society like Japan, where gender bias still lingered, no one could imagine how much effort it had taken for them to gather the money just to let their younger brother continue his studies. As for Minami's parents, they worked in the fields during the day, and took shifts at convenience stores and factories at night. Minami knew all of this very well. That was also why when Okano Ryoko mentioned tuition waivers and scholarships, for the first time ever, Minami had hesitated. Not just because he wanted money, okay, maybe a little bit. But more importantly, in 3 days, the first installment of my scholarship should be deposited into our family's bank account. Minami told them over the phone. Me? I'm doing fine, everything's fine. Minami pushed open the window, taking in the bright city lights of Tokyo, then glancing at the cramped, simple furnishings of his tiny rented room. He continued speaking. Keep the scholarship money for yourselves? What would I even do with all that money? Come on, Tokyo's cost of living isn't that different from Akita's. Nei-san, both of you, stop worrying so much about me. Buying clothes for me? No, forget it. I still haven't worn the ones you got me last time. They're too childish. My school uniform is enough. Huh? You both want to come visit me? That train fare is insane, though. After another round of casual conversation, Minami finally hung up the call. Stretching his arms, he felt refreshed. All right. Family matters handled. Now, what was next? Minami pushed aside the textbooks on his desk, deep in thought. Then, grabbing a grid-lined sheet of paper, he muttered to himself, guess I should start figuring out what to write for that Shuka magazine article. Yes. Since he had already decided to do it, then he had to do it well. Minami Shaoji was also curious to see what kind of article his level 4 writing skill could produce. Chapter 112, Let Us Drown in Eternal Romantic Literature. To maximize the effects of writing, romantic, level 4 inches and, Minami Shaoji's pure and simple late life romantic writing style. Minami spent a few days experimenting with different approaches. And finally he reached a conclusion. The more melancholic, poetic, and romantic his writing was, the stronger the effects of his writing, romantic, skill. On the other hand, the more nonsensical, bizarre, exaggerated, or outrageous his writing became, the less effective the skill was. For example, the world is so vast, I want to go out and see it. Versus what color underwear are you wearing today? I really want to see. The difference was obvious. The latter contained nothing even remotely romantic. So, of course, it failed to trigger the effects of writing, romantic, level 4 and, Minami Shaoji's pure and simple late life romantic writing style. But the most ridiculous and bizarre thing was, even if Minami really wrote something like what color underwear are you wearing today? I really want to see. Which was strictly speaking, textbook sexual harassment, somehow, he could still feel a faint trace of romance in it. It was an odd sensation, a reckless yet passionate romance, like the kind of foolish bravery where you knew saying something would get you slapped, but you said it anyway, accepting the consequences. Of course, if he wrote math formulas, or chemical and physics equations, they were just cold, hard data. After all, no one was going to tear up emotionally while looking at 1 + 1 = 2. Shaking his head, Minami pushed aside those useless thoughts and focused on the blank manuscript paper in front of him. With level 4, his writing ability was practically at a master level, which meant that no matter what he wrote, it would absolutely crush anything the other students at Shukuhai could produce. But since he had already promised Okano Ryoko, Minami wasn't planning to half-ass it. Let's see. Gazing at the blank manuscript paper, Minami began recalling memories from his previous timeline simulation with Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. He remembered clearly, according to the system's evaluation, his writing skill after winning Japan's top literary award, the Naoki Prize, was about level 4. It wasn't until much later in life, after experiencing the deaths of Chisato and Takina, that his writing skill, refined by time, grief, and a deep understanding of life and death, finally reached level 5. Logically speaking, if he wanted to use his best work, he should choose something from his level 5 era. However, that's not gonna work. Minami shook his head and sighed. His level 5 writing was simply too mature, radiating an otherworldly calmness, like a monk who had transcended worldly desires. Life and death. The continuity of existence and love. All of his works from that era grappled with profound philosophical themes. His writing was so refined, so polished to perfection, that there was no way a high school student could have written it. Clearly it wouldn't fit a youthful, energetic school magazine like Shuka magazine. So, thinking from a different angle, if my late life works won't do, then what about my youth era works? Minami muttered to himself. In his youth, when he first won Japan's top youth literary award, the Akutagawa Prize, he was still full of ambition. Later, he took the Naoki Prize using his plain, straightforward prose, officially cementing himself as the most influential young author of his generation. So, what were his works like back then? Minami pondered for a moment and quickly reached a conclusion. This could work. Yes. It was a perfect fit. His youth-era writing skill was around level 4, which matched his current level exactly. And at that time he wasn't writing about life, death, and philosophical questions yet. Most of his works were focused on unfulfilled love stories of love that couldn't be realized. Or two people in love who could never be together. That kind of melancholic, emotional literature was perfect for students and young readers. In fact, in his simulation, his youth-era works were far more popular among younger audiences than his late-life works. After all, young people loved reading about loneliness and tragic romance. Great. Now that I've decided to use my youth era works, the next step is choosing which one. In reality, Minami knocked on the desk, deep in thought. During his youth era, he had written a lot of works. Because he had to take care of Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue after their marriage, during that period, Minami Shouji had accumulated a vast collection of manuscripts including novels, short stories, and essays. Although none of those manuscripts had ever been officially published, considering that his youth-era self had already reached level 4, a top-tier level in the literary world. Even if he randomly picked one of those casual drafts, it would still be enough to utterly crush the so-called literary prodigies of that time. Let's go with this one. After searching through his memories for a while, Minami finally locked onto a short story he had been particularly satisfied with. The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields. The story followed a male protagonist who, one day, encounters the female lead, Kamiko, in a stunning field of azaleas in the countryside. After spending a fulfilling, joyous vacation together, the protagonist returns to the bustling city. Surrounded by the overwhelming loneliness of urban life, he finds himself constantly longing for the passionate, radiant girl he met, as if she were a blossoming azalea herself. But being emotionally detached, he doesn't understand what his feelings truly mean. Until one day an elderly man tells him, "That's love. You've deeply fallen in love with that girl." Only then does he realize his emotions. In a desperate frenzy, he boards a train back to the azalea fields where they first met. But by then it was already too late. The azalea fields remained still blooming in silent beauty, but Kamiko's figure had long vanished. As the sunset bathed the landscape in golden hues, he seemed to hallucinate her presence. Just like in the original passage, as he steadied himself and looked up, it felt as if the sunset had crashed down upon his heart with a resounding roar, filling his lost and helpless soul. Lost. Gone. Never to return. Why are you here? To see you. The entire piece was steeped in a poetic, romantic atmosphere. A simple yet heartfelt story. One that could move readers deeply, leaving them with an emotional aftertaste. Minami closed his eyes, quietly reviewing the details. Then, he nodded. This is perfect? Yes. Absolutely perfect? The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields had a word count of approximately 15,000 to 17,000 characters. It was just the right length. Not too short, like a casual magazine column. Nor too long, like a full-fledged novel spanning hundreds of pages. If formatted on A4-sized paper, it would take up around 4 to 5 pages, which was ideal for Shuka magazine. After all, they couldn't have every submission taking up a dozen pages. Let's get started. With the theme and plot decided, all that was left was to put pen to paper. Minami picked up his pencil and began writing word by word, line by line. After about an hour or so, your skill writing, romantic, has improved slightly. Current level, level 4, few. I think that's enough for today. Looking at the 3,000 to 4,000 characters he had already written, Minami let out a deep breath. An hour's worth of writing even for him, he wasn't a printing machine. Handwriting 3,000 to 4,000 characters was already his limit. Not to mention he had to double-check for mistakes and fix phrasing issues along the way. It naturally took some time. I'll finish the rest tomorrow. Glancing at the clock, it was already around 11 p.m. Without hesitation, Minami put down his pencil. At this pace, if he set aside some time tomorrow, he should be able to finish the entire novel. As for now, time to sleep. There was no rush. With 2 whole weeks before the deadline, he had more than enough time. With that thought, Minami laid down on his bed, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, as he entered class, his classmates stared at him in confusion. Because for some reason Minami had brought a stack of manuscript paper to school. What the hell was the great demon king Minami up to? Not only was he writing during breaks, even during some of the less important classes, he kept his manuscript paper close, burying his head in writing. What the hell is going on? Did the great demon king suddenly switch gears and become a literary youth? No one understood. But at the same time no one dared to ask. They could only watch in silence as Minami arrived with blank manuscript paper in the morning, and left in the afternoon with pages filled with words. Almost done. Holding the thick stack of manuscript paper in his hands, Minami Shouji let out a deep breath. Not having a computer is such a hassle. Handwriting was not only slow, but it also wasted money and time. However, since he had been writing non-stop all day, his progress was definitely something to be proud of. The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields was nearly finished. Only the final scene remained, where the protagonist, unable to find Kamiko, begins to hallucinate her presence. That scene would take about 1,000 to 2,000 characters, or roughly 1.5 pages of manuscript paper. It wouldn't take too long to complete. As per his usual habit of preparing extra meals for the staff at Starry, Minami walked into the live house, scanning the empty space with a glance. Where is everyone? For some reason Starry was completely empty. Oh well. Might as well go buy some ingredients. Casually opening the fridge, Minami took one look inside and immediately reached a conclusion. Yeah, I need to restock. Recently, the food supply was disappearing way too fast. Between Seika Ijichi, Pasan, Nijuka Ijichi, Yakuyo Kita, Hitori Gota, and Ryo Yamada, their appetites had clearly increased. What used to last 3 days now barely lasted 1. Are these girls not afraid of gaining weight? Minami thought to himself. Still he casually placed his manuscript, The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields, on the counter, then left Starry without hesitation. As for the reimbursement for the groceries, that would have to wait until Seika Ijichi returned. With that thought, Minami headed toward the Shimo Kitazawa supermarket. Just a few minutes after he left, the silent Starry suddenly erupted into chaos. Bursting through the entrance was a rowdy 4-person group: Seika Ijichi, Kakurihiro, Pasan, and Hitori Gota. Huh? Performing at the cultural festival? Bocce? You've already decided? The slurring, half-drunk woman with purple-red hair, speaking in a mumbling, unclear voice, was named Kakurihiro. She was not only Seika Ijichi's junior from university, but also a bassist for a well-known band in Shinjuku, just like Ryo Yamada. For Hitori Gota, meeting someone like her was completely unexpected. At this moment Kakuri had one arm draped around Bocce's shoulders, downing gulps of alcohol while grinning and teasing. Didn't expect you to finally step up, Bocce. That's awesome. Youth. Come on, Seika-senpai. Have a drink with me to celebrate. Yo. Like hell I'm drinking with you, you drunkard. Watching Kakuri stumble toward her, Seika kicked her away in disgust. Then she turned to Hitori, looking genuinely surprised. Still, Bocce. You actually volunteered to perform at the festival? That's rare. Any special reason? Yes. If Ikuyo Kita had been the one to suggest the Kesoka Band Cultural Festival performance, Seika wouldn't have thought twice about it. But Hitori Gota? That was a completely different story. After all, when she first started working at Starry, she couldn't even serve drinks to customers properly. I just wanted to give it a try. Hitori lowered her head, her voice small and hesitant. She was too embarrassed to admit that she was only doing this to impress a certain guy. I see. That's great. While locking Kakuri in a chokehold to stop her from rambling about drinking, Seika glanced at Hitori. Honestly, even if Hitori didn't say anything, Seika could already guess the reason for her sudden change in attitude. It was most likely Minami Shaoji. Pasan's voice suddenly called out from behind the counter. Both Seika and Kakuri immediately turned toward her. Huh? Minami? What about him, Pa? Seika instinctively released Kakuri and asked. Oh. Nothing. He just left something here. Pasan neatly stacked the manuscript paper on the counter, tilting her head as she read the title aloud. The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields, Minami Shaoji. Is this a novel? Ah. That. Hitori hesitated before explaining. Our school just announced the call for submissions for Shuka magazine today. Minami-senpai is probably preparing something for that. Compared to Pasan, who was an outsider to the school, Hitori Gota immediately thought of the announcement she had seen that morning at Shuka High. She hesitated, then raised her hand, her face flushed red as she answered. Oh. This Minami-senpai is a guy? Noticing the faint blush on Hitori's cheeks, the carefree and easygoing Kakurihiro perked up with interest, her eyes narrowing playfully as she grinned. Well. Hitori opened her mouth, but no words came out. By the way, what did he write about? I'm curious. Can I take a look? Stop right there, you idiot. Seeing Kakurihiro snatch Minami Shaoji's manuscript from Pasan's hands and begin flipping through it, Seika Ijichi immediately stepped forward to stop her. However, before Seika could even react, she was already frozen in place. Because she saw it, the expression on Kakurihiro's face, which had started out playful and indifferent, was now changing. From casual curiosity to serious focus. And then tears in her eyes. Wait. What? Watching Kakurihiro's nose twitching, as snot began dripping, Seika, Nijuka Ijichi, Pasan, and Hitori Gota all fell silent. They didn't even know how to react. A novel written by a high schooler. And yet this 20-something adult was already on the verge of breaking down? Chapter 113, Hitori Gota's turn. Staring at the manuscript of The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields just moments ago, Kakurihiro had been carefree and playful, but now she was silent. The opening lines greeted her with an extremely calm self-narration. The one I love is gone. I will be alone forever. The words were simple, even plain. Like someone whispering softly in her ear. And yet, for some reason, that very calmness, that plain, Unembellished prose somehow seeped into her alcohol-soaked heart, forcing it into an unnatural stillness. The story began from the male protagonist's perspective. He was someone naturally indifferent to others, born with a numbness to emotions. Because of this emotional dullness, he had never made any friends. Even while living in a city, he was completely alone. The city was filled with thousands of glowing windows, yet not a single one was left on for him. The prose was still calm, almost indifferent, yet the way Minami Shaoji expressed his delicate and intricate writing style brought out every detail of the protagonist's inner loneliness. Minami's words felt as though they had a certain magic. Kakurihiro could see it. She could see the protagonist right before her eyes. And as someone who had once been a loner in high school, who had later decided to change herself, she felt an odd connection to this character. She stayed silent, and turned the page. During a vacation from work, the protagonist sets out on a solo journey, a destination-less trip. Along the way, he stumbles upon a station near a vast azalea field. Attracted by the vibrant sea of blossoms, he steps off the train. There amid the lush, endless azalea fields, he meets a girl, Kamiko. She was cheerful, energetic, and overflowing with warmth. The protagonist was drawn to her, and as he was, so was Kakurihiro. The passionate and beautiful Kamiko, just like the novel described, the azaleas dyed the blush on her face even deeper, and even her fingertips, in my eyes, were unbearably lovely. Meeting Kamiko. A brief conversation. A country girl's longing for the big city. A young man, fascinated by her warmth. These two characters, even though Kakurihiro had never met Minami Shaoji in person, in his writing, they felt as if they were real people. As if somewhere in this world, there truly was an endless azalea field and a girl named Kamiko. The drunken haze in Kakurihiro's eyes gradually faded. Her half-lidded eyes, usually lazy and half asleep, were now fully open. Her delicate fingers, holding on to the manuscript, gently turned the page. She felt happiness when Kamiko smiled. She felt sadness when Kamiko laughed. And most of all, Kakurihiro could see herself in the protagonist. The socially dull, emotionally detached protagonist somehow felt so much like her past self. And these printed words on paper began to feel less like words, and more like a world she had stepped into. For a brief moment it was as if she was no longer sitting in Starry, but rather inside the protagonist's empty, lifeless apartment. Yes. Kakurihiro lifted her head. Returning home, there were no family members to greet her. No line messages from her bandmates. No hot meal waiting on the table. Only an empty room and a body weighed down by exhaustion. I want to go back and find Kamiko. A strong, overwhelming urge rose up inside Kakurihiro. She wanted to see her again. She wanted to talk to her again. She wanted to be with her again. But what was this emotion surging inside her? This restless, turbulent feeling? Kakuri didn't understand. All she could do was wander aimlessly through the city streets, watching the crowds of people passing by. Among the bustling sea of people, she alone felt like a ghost. It wasn't until she absent-mindedly confessed her feelings to an old man that his words finally made her realize the truth. This is love. You are deeply in love with that girl. Yes. Someone like her, who had long since become numb to emotions, was now finally able to recognize the warmth that had been lingering in her heart all along. It was love. Something irreplaceable, yet the most precious thing of all. She had to find it again. And so she boarded the train once more. The train that would take her back to the azalea fields in full bloom. But it was already too late. A fleeting encounter now meaningless. The azalea fields remained, still blooming just as beautifully. But the girl she cared for most was nowhere to be found. She stood alone in the vast, empty landscape, staring at the endless sunset and a sea of flowers. She was alone, lost. Gone. Never to return. At this moment a crushing wave of sorrow surged inside Kakurihiro's chest. The delicate, understated prose had completely engulfed her. Just as she was about to turn the page, she froze. The novel had abruptly ended. Not only had it delivered such a gut-wrenching, heartbreaking moment, it had the audacity to cut off here. No ending? No closure? This was the final straw. The cruel, heartless cliffhanger struck her like a fatal blow. The pent-up frustration inside her clashed with the novel's tragic beauty. Kakurihiro couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes lost all light and she burst into loud, ugly sobs. Kamiko. My Kamiko. A 26-year-old woman, usually mature and composed, was now sobbing uncontrollably like a child. Kamiko had disappeared. The protagonist's deep, heart-wrenching loneliness had completely consumed her. No. It wasn't just that. It wasn't just that she could relate to the story. It was something far scarier. This novel made her feel a growing fear about her own life. If she kept wasting time like this, if she kept drowning herself in alcohol every day, would she one day become like the protagonist? Would she also lose the person she loved most? No. There was an even bigger problem. Did she even have someone to love in the first place? Would she ever find someone? She wanted it. She wanted to experience what the protagonist had. She wanted to meet someone. She wanted to fall in love with someone. She wanted to confess her feelings to someone. Just like in a story. Instead of spending her life in eternal regret. Yes. I can't keep going on like this. I can't keep being a coward. I am not a coward. I need to find someone. And confess. With that thought, Kakurihiro wiped her tears, and looked around the room. At that exact moment, Sayaka Ijichi hesitated before carefully speaking up, her voice cautious as she tested the waters. Hey? Kaikuri? As she spoke, Sayaka Ijichi was carefully watching Kakurihiro's expression. What's wrong with her? Is she drunk and ranting? Did she finally drink herself brain dead? Why is she suddenly calling out someone's name? Sayaka was genuinely concerned about Kaikuri's mental state. But before she could think further, just calling her name had been enough. Because the moment Kakurihiro heard her voice, she immediately turned around, her tears and snot still dripping down her face, and threw herself onto Sayaka, embracing her tightly. At the same time, she wailed out loud, Sayaka-senpai. Please. Date me. I can play bass and support you. What? You idiot. Let go. You're disgusting. Sayaka Ijichi was completely stunned by the sudden attack hug. But when she felt the warm tears and the sticky snot getting onto her clothes, her natural instinct for cleanliness completely broke down. Get away from me, Kaikuri. Why? Why are you rejecting me? I love you so much, Sayaka-senpai. No way. A lifetime of loneliness is better than this. Her face covered in tears and snot, Kakurihiro, who was normally considered beautiful, now looked like an absolute mess. Anyone would be disgusted. And Sayaka Ijichi, who was still struggling to break free, was no exception. Let go of me. You're disgusting. She fought back, her voice full of frustration. This idiot. She's so strong. Unable to break free, Sayaka finally snapped, and I'm a woman. You moron. Yes. She was a woman. What the hell is wrong with this idiot? Why was she suddenly clinging to her and confessing like this? That's okay, Sayaka-senpai. I don't mind. Kakurihiro sniffled loudly, but refused to let go. I mind. Sayaka Ijichi's usually mature and composed face was now bright red. She was so infuriated she felt like she was going to cough up blood. Back in high school, because of her attractive looks, she had a lot of guys confessing to her. But since she had to take care of Nijika, she had rejected all of them. That did not mean she was into girls. She just never had the time or energy to date someone. That was all. Senpai is so shy, but that's okay. We can start developing our relationship now. What do you mean, start developing? I'm not interested in you. Sayaka yelled, then immediately turned to call for backup. Pa. Get over here. Help. Pull this idiot off me. Yes. If she couldn't escape and couldn't reason with her, then she might as well call for help. That would be faster. Sayaka turned toward Pa-san behind the counter. And then she saw it. Just a moment ago, Pa-san had been curiously flipping through Minami Shaoji's manuscript. But now her expression was starting to change. At first, she had looked calm and composed. But as she continued reading, she was becoming more and more silent. Why? Does this feel familiar? Sayaka frowned. She had a bad feeling about this. Hey. Pa. Barely managing to break free from Kakuri's grip, Sayaka rushed over to Pa-san's side. And there she saw it again. Pa-san's eyes were teary, her face full of emotion. It was as if she had been completely purified by the novel. Sayaka glanced at the manuscript sitting beside her. The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields. The title was neatly written in flawless handwriting. Seriously? Sayaka turned back to look at Kakurihiro, who was now face down on the table, sobbing about heartbreak. Then she looked at Pa-san again, who was overflowing with sorrow, as if she had just experienced a tragic yet beautiful love story. Her mind was a mess. It's just a novel written by a high schooler, isn't it? Not some literary master. Not a famous novelist. Does it really deserve this kind of reaction? She didn't get it. Not at all. Shaking her head, Sayaka turned to the side, where Hitori Gota had been watching with curiosity. Bocce. Hitori Gota, who had been curiously looking at Minami Shaoji's manuscript, tilted her head. Since two people have already read it, why don't we take a look too? Raising the manuscript in her hand, Sayaka Ijichi casually suggested her idea. Eh? You mean read Minami-senpai's manuscript? Honestly, Hitori was indeed very curious about what kind of story Minami had written. Yeah. Since two people have already seen it, it's not really a secret anymore, is it? Sayaka flipped through the pages briefly. There were about 10 or so pages. It wouldn't take long to read through them. This story will be published in your school's magazine, right? It should be. Hitori had full confidence in Minami's abilities. Then let's give it a read and offer Minami some feedback. Sayaka rubbed her chin thoughtfully. After all, novels are best when shared with more readers, right? Well, that's true. Hitori, though still a little hesitant, nodded. The more readers a novel had, the more insightful feedback it could receive. After all, gathering different perspectives often led to better writing. And more than anything else, Hitori was extremely curious. What kind of story had Minami written that could make a habitual drunkard like Kakurihiro and the ever-composed Pasan react so strongly? Curiosity burned inside her, and she leaned in closer to Sayaka. The two of them lowered their heads and began to read word by word, carefully. And then, as they continued reading, Hitori Gota and Sayaka Ijichi gradually realized something. Their eyes could no longer look away. Meanwhile, I really didn't expect to run into Minami-san at the supermarket in Shimokitazawa. Walking along the street, Nodoka Ijichi radiated an aura of warmth and kindness. She smiled brightly, looking up at Minami Shaoji. Yeah. Minami smiled and nodded. I stopped by Starry earlier, but no one was around, and the fridge was empty. So I figured I'd take a quick trip to buy some groceries. Oh, my sister and Pasan probably went to the music store to check out some equipment. At the mention of her older sister, Nodoka's expression softened visibly. She knew very well how much her sister had done to take care of her. Ever since their mother passed away, her sister had, in many ways, taken on the role of a parent. She might not have been the most mature and she was sometimes clumsy, but Nodoka was filled with gratitude for everything her sister had done. Compared to most people her age, her sister had an undeniable sense of maturity and reliability. But now that Nodoka herself had grown up, she couldn't help but feel that maybe, at 29 years old, her sister should probably find a boyfriend. Right? Thinking about this, Nodoka's expression became troubled. And as if he had read her thoughts, Minami Shaoji, walking behind her, spoke up understandingly. Don't worry, Ijichi-san. The manager is beautiful, and she has a great personality. Finding a boyfriend definitely won't be a problem. It wasn't just empty reassurance. With Sayaka Ijichi's looks, finding a boyfriend in Tokyo wouldn't be difficult at all. Really? Hearing Minami Shaoji's response, Nodoka Ijichi's previously worried expression melted away, and she smiled playfully as she teased, if my sister could find me a brother-in-law like Minami-san, I'd be completely at ease. Not only can you cook, but you're also brilliant at studying, and you're good-looking too. But Minami only smiled at her words, without responding. After all, he knew that Nodoka was just joking. The age gap between him and Sayaka Ijichi was far too big. He was 17, while she was 29. No matter how you looked at it, there was no way the two of them would end up together. Or rather, if Sayaka really were interested in him, that would be a serious problem. Minami was still a minor. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked. Nodoka truly lived up to her role as the core of Kesoka Band. Unlike the shy and reserved Hitori Gota, she was bright, cheerful, and even liked to joke around. Even Minami found her easy to get along with. As they talked and laughed, they finally arrived at Starry's entrance. My sister should be back by now. Feeling much better after their conversation, Nodoka pushed open the door to Starry, smiling. At the same time, she offered, naturally, come in and have a seat, Minami-san. I'll get you some tea. Sure. Minami nodded, just as he was about to step into Starry's live house. Minami. Suddenly hurried footsteps came rushing from inside Starry. Nodoka, confused, turned her head toward the noise. And then she saw it. From inside Starry, her older sister, Sayaka Ijichi, ran out and suddenly threw her arms around Minami, tears streaming down her face. At the same time, her voice trembled with emotion. Go out with me, Minami. She tightly gripped Minami's hands, her expression serious as she declared, after spending 29 years of my life single, I finally understand. I can't keep being a coward. I have to confess to you. I can't let you slip away like the protagonist in your novel Lost Kamiko. Minami fell into deep thought. Beside him, Nodoka Ijichi stood frozen. Her red eyes darted back and forth between Minami and her older sister. She never expected that what she had just casually joked about earlier would actually come true. Minami really became my brother-in-law? And the age gap between them was just too much. For a moment Nodoka couldn't process what was happening. But then something even more unbelievable happened. With a loud bang, the doors of Starry suddenly burst open. And at that moment a tear-streaked woman with long black hair rushed out. The moment she saw Minami, she did exactly what Sayaka had done, throwing herself into his arms. One on the left, one on the right, both women buried their faces in his chest, crying uncontrollably. But crying wasn't enough, both of them clung to Minami, begging him to date them. This sight completely broke Nodoka. She stood there, utterly stunned. Wait. Pasan? Sis. What are you two doing? Najuka, who had just barely managed to process what was happening, finally snapped out of it. She stared in disbelief, mouth slightly open, then quickly reached out her hands trying to pry her sister and Pa-san off of Minami. But it was no use. These two clung to him as if their lives depended on it, completely unwilling to let go. Najuka, you still don't understand. Pa-san's delicate face was filled with melancholy as she looked at Najuka. Do you know what women our age are truly lacking? What? Najuka's bright and youthful face was filled with utter confusion. Lacking something? She had only gone out for a bit to pick up groceries. And when she came back she found that both her sister and Pa-san had somehow completely lost their minds. It's love, Najuka. Reading Minami's novel made me realize it. Sayaka Ijichi murmured to herself, her mind still entrenched in the world of romance from the novel. Life is truly fleeting. Even the time we have to meet the ones we love is painfully short. Yes. Romance and poetry were right beside them. She couldn't let herself become like the protagonist in The Girl Hidden in the Azalea Fields. She couldn't let her own Kamiko slip away. After reading Minami's novel, they finally understood what they needed was a love so beautiful it could last beyond death. What are you two even talking about? Najuka's entire face went blank. She genuinely didn't understand anything. Novels? Love? How were these things even connected? But just as her thoughts began spinning out of control, Minami suddenly spoke up. In any case, we need to calm them down first. We can't just have the manager and Pa-san hanging on to me like this forever, can we? Ah. Right. Finally snapping back to reality, Najuka quickly helped Minami pry Pa-san and her sister off of him. Once the two of them had been detached, Minami let out a deep breath. Part of it was physical relief. Pa-san and Sayaka probably weighed somewhere between 50 to 55 kilograms each. One person alone wasn't too heavy. But two people at once, that was enough to make Minami feel suffocated. But the other reason for his relief was simply, he was still a guy. And Sayaka and Pa-san were mature women in their late 20s, far from the youthful inexperience of Hitori Gota or even Ryao Yamada. Their figures were undeniably different. Hugging him so closely with that much body contact, even Minami, who prided himself on his self-control, had felt a reaction coming on. His ability to keep himself in check was only average at best. So he had been this close to reaching his breaking point. But now he finally had some breathing room. Minami glanced toward the interior of Starry. And that's when he saw it. There, sitting on the bar counter, his partially opened manuscript for The Girl Hidden in the Azalea Fields. I messed up. Minami quickly picked up the manuscript. When he had left earlier, he had only planned to run a quick errand, so he had simply left his student bag and manuscript on the bar counter, thinking he'd be back soon anyway. But he hadn't expected that the moment he left, Sayaka and the others would return. And now, looking at their I desperately want to experience a love so romantic it could destroy me expressions. They had clearly become the first victims of his novel. Minami let out a silent sigh. Last time, it had been the fried chicken incident with Hitori Gota, and that had been intentional, but this time it was completely unplanned. How was he supposed to know that these nosy women would actually go snooping through his manuscript? Then again, Minami glanced sideways at the sleeping woman passed out on a table. Her messy purple hair drooped over the edge, and her face was half buried in her folded arms. It was Kakurihiro. Passed out drunk as usual. Minami had already met this woman before in his simulation. She was the bassist of a well-known band in Shinjuku. And, in the simulation, she had been a long-time supporter of Kasoka Band. Even in their early days, she had helped them a lot. Hitori Gota had never explicitly mentioned her in the simulation, but Minami could tell that Hitori truly respected her. Even if she was a complete alcoholic. Kakuri's personality was chaotic, loud, and utterly carefree. If she saw a manuscript lying around, of course, she'd be curious enough to read it. And once she started reading, Sayaka and Pa-san naturally followed suit. So in the end, this outcome wasn't surprising at all. Minami shook his head, then stood up, helping Najuka move Sayaka and Pa-san onto a bench. Once the effects of his skills writing, romantic, level 4 inches and late-stage Minami's pure and poetic romantic literary style finally wore off, Minami was genuinely curious. What kind of expressions would these two have then? But for now, Minami focused on a more pressing matter. Najuka-san, was there anyone else here earlier? Because anyone who had been here after he left might have also read his novel. This thing was far too dangerous. Anyone who had read his novel was now a liability. He had to figure out exactly how many people were affected. However, when Minami asked, Najuka, who was still preparing hot tea for her sister and Pa-san to help them calm down, merely shook her head. I'm not sure either. I was on the phone with my sister earlier, so I don't actually know how many people were with them. I see. Hearing this, Minami could only nod in acknowledgement. Najuka didn't know. Siaka and Pasan were still trapped in their post-romantic days. And Kakurihiro was completely passed out drunk. Every possible lead was dead on arrival. Minami had no choice but to drop the subject for now. Instead, he stood up and called out, "It looks like they'll need a while before they fully recover. I'll head upstairs and start cooking." "Okay. Thanks for helping out, Minami-san." Najiko, who was still checking on her sister and Pasan, simply replied without turning around. From the basement of Starry to the kitchen on the ground floor, this was a path Minami had walked countless times before. As he made his way upstairs, his mind continued to analyze the effects of his writing, romantic, level 4 skill. What exactly triggered this reaction? And how could he prevent this from happening again? Pondering these thoughts, Minami absent-mindedly pushed open the kitchen door. Everything looked normal. The kitchen was as spotless as ever, nothing had been moved. But then something felt off. A strange, unexplainable sensation pricked at the edges of his consciousness. It was like a warning bell going off inside his head. Something wasn't right. Minami instinctively took a step back. He turned around, preparing to leave immediately. But then a soft, warm sensation suddenly pressed against his lips. Minami's eyes snapped open in shock. Because right in front of him Hitori Gota was standing on her tiptoes, her delicate arms wrapped tightly around his neck. Her rosy, petal-soft lips were sealed firmly against his. And that wasn't all, he could feel it. Even through her oversized pink hoodie, Minami could clearly sense the plush, inviting softness pressed against his chest. Too soft. Too warm. Too intense. And even more shocking than the sensation itself was the fact that Hitori Gota had initiated this. This was Hitori Gota. The girl who could barely hold a conversation without breaking into a nervous wreck. The girl who practically fainted at the mere thought of eye contact. So how was she doing something this bold? Minami's wide, dark eyes stared down at her, and then, he saw it. That beautiful, delicate face was utterly entranced. A dreamy, faraway look filled her gaze as if she was completely lost in the overwhelming romantic melancholy of the moment. And then Minami finally understood. It wasn't just Sika, Pasan, and Kakurihiro. Hitori Gota had also read his novel. That's why this should have been impossible moment was happening right now. This was wrong. This was completely out of character for her. And yet Hitori Gota's body pressed even closer. Her fingers tightened around his nape. Her toes lifted even higher. Minami's breath hitched. Because this shy, timid, anxious girl had just done the unthinkable. She was slipping her tongue into his mouth. Minami froze. His mouth parted slightly in shock, and that tiny movement only emboldened her further. Her soft, warm tongue gently brushed against his. Her deep, adoring gaze looked up at him with pure, uninhibited longing. Minami's mind raced for solutions. He had to push her away. He had to break free. But how? Because right now her full, inviting chest was pressed so snugly against him that there was nowhere to grab without making things even worse. For the first time Minami finally understood the meaning of a certain phrase: alcohol ruins everything. Or in his case, literature ruins everything. Chapter 114, The Succubus Minami Who Drains Energy? What does it feel like to be forcefully pulled into a deep kiss? Minami's thoughts were simple: soft. Way too soft. Unbelievably soft. And honestly, a kiss wasn't as sweet as honey as novels often described. Minami could tell Hitori had probably eaten a hot dog or something before this. Because right now, her lips tasted faintly of tartar sauce. No. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. Minami barely managed to turn his head away. He parted his lips. Hitori, calm down, but before he could even finish his sentence her lips crashed down on his again. Damn it. Just how powerful was this so-called, pure and unfiltered late-years romantic literary technique? It actually had the power to make a girl this shy and socially anxious pull a move this bold? And the worst part, Minami could clearly feel Hitori had no technique whatsoever. Her tongue clumsily wriggled inside, moving wildly and aimlessly. If Minami hadn't been worried about accidentally biting her, he might have actually done it out of pure instinct. But what pissed him off even more, Hitori had no idea how bad she was at this. She was completely entranced, drowning in the sheer romantic high of the moment. Minami tried struggling multiple times. But every time she latched onto him again. That was it. Minami was starting to get irritated. You forcefully kissed me? Fine. But you're just gonna enjoy yourself and leave? Absolutely not. Minami was never the type to just stay passive. He waited. He bided his time. Just as Hitori Gota was fully satisfied and about to retreat, Minami grabbed her shoulders without hesitation. MMPH. Hitori let out a muffled gasp, her eyes usually hidden beneath her bangs widened in shock. She looked lost, completely bewildered, staring up at Minami. Her hands weakly pounded against his back, a desperate plea for release. But Minami didn't budge. Oh? You got your fill and now you're just gonna walk away? You were enjoying yourself, weren't you? Then go on. Keep going. You're not calming down? Fine. I'll calm you down myself. Caught off guard, ambushed by Hitori's bold move, Minami had been too stunned to react, but now, he was pissed. So be it. If this was how she wanted to play, then he would show her how it's done. With one swift motion, he counterattacked, blocking her escape, capturing her lips in a deep, commanding French kiss. MMPH. Hitori's fists hit his back even harder, her resistance growing stronger for a moment. But then, like a prey ensnared by a mythical succubus, her struggles weakened. Slower. Softer. Weaker. Until finally her entire body lost its strength. Her arms limply fell to her sides, a soft, defeated thud. Minami finally pulled away, looking down at her dazed, unfocused expression. Her eyes fluttered, rolling upward slightly before she collapsed, completely unconscious. Did I go too far? Minami let out a sigh, shaking his head at the sight of Hitori Gota, knocked out cold. Seriously. A helpless smile played at his lips. This girl of all people was the last one he expected to pull a stunt like this. He never expected this outcome. Sure, he had always been on guard against people like Sika or Pasan. Even Kaikuri was a risk factor. But Hitori Gota? Of all people? The girl who could barely introduce herself without panicking? The girl who once ran away from eye contact? Minami sighed and rubbed his temples. Honestly, this wasn't his fault. Not entirely. Who could have guessed that this timid, socially anxious girl would ambush him in a kitchen corner just to steal a kiss? Wasn't this the kind of thing you'd expect from some sleazy bald villain in a midnight manga? Minami sighed again. Being a guy and getting jumped like this was just unreal. Shaking his head, he grabbed a napkin and wiped his lips clean. Then he glanced down at Hitori, now fast asleep on the kitchen bench. After a moment of hesitation, Minami sighed once more and took another napkin. He gently wiped her lips clean too. Seriously. He shook his head, a small, helpless smile tugging at his lips. With a careful hand, he brushed her long, silky bangs aside. For the first time, Minami got a clear look at the face beneath. Her delicate, doll-like features, her subtly flushed, baby soft cheeks, her pale complexion, a result of countless hours practicing guitar indoors. She looked so frail. So small. So adorable. No wonder everyone in Kesokuban tolerated her weird, gloomy personality. Even the original creator of Bocce the Rock once joked in an interview when asked, "Why do you think Kesokuban puts up with Hitori Gota?" The author just laughed and replied, "Because she's cute." Because, truth be told, Hitori Gota was beautiful. Had she lived in ancient Japan, she would have been the kind of delicate beauty who gazes at the moon, sighing in quiet melancholy. But still. Not enough, Hitori. Minami reached out, gently stroking her cheek. The road to overcoming social anxiety was long. She still had a long way to go. Even in sleep, who knew what she was dreaming about? Hitori nuzzled into his palm, drooling as she giggled softly. Hee hee. Hee hee. Minami. He pulled his hand away. Then, standing up, he stored away the groceries he had bought. Anyway, it was time to start cooking. Ah. Hitori Gota jerked awake, shooting upright as if from a nightmare. At the same time, a gentle voice greeted her, finally awake. Bocce-chan? Ah. Nodoka-chan. Still dazed, she instinctively lowered her head, mumbling a sleepy greeting. Are you okay? Nodoka leaned in, worried. I'm fine. Hitori opened her mouth, stammering out a reply. That's good. Nodoka sighed in relief, before explaining, Minami brought you here. He found you unconscious in the kitchen. Honestly, I was really worried something had happened to you. And Minami-senpai? At the mention of that name, Hitori's face froze completely. Her expression, which had just settled into calmness, immediately crumbled into chaos. Because she remembered. She remembered what she had done. For some reason, after reading Minami's novel, she had been overcome by an intense, overwhelming emotion. She had felt it, had desperate, aching longing. She wanted it. She wanted a love like in the novel, a love so deep, so passionate, that it would last until death itself. That feeling, that craving had completely consumed her. Especially when she imagined what if she lost the person she loved, just like the protagonist of the story? A powerful dread. A fear beyond reason. A hunger for love, all of it crashed into her at once. And in that storm of emotions she had attacked Minami-senpai? Hitori's entire body locked up. Her expression, frozen in horror. Ah. For several long seconds, she couldn't even form words. Then she slammed her forehead against the desk. Thud. 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 Hitori? Nodoka yelped, staring in shock. But Hitori didn't hear her anymore. She had already plunged into the depths of her own inner torment. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. WHO was the insane person that ambushed Minami-senpai in the kitchen? Was it? Was it really me? No. No way. I'm just a pathetic, socially anxious nobody. Someone like me actually attacked Minami-senpai? And I even stuck my tongue in? What the hell did I just do? Question mark. She clutched her head, her entire face twitching in sheer existential crisis. Hitori? Nodoka shouted again, panicking. Because this was the first time she had ever seen someone's expression change so drastically. Are you okay? No, I'm fine. You do not look fine. Nodoka frowned, watching Hitori's face twist and contort like a computer malfunctioning. She opened her mouth to say more, but before she could, Hitori's entire body suddenly froze. Her muscles locked up, before she started twitching uncontrollably. At the same time, Nodoka could faintly hear her muttering, "Ah. I can die happy now." And no, it wasn't like that, Minami-senpai. I swear, I didn't mean to. The universe is truly vast. Black holes are just. Smoking is bad for your health, right? Watching Hitori go to cry 1 second, laugh the next, then suddenly stare into the distance like she was contemplating the meaning of life and the cosmos, Nodoka Ijichi finally started to panic. What's going on? What the hell happened? Why does it feel like Hitori's condition is even worse than her sister's and Pasan's? When Ijichi Sika and Pasan had finally sobered up at first, they had been deeply regretful, even wondering why the hell they had suddenly clung onto Minami like that. But after the regret came the blushing. Minami wasn't a bad guy. For their first ever confession to a man, it wasn't exactly a loss. In short, a mess of emotions, a storm of tangled thoughts. But Hitori's situation? She was mumbling existential nonsense. To be honest, Nodoka had never seen anything like this before. She started to freak out. Just as she was about to speak, clack. A door opened. Nodoka's head snapped up, her eyes landing on the person entering like a drowning man spotting land. Minami-san. Quick, over here. Hitori's SH's not okay. The black-haired young man stepping into the room was none other than Minami. He had just gone out to take out the trash. Hitori? What happened? As he pushed the door open, he walked over, his tone calm, almost casual. Hitori. Nodoka blinked. Why did Minami sound so familiar when saying her name? But now wasn't the time to focus on that. She quickly grabbed him, pointing at Hitori, who was still mumbling to herself, "Does life have meaning? Perhaps. It does." Nodoka gaped at her, before turning back to Minami, urgently, "She's completely withdrawn into her own world again. And this time it's way worse than usual." "I see." What do you mean, I see? You can't just I see your way through this." Compared to Minami's calm indifference, Nodoka was 100 times more anxious. She knew Hitori. When she zoned out like this, it could take ages before she came back to reality. And this time? This time was the worst she'd ever seen. Minami, however, simply said, "Relax. Let me try something." "Try something?" Nodoka frowned, glancing at him suspiciously. "Minami-san, what exactly are you planning to do?" Minami hummed thoughtfully, then, without hesitation he reached out, and lightly patted Hitori's cheek. "Come back, Hitori." "Huh?" Nodoka stared. Did he seriously just slap her face a little? Her eye twitched. She wanted to tell him, "I've tried that a million times already." When Hitori got lost in her own world, not even a meteor impact could snap her out of it. But then in front of Nodoka Ijichi's utterly stunned expression, Hitori Gota, who had just heard Minami's voice, actually, at that very moment snapped back to reality. What? Watching this unfold, Nodoka was completely speechless. She never would have thought that Minami could actually pull Hitori back from her mental spiral, with just a simple call. Nodoka couldn't understand it. Just like how she couldn't understand why Hitori had even spiraled in the first place. But then something happened that confused her even more. Because the moment Hitori looked up and saw Minami, she suddenly pressed her forehead against the back of her hand, and fell into a full prostrating bow. A full prostration, then, loudly and desperately, she cried out, I'm so sorry. I may be nothing more than a pitiful, rare creature, akin to a wild suching oko, but I'm willing to do anything. Please don't hold what happened just now against me. Tell me to do anything, and I'll do it. Just please, forgive me." What the hell am I looking at? Nodoka couldn't even think properly anymore. Yes. She officially had no idea what was going on anymore. And also why it's suching oko, of all things? She really couldn't understand. Atsuching oko was a mythical snake-like creature from Japanese folklore. There had been countless reported sightings over the years, but never any captured evidence of its existence. so people often used it to describe something incredibly rare. But in this context, what the hell does it even mean? At this point Nijika's thoughts were completely derailed. Her brain had started spiraling into absurdity. Compared to her, Hitori, who still hadn't received a response from Minami, was getting increasingly anxious. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at his face. Even in this situation she still couldn't help but think. He really is ridiculously good looking. Chapter 115, Your Lies skill has slightly improved. Hitori Gotal lifted her head. The fluorescent lights overhead were blindingly bright. But even more dazzling than the harsh white glow, were Minami's eyes, so pure, so clear, that she couldn't look away. Under his gaze, Hitori's heart was flooded with self-doubt and overwhelming guilt. She had nowhere to hide. Anything? The black-haired young man finally spoke, his tone tinged with amusement. And at that very moment Hitori felt like she couldn't even breathe. Because just a moment ago she had done something unforgivable. She had kissed Minami. Not just a light peck, she had thrown her arms around him and stolen his lips. And she, of all people, lay gloomy, hunched over, unattractive. Nobody had dared to do such a thing. Minami, on the other hand, was popular, admired, desired. A guy with countless girls chasing after him. Someone completely out of her league. There's no way he isn't disgusted. The more Hitori thought about it, the more her heart sank. Her shoulders drooped, her head lowered. Yeah. What does it even matter? Even if she had kissed him it wouldn't change anything. If anything it probably just made him hate her. Hate. Then what comes after that? He'll probably cut ties with me. After all, who wouldn't if they were kissed by someone they didn't even like? The more she thought about it, the more hopeless it felt. She could already feel her eyes welling up. And then smack. Ow! A sudden sharp pain jolted Hitori out of her spiral. She instinctively clutched her head. Minami-senpai. She winced, looking up at the boy who had just karate-chopped her head. You looked like you were about to overthink yourself into oblivion. Minami sighed, retracting his hand. I couldn't help it. Sorry. I wasn't overthinking. Hitori muttered in a small voice. She couldn't let him think she was some weird girl who got lost in her own head all the time. Really? Minami glanced at her sideways, his gaze sharp, as if he could see right through her. I thought for sure you were just imagining that I was about to cut ties with you. Hitori's mouth fell open. What? Is he a mind reader? Hitori stared at him, dumbfounded. How did he know? I'm not a psychic. Minami chuckled, shaking his head. And don't worry. I already understand why that happened, so I'm not really upset about it. He said it so casually. So naturally. Like it was nothing. And the more nonchalant he was, the more flustered Hitori became. I mean, he really isn't mad. He really doesn't hate me? That means this is a victory? Hitori relaxed. A wave of relief washed over her. But then a voice cut in. Wait, what do you mean by what happened earlier? Minami-san, what exactly happened between you and Bachi-chan? Nijika Ijichi squinted, her curiosity piqued as she glanced back and forth between the two. And in that instant Hitori froze. Oh no. She got asked. She really got asked. What do I say? Do I make something up? But making something up on the spot. That's way too hard for a socially anxious person like me. We were in the kitchen earlier, and, I did something with Minami-senpai, and Hitori squeezed her eyes shut and blurted out something completely nonsensical. And in the end, it's nothing. She had no idea what she just said. Her brain and mouth had completely different thoughts. She wanted to die. She wanted to melt into the floor and never exist again. You idiot, Hitori. That's not covering it up. That's just making it sound even more suspicious. And sure enough, through the strands of her bangs, she could see Nijika's expression darken. Her eyes narrowed in even deeper confusion. I'm screwed. Her heart sank. She could already see it. Nijika was going to keep pressing. She was going to dig. She was doomed. But then a voice cut through the tension. Yeah, we talked about something. But for Hitori, it's probably a bit embarrassing to say out loud. Minami spoke up, smiling. And just like that Nijika's attention shifted to him. Oh? Is that so? She tilted her head. Actually, she's been struggling a bit with her studies. So she asked if I could tutor her. Oh. So that's what it was? Nijika's expression cleared up. It all made sense now. Not everyone was comfortable admitting they had trouble in school. And for someone with social anxiety like Hitori, just bringing it up must have taken so much courage. She nodded in understanding. But then why yes. That's right. We were just talking about tutoring. And definitely not about anything weird, Nijika. And nothing weird at all. MMPH. Hitori clamped her own hands over her mouth. Nijika. Minami. Minami, who had just barely salvaged the situation, turned to look at her in absolute disbelief. Hitori-san. Please. I'm begging you. Just. Stop. Talking. Seriously. Please. With Nijika Ijichi now eyeing him suspiciously again, Minami had no choice but to speak up once more. Actually, Hitori and I were also discussing the idea of including Yamada-san in our study sessions. Since, well, Yamada-san's grades aren't exactly stellar, right? Oh. Is that so? Should he say that Nijika was easily distracted? Because the moment Minami mentioned Yamada-ryo, her focus completely shifted. And sure enough, Nijika nodded, lost in thought. Yamada-ryo's grades really were abysmal. Her brain was like a single-core processor, all of her mental capacity poured solely into playing bass. Her academic scores were consistently near the bottom of the class. And every time a big exam approached, she would cram at the last minute. But the moment she started focusing on studying, she would somehow forget how to play bass. It was a constant struggle. So, upon hearing that Minami was willing to tutor Ryo, Nijika couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. After all, the Shuka High School final exams were coming up. But still, if Yamada-san truly wanted tutoring, wouldn't she be better off paying for an expensive prep school? Minami chuckled, speaking naturally. Honestly, I don't think she really needs me. Tutoring Yamada-ryo. That was a complete joke. This was just an excuse to help Hitori cover up her awkwardness. He had already suffered enough trying to get her to upgrade from a single-core processor in the simulation. And besides, from a practical standpoint, private tutors were professionals. They'd definitely be better than him at teaching. After all, Minami was a genius at learning. But in terms of teaching, he was still a complete novice. So, logically, Yamada-ryo should be reaching out to professional tutors. Not him. Your lies skill has slightly increased. Current level, level 3, hiss. What? Minami glanced at the simulation interface. Was it seriously labeling that as a lie? Come on, he was just coming up with a reasonable excuse to smooth things over. He was an honest guy. There was no way he was lying. Minami sighed and decided to just ignore the system notification. But then Minami, will you tutor me? A cool, indifferent voice. Huh? Minami blinked. He turned his head, only to realize something. At some point Yamada-ryo and Kita Ikuyo had arrived behind them. Ryo's amber-colored, glassy eyes stared straight at him. She spoke again. Minami, will you tutor me? Minami cleared his throat. Well. I mean, it was just an idea. He forced a smile, his voice full of sincerity. But honestly, considering your family's financial situation, I think you'd benefit more from a high-end prep school. It would be better for you. No. Ryo shook her head. I don't want to go to a prep school. Minami, tutor me. Minami felt a sharp sting in his chest. Ryo was approaching. Her expression was blank, but she was completely unwavering. She was like a fortress. Unaffected by logic or reasoning. Now he understood. This was the consequence of lying. But Minami wasn't giving up yet. If he accepted this job, it was going to be actual hell. So if you really want me to tutor you, then I'll have to charge a tutoring fee. It's only fair, right? After all, it's cutting into my own study time. I can't just be working for free. As soon as he finished speaking, Minami felt completely confident. Because the Yamada-ryo he knew was the greediest person in the world. Trying to pry money out of her hands was next to impossible. This was his win. She was definitely going to reject it. I'll pay. How much? Minami. Completely. Shut. Down. What? Are you serious? Yamada-san? Ryo. Are you actually serious right now? Minami stared in disbelief as Ryo casually pulled out her wallet. Her expression remained cool and unbothered. She wasn't joking. Minami froze. His lips parted slightly, struggling to form words. But before he could, I'll pay too. Minami-senpai. How much? A soft voice interrupted. Minami's face twisted in agony. No. No, Hitori-san. Please. Just stop talking. Minami had literally said that just to cover for her. And yet she had to go and say that? She was making it worse. Hitori-san, I am begging you. Please stop ruining my life. A single Ryo was already exhausting enough. Add one more Bachi, who was born with zero talent for studying. Minami felt a chill run down his spine. He could already see his future drowning in endless torment. His lips parted, just about to speak then, eh? Minami-senpai is going to tutor Yamada-senpai? With a dazzling aura bright enough to blind, Kita Ikuyo burst into the conversation. Her golden red eyes sparkled as she looked at Minami with excitement. My grades aren't great either. Minami-senpai, If it's okay, could you tutor me too? Of course, I'll pay as well. Minami. Absolutely. Speechless. What kind of nightmare scenario was this? Kita-san. Why are you joining in? Minami could already feel a headache creeping up. He glanced at Kita again. And in that instant he understood everything. This woman never cared about tutoring. She only wanted an excuse to spend more time with Ryo after practice. Good lord. She even used tutoring as an excuse for that? Minami's headache worsened. And before he could even recover, another voice joined in. If everyone else is doing tutoring. Can I join too? I don't mind paying up front, either. Minami. Completely. Shut down. Bocchi, Ryo, Kita, they all had their own excuses. But why Najeka? Minami turned to her, utterly baffled. Sensing his gaze, Najeka smiled awkwardly. She rubbed the back of her head, letting out a nervous hee-hee before mumbling, it's just. If everyone else is doing it. And I'm the only one left out. It'd feel kinda lonely, you know? Ah. Minami suddenly remembered. In his previous life, he had seen something similar in Bocchi the Rock. The Kasoka Band girls once visited a music store, but there were no drum kits there. Feeling left out, Najeka suddenly wanted to try playing the guitar too. That scene had already perfectly captured her fear of being left out. Now it all made sense. But this whole Kasoka Band group tutoring scenario? Minami was getting serious déjà vu. He had seen this before. In the simulation. In Bocchi's happiest ending. There was a choice to tutor all 4 band members. And when he chose that option, the end result, all of Kasoka Band fell for him. Minami's face stiffened. Every single one of them. Falling for him? That's too much. No, seriously. That's way too much. But if he refused? Minami glanced at the 4 girls before him. All of them gazing at him expectantly. The atmosphere was suffocating. It already felt like rejecting them wasn't even an option. Just as Minami was trapped in a dilemma. If it's really too much for you, Minami-san, then don't worry about it. Please don't force yourself. That one line. Coming from Najeka, who had always been thoughtful of him. But instead of relief, Minami suddenly felt completely cornered. Do you not realize that makes it even harder to refuse? Minami let out a silent scream of frustration in his heart. Yes. Refusing now would only make it seem like he had been forcing himself the whole time. That would just make the atmosphere even more awkward. And more importantly, Minami let out a long, heavy sigh. That one single sentence from Shimoka Tazawa's guardian angel had hit him right in his weak spot. He had always been someone who gave in to kindness. Harshness never worked on him. Fine, fine. Under the various excited gazes of the 4 girls, Minami gave in. We'll do the tutoring. He swore. From now on he would never tell another lie again. Better believe it. Chapter 116, Minami. Simply breathtaking. Tutoring the 4 members of Kasoka Band. Though Minami had half-heartedly agreed under pressure, it wasn't something he couldn't handle. However, Minami's gaze slowly shifted away from the report cards in his hands. His eyes swept past Najeka and Kita, landing on Ryo and Bocchi instead. Then, he couldn't help but ask, you two. Are you really okay with this? No problem. Before Bocchi could even answer, Ryo had already raised her thumb with an expressionless face. What the hell do you mean no problem? How do you even have the nerve to say that? Seeing Ryo give such a confident thumbs up, Minami felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had already seen through the simulation that both Bocchi and Ryo's grades were atrocious. But that was only in the simulation. Minami had still held on to a sliver of hope, thinking maybe, just maybe, their grades weren't as bad as expected. But after one glance at their report cards, Minami immediately realized. These scores could probably cure low blood pressure. I won't even comment on Bocchi for now. But Ryo, do you even realize you're a senior? 1 more semester, and you're graduating. Are you seriously spending all your brain power on the pass? Minami tapped on her completely empty test paper, his voice filled with frustration. He looked at Ryo, and for the first time ever he saw a faint blush spread across her usually cold, emotionless face. Minami felt a bit relieved. Even someone like Ryo, who was always independent and carefree, could still feel shame. Then, just as Minami thought she was finally reflecting on herself, Ryo, her face still flushed, awkwardly muttered, "Don't praise me so much, Minami. I'm really not that amazing." Minami.X has stopped working. Excuse me? Miss Ryo? Miss Yamada? Exactly which part of my words, which syllable, which phrase made you think I was praising you? The thick-skinned bassist had left Minami utterly speechless. He turned his gaze toward Najeka and Kita, his expression filled with disbelief. His eyes were practically screaming, how the hell are you two in a band with someone like this? Najeka. Kita. The only 2 sane members of Kasoka Band. Hung their heads in shame. Meanwhile, Bocce, who had been secretly watching Minami's reaction, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Ryo-san is here. As long as Ryo was taking all the heat, her own terrible grades wouldn't seem as bad. And you, Bocce? Minami suddenly turned to her. Are you seriously just relying on Ryo to take the fall for you? No. Bocce frantically shook her head in denial. Minami let out a deep sigh. You know, Bocce. Between you and Ryo you're actually the sadder case. As he spoke, Minami pulled out Bocce's test paper for everyone to see. Nodoka, Kita, and even Ryo peeked over with curiosity. On the test Bocce's answers were full of eraser marks, scribbles, and corrections. It was obvious she had tried her hardest. But even so you put in all this effort, and your score is still this low. Minami rubbed his temples. If Ryo is the sleeping dragon of Kesokuban, then Bocce is definitely the crouching phoenix. And now he was responsible for tutoring both of them. He was doomed. Just thinking about it. Minami could already feel his chest tightening from the sheer stress. Among this mess, there were only two people who gave him some relief: Kita and Nodoka. Their grades were decent. If they kept studying properly, getting into college wouldn't be an issue. Wait. Speaking of college, Minami shifted his gaze towards Starry's bar counter, where Sayaka was casually playing on her phone. He remembered very clearly in the simulation, Nodoka's older sister Ijichi Sayaka was a full-fledged university student. Maybe he could ask her for help to lighten his tutoring workload. Oh. Don't look at me for that. Seeing Minami's expectant gaze, Sayaka sipped her strawberry milk without a care in the world. College? If you don't care about which one, you can get in easily. I was completely clueless about studying, and I still made it. Minami. Sayaka-san. I once thought you were a reliable adult. Minami immediately turned his gaze away. Instead, he looked at Pa-san, his final hope. I dropped out of high school to work full-time. Hee. With elegant confidence, Pa-san proudly introduced herself. Her small hands peeked out from the extra-long sleeves of her cute outfit. Her education level? Middle school. Hiss. Wait. Are all the adults as starry like this? Minami then glanced at Kaikuri, who had finally sobered up. This time he didn't even need to ask. Because he already knew. Kaikuri was Sayaka's junior. And if she was Sayaka's junior, that basically meant MMM. Nope. Not happening. Minami silently nodded, quickly shifting his gaze away like he was avoiding eye contact with a pig at a slaughterhouse. Oi? What do you mean nope? Say it clearly, Minami-kun. Sensing that she had somehow been insulted, Kaikuri protested loudly. So it's not just Kesokuban that has two academic disasters. Even the adult group is unreliable. Minami let out a deep sigh. Ryo, Bocce, Sayaka, Pa-san, Kaikuri, if you put these five together, they probably couldn't even solve a single math problem. After looking around the room, Minami accepted his fate in the end. He'd have to do it himself. Honestly. He really didn't want to deal with this kind of troublesome situation. He was already busy enough as it is. Where would he find the time and energy to tutor both Bocce and Ryo? But then Minami thought about the simulations Bocce. Then, he thought about the simulations Ryo. Even though he didn't want to, he still nodded and said, alright. We'll start tomorrow. When I get home, I'll analyze your weaknesses and figure out a study plan. Sigh. He just couldn't leave them alone. Minami glanced at Bocce and Ryo. And in his heart, he sighed, these two women are really lucky. They must have saved the world in their past lives. Otherwise, how could they be blessed with someone as kind, talented, and perfect as him? Your trait, narcissism, has slightly increased. Current level, level 3, Minami. This damn system. He refused to look at the notification any further. For now, tutoring could wait. That was a long-term project. It would take time to plan. But more importantly, I should probably finish writing The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Field soon. Minami took out his unfinished manuscript once again. Yes. The most urgent task on Minami's list was finishing The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Field so that it could be published in Shukuhai's literary journal. Only 1,000 to 2,000 words left. At his usual writing speed, he could probably finish it in just over an hour. Minami wasn't the type to delay an almost finished task until the next day. As he pulled out his manuscript, "Oh? Are you finishing the novel?" The first to react was Kaikuri, her voice filled with curiosity but also with a strong desire to see how the story would end. Yes. Even though it had just caused a massive commotion, even though she had embarrassed herself completely, Kaikuri still wanted to keep reading. Why? Because the novel Minami wrote, it's just way too good. Kaikuri didn't hesitate to praise it. Her deep violet eyes burned with anticipation as she gazed at the manuscript in Minami's hands. The beautifully vivid and aesthetic storytelling, the simple yet deeply emotional writing style, it immersed her in the bittersweet sorrow of the story, yet at the same time, it made her desperate to see how it ended. It was like watching a masterpiece anime or an unforgettable film only to be abruptly told that it wasn't finished yet. That kind of crushing frustration. That agonizing desire to see what happens next. It was torture. In fact, not just Kaikuri. Even Pasan and Siaka, who sat beside her, looked tempted. They weren't as shameless as Kaikuri, though. After all, they had already embarrassed themselves enough earlier. I wonder what kind of ending you'll write, Minami-kun? Kaikuri let out a small hiccup from the alcohol. Still grinning, she leaned in with curiosity. I've already decided on the ending. But no spoilers. If you want to see it, Kaikuri-san, you can read it later. Minami subtly took a step back. The smell of alcohol was way too strong on this woman. Eh? Why so distant? Just call me Kaikuri-ne. She giggled, still half-dazed from the drinks. Minami honestly wasn't sure if she was completely sober yet. But at least she wasn't trying to cling onto him anymore. Minami let out a small sigh of relief, then picked up his mechanical pencil. He already had the entire ending planned out in his head. Unlike the simulation, he would be rewriting the conclusion to make it more complete. After all, in the simulation, his younger self had only been level 4 in writing. And back then he hadn't taken this manuscript seriously, so the ending was a mess. This time Minami would perfect it. He lowered his gaze, his eyes scanning over the final scene he had written. The protagonist, standing alone in the azalea field calling out for Kamiko, only to realize that she was gone forever. Now, all that was left was the ending. A return to reality. The protagonist snaps out of his illusions and returns to the cold, lonely city. Nothing remains. Nothing has changed. He is alone once again. One day while on a business trip, he takes the train once more. And passes by the azalea fields again. Staring at the blooming flowers from the train window, he murmurs to himself, perhaps. For the rest of my life, I will continue to long for the girl hidden in the azalea sea. That was the ending. Minami mapped it out in his mind. Then he began to write. His writing speed wasn't particularly fast. But his pen strokes were steady and smooth. Even just watching him write Siaka, Kaikuri, and Pasan felt an odd sense of elegance. It was a rare sight. And indeed, with writing, romance, level 4, Minami's writing skill was already top tier by industry standards. Just by picking up the pen, a flood of ideas and sentences filled his mind. Which words would best convey the scene? Which phrasing would create the most emotional impact? To Minami, it was as clear as the lines on his palm. But because of that, his writing pace slowed down. He had to perfect every sentence. About an hour later he finally wrote the last line. Minami let out a deep breath. Then he neatly placed the final pages onto his manuscript stack. And with that, the girl hidden within the azalea fields was complete. Ding, you have written a 4.3-star novel, skillfully crafted with a beautifully melancholic romance. Your trait, writing, romance, has slightly increased. Current level, level 4, 4.3 stars? That meant the final version was probably quite solid. Minami nodded in satisfaction, then set his pencil down. Did you finish? Just as he placed his pen down, Kaikuri, who had been hugging her wooden sandals, suddenly perked up. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah. Yeah, it's done. Minami glanced at her. Then he looked at her bare legs. The shape was quite nice. But wasn't she cold? Autumn was already starting. The temperatures were only going to drop further. Can I read it? Kaikuri's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Go ahead. Minami handed her the manuscript without hesitation. He was curious to hear the reader's thoughts. But at the same time he remained on guard. Just in case this woman lost her mind again after reading it. Minami's staring was undoubtedly rude. But Kaikuri didn't mind at all. She simply took the manuscript eagerly, her face brimming with excitement as she started reading. Then she slowly put the pages down. Her expression distant. And she murmured, "It's so beautiful." Yes. It was truly beautiful. That feeling of irreparable loss, that bittersweet yearning for something forever out of reach, it was simply breathtaking. Chapter 117, No Need to Hold Back. Hattori, what creates the most breathtaking beauty? Not the fireworks that light up the sky. Not the stars scattered across the heavens. The purest beauty comes from human imagination. Words seemingly plain and unremarkable have the power to expand the mind and pull people into a world of poetic beauty. Imagination is the most exquisite canvas. And now, after finishing The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields, Kaikuri finally understood what that meant. The passionate, yet melancholic Kamiko. The hopelessly oblivious protagonist. Their meeting, their bond, their fleeting moments together, all of it was wrapped in a delicate, breathtaking beauty. Even in the final moments where the protagonist, lost in hallucination, sees Kamiko once again and speaks to her. "Why are you here?" "Hidden in the azalea sea," she smiles radiantly, just like she always had. "I came to see you." Unable to express himself fully, he can only whisper those simple words to the one he loves. It was just an illusion, a conversation that only existed in his deluded heart. Yet it was still so beautiful. The words and phrasing were simple and unembellished. Yet, it was precisely this stark simplicity that tugged at Kakuri's heart in a way she couldn't ignore. No grand, elaborate reasons. Just a simple longing to see someone, and so, they appear at that place. Perhaps, it was this kind of pure simplicity that stirred something deep inside her. Letting out a long exhale, Kakuri set down the manuscript. No excessive sighs, no dramatic displays of emotion. As a musician, she had always possessed a sensitive heart. So, she simply spoke calm and fulfilled, "It's beautiful." And that was all. Minami had been watching her closely, worried she'd lose herself in emotion again after reading his story. But hearing those words, he finally relaxed a little. It seemed that this time, the effects of late-stage Minami's pure and simple romantic writing technique had worn off on Kakuri. Most likely because she had already been afflicted once before, so the impact wasn't as strong this time. "It really is beautiful." Sayaka spoke next, having just finished reading the entire story herself. She wasn't usually one for literary novels. But this one, it was different. Compared to those once-in-a-millennium literary geniuses or award-winning young novelists, Minami's story resonated more deeply. It wasn't about fancy prose or sophisticated writing techniques. It was something else entirely. Just simple, unadorned words, and yet, they have this way of truly making you feel something. Like you're being pulled into the story. Struggling to find the right words, Sayaka offered her most straightforward review. "Yeah. I feel the same way as the manager. There were some parts I didn't completely get, but honestly, I don't think I needed to." Pa chimed in with a light chuckle. "It's not like those highbrow novels that are impossible to understand. This one had a kind of pure, simple beauty that just felt right." She paused for a moment, then added with a grin, "At the end of the day, a story that moves people is a good story, right? Of course, I still think it would have been better if Kamiko had reappeared at the end, and she and the protagonist had ended up together. I mean, come on, it really had that whole first love kind of romance going on." Kakuri hiccuped from the alcohol, even though she had never even been in love before. "Yeah, I totally get that." Sayaka and Pa both nodded in agreement. Clearly, Kakuri's summary had struck a chord with them. Minami, on the other hand. Just what exactly were these three saying? They couldn't even solve a basic math problem, and now they were analyzing his novel like literary critics. He hadn't even asked for their opinions yet. But fine. Judging by their reactions, there shouldn't be any major issues with the story. Watching the three of them chat excitedly, Minami felt a bit more at ease. But considering their limited intellectual capacity, he decided to get a second opinion. Turning to Bocchi, he asked, "Hattori, do you want to read the ending?" No, no need." Bocchi flinched, her face instantly turning red. "Read it? Again? Not a chance." She wasn't as shameless as the adults here. Just thinking about what happened last time. Her face burned even hotter. She read it once. And ended up kissing him. If she read it a second time, wouldn't she end up waiting outside his school to ambush him? No. That's way too fast. Absolutely not. Her refusal was firm. Minami respected her decision. Given previous events, he understood completely. Just as he was about to put the manuscript away, a lazy, elegant voice spoke up, "Can I take a look, Minami?" Minami turned and found himself meeting the cool, indifferent gaze of Yamada Ryo. No. Minami refused immediately. He was willing to let Bocchi read the ending, because she had already been affected once. By now, the effects of late-stage Minami's pure and simple romantic writing technique shouldn't be as extreme on her. But Ryo was different. She had just arrived, which meant that the skill was still fully effective on her. Even Bocchi, a shy, timid, anxiety-ridden wreck, had gathered enough courage to kiss him after reading it. If Ryo, a woman who was already completely unrestrained by nature, got her hands on this novel, Minami didn't even want to imagine what could happen. So, he cut her off immediately. No chances given. Why not? Ryo tilted her head cutely, her face as unreadable as ever. Because I don't want to. Minami answered casually. Minami, I'm gonna get mad. Sure. No, really. I'm actually mad, Minami. Watching how half-heartedly dismissive he was being, Ryo, despite feeling zero romantic emotions toward him, felt mildly annoyed. She turned her head to the side, and in the flattest, most monotonous voice, said, "Starting now, I won't talk to you anymore." Minami raised an eyebrow. Oh? Yeah. Ryo nodded, still expressionless. Didn't you just say you weren't going to talk to me anymore, Ryo? Minami blinked. This is your punishment. I won't talk to you for 1 full minute. Minami exhaled sharply. Of course. Of course it had to be you, Ryo. Watching her sit there, one half-lit amber eye obscured by her bangs, Minami felt a strange mix of exhaustion and amusement. This woman. You can't hit her. You can't scold her. And her skin is somehow thicker than yours. Completely impossible to deal with. Fine. Let her do whatever she wants. Either way, she wasn't reading the novel. Not today. At the same time, Minami also refused Kita and Nijika's requests to read it. They had arrived later, just like Ryo. Which meant the skill could still affect them. Better to be safe than sorry. Glancing at the time, Minami stood up and stretched. Alright, that's it for the novel. Now, about the tutoring, I'll analyze everyone's weak subjects later, and then I'll come up with a study plan. Grabbing his bag, he continued, for now, we're done here. I'm heading home. Yes. That was it for today. For Minami this was the natural end of the night. But for one certain person in the room it was anything but over. Bocce watched nervously as Minami began packing up to leave. Even though he had already told her that he didn't mind what happened earlier that was in front of Nijika. And besides, she still had a lot of things that she wanted to say to him. Swallowing hard. Clenching her fists. Breathing a little too fast. Heart pounding. A wave of social anxiety crashed over her, but still, she forced her mouth open and spoke. Minami-senpai. Minami paused and turned back. His pure, clear eyes met hers. Faced with that gaze, Bocce felt her heartbeat spike even faster. But I've improved. She took a deep breath. She gathered her courage. And then that. No need to be so formal, Hitori. Bocce blurted out the first half of her sentence and mumbled the rest quietly. I have something I want to talk about. Can we walk home together? I need to go to the station anyway. It wasn't a lack of punctuation. That was exactly how fast and mumbled she had said it. Like someone who had rehearsed it 1,000 times in their head and was barely able to force it out. Minami froze. A long silence stretched between them. 30 seconds at least. Then sorry, Hitori. Can you say that again? You spoke so fast, I didn't catch it. His tone was gentle, genuinely apologetic. He really hadn't heard her clearly. He was busy packing up, and her voice had been so quiet and rushed that it was hard to make out. Bocce's entire expression twitched. Of course. It was her fault. She spoke too fast. She rushed too much. And her voice was too low. Of course he wouldn't have heard. Hey. Her mind spiraled into chaos. Her expressions flickered wildly. She was about to mentally collapse again. Her thoughts were filling with static. I probably left a terrible impression. Talking too fast like that is annoying, right? Maybe he's getting tired of me? And then? Execution? Her face twitched again. But Hitori, don't rush. Just take your time and say it again. A calm, steady voice. It reached her ears like a lifeline. Bocce snapped back to reality. She looked up instinctively. And there he was. Minami standing right in front of her. And the expression she had feared the most, annoyance. Impatience. Disgust. None of it was there. His eyes, those clear, unwavering eyes, were as warm and steady as ever. It was always like this. No matter how much she panicked, no matter how much she made a mess of things, Minami never once looked at her with frustration or negativity. His serene presence. Calm, unshaken, patient, it miraculously steadied her heart. Deep breath. Clench fists. Summon courage. She tried again. That. Can I walk with you to the station, Minami-senpai? I have something I want to talk about. This time she tilted her head up slightly. Her deep blue eyes, normally hidden beneath her bangs, looked straight into his. Her voice was clear. All right. Let's go. Hitori, grab your stuff too. Minami nodded and smiled. Bocce responded loudly and firmly. For the first time in her life she felt the thrill of inviting someone out. And having them happily accept. She nodded quickly. And turned to pack up her things. It wasn't much. Her guitar, her school bag, everything was already ready to go. Only Minami needed a bit more time to reorganize his novel manuscript that had been messed up earlier. Leaving Starry Studio, the cool Tokyo night breeze swept over them, bringing with it the distinct scent of the city. And also the subtle scent of Minami himself. It wasn't sweet or fragrant. It was the faint aroma of spices and pizza. Which made sense. Tonight, Minami had cooked a simple Italian-style pizza at Starry. He walked with a straight, confident stride. And the neon lights of Tokyo reflected off his back, making the world around them feel strangely dreamlike. Bocce didn't do well in these environments. The bustling city. The chaotic noise. It put her on edge. Made her feel restless. She shifted uncomfortably. Then looked forward. And there Minami had paused. Slightly crouching, looking through the window of a small street food stall. Inside, freshly fried pork cutlets sizzled. It seemed like he was thinking about whether to cook it next time. Seeing him there, Bocce's uneasy heart settled. She quietly followed behind him, matching her steps to his pace. After about 100 meters of silent walking, Minami suddenly spoke up. "Hattori, what did you want to talk about?" That. Bocce's voice hitched. She was the one who asked for this, but now that it was time to actually say it, how could she possibly just casually say sorry for assaulting you? She froze. But before she could implode again, Minami chuckled knowingly. Like he had already figured it out. "You're still trying to apologize for earlier, aren't you?" Yeah. Bocce nodded hesitantly. Minami smiled. "Rather than apologizing, I'd rather hear you say thank you." "Huh? Thank you sounds a lot nicer than I'm sorry. Doesn't it?" It does." Bocce blinked blankly. And then she realized. This wasn't the first time. Minami always did this. Every time she was about to feel bad, he would gently steer the conversation away. Every time she felt embarrassed, he would casually reframe it. He was always accommodating her. Always looking out for her. She stared at him. Minami was currently peering into a bookstore window, glancing at the titles. Watching him, Bocce found herself thinking. Even when she couldn't talk properly, even when her topics were dull, even when her awkwardness ruined the mood, Minami never once acted like he didn't want to be there. He always listened. He always responded. She pressed a hand against her chest. Slowly she lifted her gaze. "Minami." He turned back. For a long time, she hesitated. Then, finally, with her face tilted slightly up, she softly said, "Thank you, Minami." Her voice was quiet. But her words were heavy. They meant everything. Minami's eyes widened slightly. Then, he gave her a gentle smile. "No need to be so formal." Hattori. Chapter 118, The Shuka School Journal. "Welcome to our school, Hiratsuka-sensei." Then I'll be in your care, Ishikawa-sensei." A man and a woman, both Japanese literature teachers, walked side by side, making their way toward the Shuka High School second-year faculty office. The male teacher, Kento Ishikawa, was a second-year Japanese language teacher at Shuka Private High School. The female teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, as indicated by their conversation, did not belong to Shuka High School. She was a Japanese literature teacher from Sobu High School in Chiba Prefecture. And the main reason for her visit to Shuka High School was... Well then, regarding the academic exchange program, Ishikawa-sensei, do these documents look good to you? With a polite tone, Shizuka Hiratsuka handed over a set of neatly prepared materials. Yes. The purpose of her visit was to exchange educational insights and learn from other prestigious institutions. After passing the documents to Kento Ishikawa, she curiously glanced around the hallway. She had long heard of Tokyo's Shuka High School. And now, seeing it firsthand, it truly lived up to its reputation. Even as she walked, students greeted them politely. There weren't clusters of students loitering and chatting aimlessly in the hallways. Inside the classrooms, some were quietly chatting, while others were already reviewing material for their next lesson. There was a tangible atmosphere of learning, but not the oppressive, suffocating kind. It was the kind of academic enthusiasm that students chose for themselves. Laughter and light-hearted conversation still echoed here and there, creating an unmistakable sense of youthfulness. This was vastly different from Sobu High School. The students there were a bit too lively. After class, they would crowd the hallways, sit on desks while chatting, or even bring in certain books that minors shouldn't have access to. That kind of environment did make her more relaxed. But at the same time, they were already second years, students on the path to college. It wasn't exactly reassuring. By contrast, Shuka High School felt well-balanced. Shizuka Hiratsuka broke the silence, striking up a casual conversation. "I've heard that Shuka High has a strong academic culture and places great emphasis on well-rounded student development. Now that I'm here, I can see that it's true." "You flatter us, Hiratsuka-sensei." Ishikawa responded humbly as he opened the faculty office door. "This is exactly the kind of atmosphere we strive to maintain. Please, come in." As he spoke, he glanced sideways at her, his expression subtly softened. Well, it couldn't be helped. Shizuka Hiratsuka had a striking presence. Mature physique. Elegant yet sharp features. Any man, married or not, would instinctively feel drawn to such a beauty. Even if just as an appreciation for aesthetic perfection. Leading her to a vacant seat, Ishikawa poured her a cup of tea before continuing. "Of course, Our second-year students wouldn't have such an impressive academic atmosphere without the influence of one exceptional student. An exceptional student? Hiratsuka accepted the tea, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she looked up, intrigued. A single student changing an entire grade's academic culture? She had never heard of such a thing before. Now, she was curious. At that moment, another female teacher seated across from them suddenly smiled and interjected, "Ishikawa-sensei, are you referring to Minami-kun from Class 2B? And you are?" Hiratsuka turned toward her, slightly puzzled. "I'm Miyagi, the English teacher for Class 2B. A pleasure to meet you, Hiratsuka-sensei." Clearly, she had already heard about the visiting teacher from Sobyu High. She extended her hand politely. Hiratsuka shook her hand in return. Only then did Miyagi turn back to Ishikawa, her smile widening slightly. "You were talking about Minami-kun, weren't you, Ishikawa-sensei?" "Indeed, I was." Ishikawa chuckled. Hiratsuka couldn't help but notice the moment Minami Shaoji's name was mentioned, both teachers smiled unconsciously. It was as if the very mention of this student carried some kind of magic. Minami-kun. What exactly makes him so special? She couldn't resist asking. Minami-kun, huh? He's an incredible student. How should I put it? Ishikawa thought for a moment, then said, "Remember how you just praised the academic atmosphere in our second-year classes? Well, Minami-kun deserves a lot of credit for that." "Really? A single student influencing an entire grade?" Hiratsuka was surprised. Minami-kun has been ranked first in the entire grade since he enrolled. He has never once lost that position. Many students have been trying their hardest to dethrone him. Just because he's ranked first? Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow. This reminded her of a certain untouchable genius at her own school, a girl who was also always ranked first. Yet, no one in Sobyu High idolized her like this. So why was Minami-kun being treated differently? She couldn't understand. If it were just his grades, then no, it wouldn't be enough to earn him this level of respect. But, Hiratsuka-sensei, you've actually heard of his name before. I have? Now she was even more surprised. She had never met Minami Shaoji. Never even heard much about Shuka High. So how wait? No. Could it be? Shizuka Hiratsuka's sharp features suddenly stiffened in surprise. A thought struck her like lightning. Her usually composed expression gave way to shock. Wait. Are you talking about Minami Shaoji, the top scorer in the last National Academic Aptitude Simulation exam? Bingo. Ishikawa Kinto nodded calmly. And just like that, Shizuka Hiratsuka fell completely silent. The top student of a single school. And the top student in a nationwide exam. The difference between the two was immeasurable. No wonder so many second-year students at Shuka High were aiming to surpass Minami Shaoji. That wasn't just the school's top spot at stake, he was literally the best in the country. Surpassing him meant outperforming 99.999% of students nationwide. In a way, dethroning Minami had become a symbol of personal and academic glory for Shuka High's second years. Of course, Ishikawa added, this also has a lot to do with Minami-kun's attitude toward his peers. At that moment, Miyagi, the English teacher, couldn't help but chuckle. Minami-kun treats almost all of his classmates with complete indifference. At Shuka High, Minami was either adored or despised. He was independent, kept to himself, and barely initiated conversations even with classmates. Even within his own homeroom, he spoke only when necessary. This aloof demeanor naturally earned him quite a few rivals. Plenty of students were hell-bent on knocking him off his pedestal. I see. Hiratsuka's initial shock faded slightly after hearing Amiya's explanation. So that's how it was. An academic prodigy. But socially distant. There was no such thing as a perfect person. Minami Shaoji. He was probably a lot like Yukino Shita Yukino from her own school. Brilliant. But isolated. Too distant from his peers. And lacking social skills. For any student, that was a critical flaw. But Hiratsuka-sensei, I think you might be misunderstanding something. Ishikawa's voice interrupted her train of thought. Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow. Minami-kun doesn't lack social skills, he just chooses not to interact with his peers. Ishikawa seemed genuinely impressed as he elaborated. If he wanted to, I have no doubt he'd have plenty of friends. He is incredibly sharp, observant, and more than capable of handling social interactions. He just sees it as a waste of time. He spread his hands in a helpless gesture. That's just my impression, of course. But trust me, if he actually wanted to, he'd be one of the most popular students in school. Is that so? Hiratsuka narrowed her eyes. Balancing top-tier academic performance and having perfect social skills? What kind of superhuman was this kid? A high-spec version of Yukino Shita? More importantly, wasn't this too much blind faith in a student? Sure, a teacher should have confidence in their students, but this was almost excessive. Ishikawa and Namiya seemed a little too convinced of Minami's perfection. There was no way a flawless student existed in the real world. Just as Hiratsuka was about to press further knock, a calm, composed voice drifted from the doorway. "Excuse me, Ishikawa-sensei. I'm here to submit my article for the Shuka High School Journal." "Minami-kun. We were just talking about you. Come in, come in." Ishikawa's entire demeanor brightened instantly. His voice was noticeably lighter, as if greeting a respected colleague rather than a student. A polite pardon the intrusion followed. And then for the first time, Shizuka Hiratsuka laid eyes on the nation's top student. A tall, lean young man stepped into the room. His skin was fair, almost unnaturally so. But unlike the pale, sickly complexion that comes from makeup, Minami Shoji's skin had a natural, healthy fairness to it. His short black hair was clearly not meticulously styled, somewhat messy but not unkempt due to its length, giving him an effortlessly neat appearance. And beneath that unkempt black hair was a strikingly handsome set of features, especially for a high school student. Just from one look at his face, Hiratsuka Shizuka immediately understood why Ishikawa had spoken so confidently earlier. If Minami-kun wanted, he would never have a shortage of friends. Because at least in one aspect, with a face like that, there was no way he'd be lacking female friends. Yet, what was even more captivating about him were his eyes. They lacked the cunning of an adult. And lacked the restless arrogance of youth. His were a pair of eyes that felt clean. Pure. A rare clarity. At the very least, compared to a certain dead fish-eyed high school boy she knew, these eyes were a million times better. This teacher is. Under Hiratsuka's gaze, Minami, who had clearly noticed her, turned his attention over with a curious look. "I'm Hiratsuka Shizuka, a second-year Japanese literature teacher at Sobu High School. I'm here for an academic exchange visit. Pleased to meet you, Minami-kun." Hiratsuka cleared her throat, quickly reining in her overly obvious scrutiny, and offered a polite smile, extending her hand. "Nice to meet you, Hiratsuka-sensei. I'm Minami Shoji, second year at Shuka High." Minami returned a small smile, shaking her hand with just the right amount of politeness, neither overly friendly, nor distant. A perfectly balanced social interaction. One so naturally smooth, that even Hiratsuka, a woman pushing 30, felt like this was someone easy to be around. Cough. "What are you even thinking, Hiratsuka Shizuka? He's just a student from another school, no less." She shoved away the unnecessary thoughts from her mind and cleared her throat. "Sensei, the Shuka School Journal is quite famous, right? It's an annual literary publication?" As an academic exchange representative, Hiratsuka had, of course, researched Shuka High's traditions beforehand. The Shuka School Journal was one of its most well-known publications. Yes. With Shuka Festival coming up in about a week and a half, preparations for the school journal are in full swing. Ishikawa Kinto took the manuscript Minami handed over. "Since you're here, Hiratsuka-sensei, why not take a look at Minami-kun's submission with us?" "Would that really be okay?" Hiratsuka hesitated slightly. After all, this was written by the national top scorer. This wasn't some angst high school rant about society, this was a manuscript filled with genuine weight. Unlike a certain dead fish-eyed student back at Subu High, who couldn't go 3 sentences without ranting about society's failings. This was likely worth reading. But still, Minami was standing right here. And she wasn't even a teacher from Shuka High. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? "It's fine. Minami-kun, do you mind?" Minami really wanted to nod. After all, even in his past life, he had heard of Aregaru. And he knew that Hiratsuka Shizuka, a woman in her late 20s obsessed with marriage, reading his novel. Yeah. That could have some consequences. But Ishikawa was his teacher. And out of respect for him, Minami could only sigh in resignation and shake his head. "I don't mind. In that case, I'll gladly take a look." Receiving the author's approval, Hiratsuka let out a small breath, her curiosity piqued as she took the manuscript from Ishikawa. The girl hidden within the azalea fields, she glanced at the title. A novel? The moment she saw that title, her earlier excitement was doused in cold water. Like getting a bucket of ice dumped over her head. Chapter 119, Did You Really Write This? A literary novel. A genre far beyond what a high schooler's life experience could ever handle properly. If this had been a fantasy, a light novel, something imaginative and fun, she might have been hopeful. But this a literary novel? Literary fiction was a genre that couldn't be done well without a deep and expansive personal life experience. If an author lacked real experiences to back up their writing, then the story would feel shallow, like words without weight, drifting like a rootless leaf on the water. Simply put, literary fiction is fundamentally about reflecting social phenomena and realities. Without life experience, it is impossible to write it well. In literary fiction, realism comes first. Only after that does artistic refinement matter. Yet here was Minami, a 17-year-old kid, a boy who probably had no idea how expensive gas, rice, oil, or salt could be. How could he possibly write a good novel? Even if a writer had enough experience and knowledge, if their writing skills were not solid, if their storytelling lacked depth, then they would still fail to produce a good literary work. This was the threshold of literary fiction. A far cry from light novels, which were meant for entertainment above all else. And honestly, this wasn't just about Minami. Hiratsuka Shizuka could say it with confidence: anyone lacking age and life experience would struggle to write meaningful literary fiction. Even those so-called once-in-a-millennium literary prodigies. Or the genius young novelist Harsan. Hiratsuka had bought their books before out of curiosity. And yet, after reading just the first page, she never felt the need to read a second. Because their works weren't about reflecting reality through storytelling. Instead, they were just flashy words, arranged into something resembling a novel and nothing more. At their core, there was no real literary substance. If anything, instead of forcing themselves to write unconvincing novels, these so-called literary prodigies would be better off writing essays. Because if nothing else, the ability to pile up pretentious, flowery sentences into a book was still a kind of talent. So when Hiratsuka saw that Minami's piece was a novel, her first reaction as a literature teacher was complete silence. She glanced at Minami. Then at Ishikawa Kendo. At that moment, she was already mentally preparing how to comfort Minami later, specifically, how to gently and politely suggest that he give up on novels and try writing essays instead. Because honestly, a high schooler writing literary fiction? It was a joke. But for now she'd at least take a look. The mature, 30-something teacher let out a sigh. Even if she knew it wouldn't be good, it was still something a student had worked hard on. Even when a certain dead fish-eyed student at her own school wrote angst rants about society, she still read them carefully before giving her opinion. Holding the manuscript in her hands, Hiratsuka's eyes fell on the title. The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields. Hiratsuka began reading. The one I love is gone. I will be alone forever. The opening lines. A monologue from the protagonist. And just from these first sentences, Hiratsuka was already surprised. There was no excessive flowery language. There was no pretentious poetic embellishment. Just calm, simple, straightforward words. At the very least, Hiratsuka let out a quiet sigh of relief. Minami might lack life experience, but at the very least, he understood the importance of literary technique. A story did not need elegant, flamboyant language to be compelling. Strong, simple prose and deep, resonant storytelling could move people's hearts just as much. However, even if she acknowledged Minami's restraint, that alone wasn't enough to convince her. A high schooler writing a novel? She still had doubts. So she didn't say anything yet. Instead, she kept reading. And as she read on, she suddenly realized something. She couldn't tear her eyes away. The protagonist's encounter with Kamiko moved her. His short-lived separation from Kamiko pained her. His return to loneliness after she was gone left her aching. And when he finally resolved to search for Kamiko, she felt genuine joy for the character. But in the final moments when the protagonist searched endlessly, yet never found the person he loved, a deep, suffocating sense of loneliness and despair quietly consumed her. She's already gone. I suppose I'll never find her again. The protagonist in the novel spoke these words. And even though Hiratsuka Shizuka was only a reader, standing outside of that fictional world, she could still feel it. The pain of love lost. The regret of something once within reach only to disappear forever. She reached the final page. She closed her eyes. A storm of emotion churned within her chest. But the heaviest, most crushing feeling of all was this: I'm nearly 30 years old. And I've never even dated anyone. A single tear slipped down from the corner of her eye. Setting down the manuscript, Hiratsuka muttered in a voice so soft, it was almost pitiful. Even the protagonist of this novel, an emotionally clueless, painfully dense fool, had still met the love of his life, Kamiko. But her? She had nothing. Every night, she returned to a cold, empty home. She drank her beer alone. And that was all. At that moment, a deep, indescribable ache welled up from her heart. A wave of sadness and frustration swelled to the surface. And with it, came a reckless, unstoppable impulse. I want to fall in love. A real love. A deep, passionate, romantic love. Just like the one in this novel. A fateful encounter with someone, a love story that would be beautiful, that would consume her whole heart. Yes. She should confess to someone right now. No hesitation. Romance was fleeting. As an adult, she couldn't afford to be a coward. I don't want to be alone forever. I need to act fast, even if it means making a move on a student like hell. I would. Hiratsuka shot up from her seat, vigorously shaking her head. With great effort, she forcefully shoved all thoughts of confessing to someone, not wanting to die alone, and wanting a grand, passionate love out of her mind. Only when she calmed down did she let out a relieved sigh. However, Professor Hiratsuka. A trembling voice came from beside her. It was only then that Hiratsuka realized Ishikawa-san and Amiya-san were both staring at her with extremely disturbed expressions. And honestly, who could blame them? They had watched as she sat there reading Minami's novel, only for tears to start rolling down her cheeks. Then she had begun muttering to herself. Then she suddenly jumped up from her seat. Then she started shouting and shaking her head like a lunatic. To anyone watching, it looked exactly like a full-blown mental breakdown. In fact, Ishikawa had almost called an ambulance just now. If Amiya hadn't stopped him, Hiratsuka would have already been on her way to a psychiatric hospital for a mental health evaluation. Especially Ishikawa, he actually felt a deep sense of regret. Such a beautiful woman. To think she has a serious mental disorder. What a shame. He hesitated, but eventually asked, Hiratsuka-sensei. Are you okay? I'm fine. Hearing the pity in Ishikawa's voice, even with Hiratsuka's thick-skinned maturity as a seasoned adult, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She coughed awkwardly. Are you sure? Ishikawa didn't sound convinced at all. I mean, just now, I saw you. I said I'm fine, Ishikawa-sensei. Alright then. Ishikawa didn't argue. He simply took a step back. I believe you, Hiratsuka-sensei. Hiratsuka fell silent. Wait. Did he just literally step away from me? Her eye twitched. But as a mature professional, she chose not to comment on it. Instead, she turned her attention back to the manuscript on the table. Her earlier skepticism, her belief that Minami couldn't possibly write a decent literary novel, had completely vanished. Now she truly believed. She believed that true geniuses really did exist. Unlike Hiro Kakure, who could only repeat, amazing. Amazing. So amazing. Hiratsuka Shizuka was different. As a formally trained literature major, now a high school Japanese teacher at Sobya High, her literary insight was on another level entirely. She could clearly see that Kamiko wasn't just the protagonist's beloved. She was also a symbol, a metaphor for the loneliness of modern youth. She represented the desperate longing that young people today have for something beautiful in their lives. Yes. Modern youth long for love yet fear chasing it. They dream of a better life yet refuse to take the first step forward. Instead, they live trapped in their own memories, romanticizing the past, imagining a Kamiko that they once had, and mourning her for the rest of their lives. This was painfully real. Haven't you ever felt it too? That one person you let slip away. That one chance you never took. That one moment that you can never get back. And perhaps just like the protagonist standing in that vast flower field, they can only cry out to the heavens, it's gone. It's all gone. That which has vanished will never return. Hiratsuka suddenly turned toward Minami, and spoke. Minami-kun. Did you really write this novel? Is there a problem, Hiratsuka-sensei? Minami had actually been watching her this entire time. He had seen her breaking down, but at least she hadn't completely lost it, so he felt relieved enough to answer her normally. No. It's not that there's a problem. Hiratsuka opened her mouth. Then closed it again. A problem? To be honest, even with her high standards for literature, she couldn't find a single flaw in this novel. Minami's writing technique was not just solid, even the structure, the story, the way he built emotion throughout the plot, everything was meticulously crafted. And that was incomprehensible to her. Minami Shoujin was only 17. A teenager. What kind of life experience could he possibly have had to write something this deep? Hiratsuka couldn't wrap her head around it. She simply couldn't believe that a boy not even old enough to pay his own gas, rice, oil, or electricity bills could create a novel of this caliber. Yes. This wasn't just some school project. This was a real literary work. Then, Hiratsuka-sensei, since you've read it, do you have any critiques? Yesterday, Minami had dealt with the absolute disasters at Starry Hiro Kakure, Pa-san, and Nijuka's sister. So now that he finally had a real adult to talk to, a Japanese teacher no less, there was no way he was letting this chance slip by. You're a literature teacher. He continued, you must have your own insights. Hiratsuka froze. A woman who had always been blunt, a teacher who had never hesitated to roast her students' writing, was at a loss for words. A problem with this novel? To be perfectly honest, she didn't even feel qualified to critique it. The fact that this novel had made her cry, had made her feel so deeply, that alone was proof enough. That this novel, in her heart, was already a perfect score. But since Minami had asked, she thought about it for a moment, and finally sighed. If I had to point out one flaw. Hiratsuka set down the manuscript, shook her head, and looked at Minami with admiration. It's just. For a high school student. This novel is too mature. Too perfect? It was undoubtedly a compliment. But more than that, it was envy. Hiratsuka had always been jealous of people with true literary talent. Let's be honest. Every high schooler dreams of having their writing be recognized. Who wouldn't want their essays to be held up as examples? Who wouldn't want their work to be worth millions someday? But Minami. His level was already beyond anything she had ever seen from a student. That was why she had asked him earlier, "Did you really write this?" Because in her mind, it was just too good to be true. Because, whether it was the writing style or the story structure, this novel, The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields, was simply too masterful. It didn't feel like something a high school student could have written. Those simple, unembellished sentences. By the time she had read just a few thousand words, Hiratsuka Shizuka was already completely absorbed. And yet, every time she thought about the novel's themes, every time she remembered the protagonist's loss and then compared it to her own sad, boyfriendless reality, her heart ached. For once, even Hiratsuka, who had just been praising Minami's writing, had nothing left to say. Instead, she silently pressed a hand against her chest. Ah. This hurts a little. Maybe when today's visit is over, I should go drink. No. I should drink a lot. A single, lonely, approaching 30 teacher with no boyfriend to speak of could only console herself with alcohol. Chapter 120, A Slightly Hostile Simulation Target. Minami didn't bother with the rest. After all, once he handed over his novel manuscript to Ishikawa Kinto, his task from Okano Ryoko was considered complete. After a polite farewell, Minami turned and left. Minami-kun is certainly not simple. Watching his departing figure, Hiratsuka Shizuka couldn't help but sigh. Now, she finally understood why Ishikawa Kinto and Miyagi praised this nationally ranked top student so highly. Even in just a brief conversation, she could clearly feel how different he was from the students she usually interacted with. There was indeed a certain level of maturity about him. But more importantly, this novel is genuinely well written. Glancing at the manuscript in Ishikawa Kinto's hands, Hiratsuka Shizuka couldn't suppress her admiration. Yes. It was truly good. Just as she was about to take a closer look, "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. I'm Shinjo-kun from Class 3. A slightly magnetic voice came from outside the office. Hiratsuka Shizuka instinctively turned toward the door. She saw a flicker of vibrant purple-pink hair and heard the next words from the girl. "I'm here to submit my Shuka school journal entry." As he walked toward his classroom, Minami was considering what to do next. The issue with the Riko Cafe had already been entrusted to Miss Ryo, who asked her father for help. The results should come soon. His Shuka school journal submission was also more or less settled. As for tutoring Gota Hitori and the others, there was no need to rush. He already had a plan. After all, studying wasn't something that could be mastered overnight. Thinking about this, Minami lifted his head. There's nothing urgent to do, he murmured to himself. Yes. That was quite rare. Aside from the tutoring plan, he realized he didn't have any pressing tasks at hand. Suddenly having free time felt unfamiliar. Ever since acquiring this so-called love simulator, he had always been juggling a pile of tasks. Well, whatever. Since there was nothing urgent, he might as well start thinking about Gota Hitori and the others' tutoring plan. After all, a promise was a promise. You have discovered a new simulation target, Shinjo-kun. The sudden system notification made Minami halt his steps. He looked at the floating message in front of him with slight surprise. A new simulation target? Shinjo-kun? Wasn't she ranked third in the year? Or was it second? Minami never really stored information about people he didn't care about, so his memory was vague. He had a faint impression of a name, but couldn't recall any details. More importantly, when did I even meet this Shinjo-kun? Returning to his seat, Minami was puzzled. He had just gone to the office. Inside, he only saw Hiratsuka Shizuka, Ishikawa Kinto, and Miyagi. As for this so-called second or third-ranked girl, he didn't recall running into her at all. He hadn't even seen her. So how did the system suddenly register her as a simulation target? After all, the basic requirement for someone to become a simulation target was to have some level of real-life connection with him. Weird. Minami tapped the system notification with the side of his hand. Was his love simulator broken? Maybe a few taps would fix it. He tapped it twice. The notification didn't change. Shaking his head, he retracted his hand. Unless. Was Shinjo-kun, just like Gota Hitori, secretly slightly admiring him? Minami stroked his chin. It was very possible. And no, this wasn't narcissism. With a 9 out of 10 appearance rating and excellent grades, it was only natural that he attracted attention from girls. Thinking about this, Minami glanced back at the love simulator. Nice. Even this glitchy simulator seemed to agree with him this time. It didn't pop up with its usual self-admiration slightly increased notification. Which means my guess is probably correct. This Shinjo-kan woman must secretly admire me for some reason. Minami was confident. But just thinking about it wasn't enough. Without hesitation, he pulled up his status screen. He was curious to see just how much this Shinjo-kan idolized him, enough to appear on his simulation candidate list. Opening the status menu, he scanned a list of simulation targets. Current simulation targets: Shaoji Naomi, Shaoji Yoko, Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, Nishiki Gichizato, Shinjo-kan. This time, the list had changed. For the first time, Yamada Ryo's name appeared among the simulation candidates. Unfortunately, her name was grayed out. Apparently, he needed the Yamada Ryo's simulation item before she could be simulated. Skipping over Yamada Ryo, Minami turned his gaze to Shinjo-kan. Alright. Woman, let's see what impression you have of me. Without hesitation, he tapped her name. And then, candidate, Shinjo-kan. Status, slightly hostile? Minami blinked. He rubbed his eyes. Confirmed that he hadn't read it wrong. Then retracted his hand. What the hell? Now, he was genuinely surprised. Not because he couldn't believe there was a woman in this world who didn't like him, though maybe that was part of it. But mostly I don't recall doing anything to make this woman hate me. Minami frowned. Seriously. He didn't think he had done anything to offend Shinjo-kan. Was it because he was always ranked first, constantly overshadowing her and making her resentful? That theory didn't hold up. If Shinjo-kan cared that much about rankings, she would have resented him long ago. It wouldn't have dragged on until today. After all, today was already the 4th day since the last exam results had been posted. No matter how slow Shinjo-kan was, she wouldn't have only just found out her score today. So, what was the reason? Minami couldn't help but start thinking. But no matter how he considered it, something felt off. Because, simply put, he and this new simulation target had no real-life connection whatsoever. Counting today, Minami had never even met Shinjo-kan in person. So how had he suddenly become the target of her hostility? He shook his head. At the same time, he glanced at his current heartthrob value. Current heartthrob value, 940, thanks to Gota Hitori's ambush yesterday, the kiss, the physical contact, and even her heartfelt gratitude before parting, she had unknowingly contributed 430 points to his heartthrob value. Even Minami had to admit, Ms. Gota was incredibly generous. Well then. Minami muttered. 940 points. That translated to 3 simulation attempts. Should he try simulating right away? No. Instead of jumping into a simulation now, it would be wiser to gather some intel first. Minami dismissed the idea of simulating immediately. He had already suffered from lack of information before. Back when he first simulated Gota Hitori, he completely missed his chance with her, ended up marrying Yamada Ryo, and wasted a simulation run with a 0-score result. And now? It was the same situation. He knew nothing about Shinjo-kan, not even the basics. What kind of person was she? What impression did her classmates have of her? What was her personality like? 300 heartthrob points per simulation was no small amount. He couldn't afford to waste them. So, back to the main question: how could Minami find out more about Shinjo-kan? Actually, the answer was simple. Without hesitation, Minami took out his phone. He opened the line chat tab and selected a contact. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, Kita-san, sorry to bother you, but I have something to ask. Yes. He might not know Shinjo-kan, but that didn't mean someone as well connected as Kita Ikuyo didn't. The third-ranked second-year student. Or was she actually ranked third? Either way, she should be fairly well known among the underclassmen. And with Kita Ikuyo's social connections. Minami pondered. Just then, a response arrived online. Eek. Must be the brightest star, senpai? I was just discussing ideas for the school festival with my friends. Sorry for the late reply. What's up? Attached, cute chibi girl emoji, as expected of Shuko High's social butterfly. Minami glanced at her long, perfectly structured response and thought for a moment before replying. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I wanted to ask you something. Do you know Shinjo-kan from my year? The message was sent without hesitation. And then Shinjo-kan? Kita Ikuyo blinked at the message from Minami. Of course, she knew Shinjo-kan. A super stunning beauty. Not only was she academically gifted, but she also had great athletic ability. Combined with her perfect smile and strong social skills, she had countless admirers eager to slip her love letters. But why is Minami-senpai asking about Shinjo-senpai? Kita glanced at the message, then at Gota Hitori, who was sitting nearby, looking down at her phone, giggling to herself. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to reply. Eek. Must be the brightest star. What do you need to know about Shinjo-senpai, senpai? Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. For the upcoming issue of the Shuka School Journal, my novel is being published alongside Shinjo's article. So, I'm just curious about her writing skills. I wanted to know what kind of person she is. Oh, so that's why. Seeing this message, Kita Ikuyo felt relieved. Eek. Must be the brightest star, I see. But since I'm a first year, I don't know much about her. I can only share what I've heard. Hope that's okay. Eek. Must be the brightest star. I heard that Shinjo-senpai is super smart, quite athletic basically, she's an all-rounder. Oh, and apparently, she's really into tokusatsu shows. Tokusatsu? On the other end, Minami raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tokusatsu referring to special effects-driven live-action series, usually featuring actors in monster suits and flashy hero costumes. It was a complicated genre to explain, but in reality every boy had watched tokusatsu at some point. For example, Japan's most famous series, Ultraman, Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, etc. These all belong to the tokusatsu genre. Normally, stories about Ultraman fighting kaiju or Kamen Riders battling mutants were more popular among boys. For a girl like Shinjo-kan to be a tokusatsu fan was definitely unexpected. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, what about her personality? Eek. Must be the brightest star. I haven't interacted with her personally, but my upperclassmen friends who have say she seems really nice personality? Minami stared at that response. Then, he glanced back at his simulation target status menu. The slightly hostile label next to Shinjo-kan's name stood out like a sore thumb. A person with a nice personality wouldn't hate someone they've never even met. Right? Minami couldn't quite understand. But since Kita Ikuyo's knowledge of Shinjo-kan was also limited, he decided not to press further. Instead, he simply responded, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, got it. Thanks, Kita-san. Eek. Must be the brightest star, no problem. Attached, cute girl giving a thumbs up emoji, end of conversation. Kita Ikuyo put down her phone and glanced once more at Gota Hitori. For some reason, Hitori was giggling to herself, completely absorbed in her own world. After hesitating again, Kita decided not to mention that Minami had been asking about Shinjo-kan. However, publishing an article together in Shuka and asking about Shinjo-senpai's personality. What's the connection between those two things? Tilting her head, Kita stared at the chat log. She didn't get it. But whatever. After a moment's thought, she casually sent Minami a photo of her friend with Shinjo-kan in the hopes it might help him. Chapter 121, Show her the true power of 18 legendary techniques. Huh? Minami, who had already closed the chat, saw a new message from Kita Ikuyo. He instinctively tapped it. And then he saw a photo. It was a casual mobile shot, a bit blurry and taken from an awkward angle. A typical group selfie with several girls huddled together. A photo like this? Any Japanese high school girl could take dozens of them daily. If she was obsessed with taking pictures, hundreds in a day wouldn't be unusual. However, one girl in the photo completely captured Minami's attention. A purple pink-haired girl with delicate features. Her school uniform was loosely draped over her shoulders, revealing a white shirt underneath, giving off a lazily relaxed aura. She was surrounded by other girls, flashing a mischievous smirk while making a crab claw hand pose at the camera. It's her? Staring at the photo, a long-buried memory suddenly surfaced in Minami's mind. Just like Nishikigi Chisato and Gota Hitori, Shinjo-kan was also an anime heroine. And if Minami remembered correctly, the anime was called SSSS. Gridman. Shinjo-kan was one of the main heroines in that story. Minami tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. But that was about all he remembered. Because SSSS. Gridman was quite different from Bocce the Rock. And Lycoris Recoil. He had at least watched a bit of the latter too. However, SSSS. Gridman mainly focused on tokusatsu-style animation and beautiful heroines, neither of which particularly interested Minami. So he had never actually watched it. He had only heard about it and had a vague impression. From what he recalled, the world of SSSS. Gridman featured giant monsters. But this world doesn't seem like the kind where kaiju would appear. Glancing out the window at the familiar Tokyo cityscape, Minami shook his head. Yes. He had been in this world for a whole year now. And he had never seen any sign of monsters or anything similar. Most likely, just like Nishikigi Chisato and Inoue Takina, Shinjo-kan's kaiju-filled world wouldn't manifest in this mundane reality. Well then. Minami muttered to himself. He had gathered the basic information. He now knew which anime Shinjo-kan was from. It was time to begin the simulation. Start simulation? Yes, without hesitation, Minami selected yes. His consciousness plunged into the simulation. After handing over your novel manuscript to Ishikawa Kinto, you return to the classroom, feeling a deep sense of emptiness from having completed all your tasks. At the same time, an inexplicable boredom creeps into your life. At that moment, you suddenly notice that, for some reason, a mere second-place ranked girl has developed hostility toward you. A woman in this world who doesn't like me? As you ponder this absurdity, you find yourself for the first time curious about this ignorant woman you've never even met. Why does this simulator make me sound like one of those every woman should love me types? Minami frowned at that last line. Still, ignoring the simulator's slander, he really was curious about why Shinjo-kun was hostile toward him. So, he continued reading. To satisfy your curiosity and clear up your doubts, you obtain basic information about Shinjo-kun from Kita Ikuyo. You also learn that Shinjo-kun is deeply interested in tokusatsu films. Thus, you decide, 1. Uncover the truth, find out why Shinjo-kun is hostile toward you. 2. Forget about it, there's no point getting involved with an unimportant woman. Instead, you should focus on building a better relationship with Miss Yamada, who has been sending you lots of line messages you've forgotten to reply to. 3. Approach her directly, politely ask, I heard you have some really rare tokusatsu films at home. Can I come over tonight to watch them? 4. Personally simulate. Minami blinked. Then, after reading through the choices, his expression became even more perplexed. Because each of these options was more ridiculous than the last. First option 2. Ms. Yamada. Why do you appear in every single simulation? Minami exhaled. Without a doubt, if he chose option 2, this entire Shinjo-kun simulation would probably turn into the Yamada Ryo route. Seriously, why was her name in every simulation? Should this even be called a love simulator? Or should it be renamed Yamada Ryo Simulator instead? Then there was option 3. If Nishiki Gichizato's follow her home option was ridiculous, then this option was even worse. Directly approaching Shinjo-kun and asking to visit her home that night? First of all, she was a girl. Even if she were a guy, no one would agree to such a sketchy request. A total stranger suddenly approaching you and saying, I want to stay at your place tonight, who wouldn't think that guy was insane? And on top of that, the excuse was to watch tokusatsu films. At the very least, if the simulator had said, I heard your pussycat can do backflips, so I want to see it. Minami might have actually considered it. But a lone man and woman in a room together? Watching tokusatsu? Yeah, right. It would be a miracle if she didn't immediately report him for harassment. And the simulator clearly wasn't considering Shinjo-kun's parents either. Did it really think they'd just leave the door open for him? In the end, Minami chose option 1. 1. Uncover the truth, find out why Shinjo-kun is hostile toward you. By now, Minami had successfully completed 2 happy ending simulations. He had experience. He understood that before anything else he needed to figure out why Shinjo-kun had such a negative impression of him. Otherwise, forget about a happy ending, even having a normal conversation with her would probably result in a death glare. The simulation continued. You understand that, to resolve someone's hostility, you must first uncover the reason behind it. You decide to start by figuring out why Shinjo-kun harbors an unexplained resentment toward you. When it comes to understanding others' emotions, you are far from clueless. With careful thought and observation, you deduce the reason behind Shinjo-kun's hostility. In the Shuka School Journal, your novel stood out significantly. Many students were in awe of your work. In contrast, the other published students, including Shinjo-kun, were overshadowed and rarely mentioned, so that's the reason. In reality, Minami nodded. No wonder Shinjo-kun's hostility only surfaced today. It was because he had submitted the girl hidden within the azalea fields. She had probably seen or overheard Ishikawa Kendo praising his novel in the office, and it left her feeling bitter. Her grades weren't as good. Her writing wasn't as good either. That gap must have made her feel uncomfortable. After uncovering the reason, you approach Shinjo-kun directly. You subtly try to ease her hostility with carefully chosen words, but to your surprise, despite supposedly resenting you, Shinjo-kun greets you with a bright smile, pulling you down to sit beside her as if you were close friends. Her squinted, beaming smile is both beautiful and genuine, and when you bring up her hostility, she immediately pats her chest, insisting that she holds absolutely no ill feelings toward you. Her warm and approachable attitude makes you feel that something is off, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Since Shinjo-kun insists that she isn't upset, you decide to let the topic go. After exchanging a few pleasantries, you get up to leave. As you go, she flashes a bright, sunshiny smile and asks for your line contact. You and Shinjo-kun have become friends, huh? Minami froze when he saw the simulation log. This counts as progress? Just a short conversation and exchanging line already made them friends? Looking back at Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, and Nishiki Gichizato, he had to go through hell just to befriend them. For Shinjo-kun to become a friend so quickly. Wait. Minami narrowed his eyes at the quotation marks around friend. Had they really become friends? Or was there something deeper going on? He decided to wait and see. And then the next development shocked him even more. That night, online, Shinjo-kan takes the initiative to chat with you. She occasionally slips in playful and teasing remarks. In terms of social skills, she is as skilled as you are. Before you know it, it's already midnight. As your conversation comes to an end, Shinjo-kan sends one final message. Using subtly suggestive words, she expresses her fondness for you and hopes to start a relationship with you. What? She took the initiative to confess. She wants to be in a relationship? Feeling the weight of the simulated memories, Minami opened his eyes. Something wasn't right. Absolutely not right. In the simulation, he had only met Shinjo-kan for a single day. Just one day. Forget about becoming lovers, even becoming normal friends. That quickly felt too fast to Minami. What exactly is this woman trying to do? Minami furrowed his brows. Something about Shinjo-kan was fundamentally different from his previous simulation targets. But now that things had developed this far, he could only continue watching. Faced with her sudden confession, you are undeniably surprised. After all, you've only known her for a single day. No matter how you look at it, this is too sudden. In response, you decide, 1. She's already made the first move. How could you, as a man, back down? Accept without hesitation. Show her the power of the 18 legendary techniques. 2. Even though she took the initiative, it's still too sudden. Subtly express that you also have feelings for her, but suggest starting as friends first. 3. This woman is up to no good. If she wants to date me after only one day, I don't even want to imagine what's coming tomorrow. Flat out reject her. Honestly, Yamato Ryo's sugar mama route seems way more appealing. 4. Personally simulate. Minami didn't even bother looking at option 3. Instead, his focus shifted between option 1 and option 2. The meaning behind option 1 was simple. Shinjo-kan confessed, so he should accept right away. As for the 18 legendary techniques part, well, obviously, he wasn't going to jump straight into that. If things moved that fast, Shinjo-kan would set the record for the fastest romance in simulation history. Day 1, becomes friends. Day 2, becomes lovers. Day 3, 18 legendary techniques. Even a rocket wouldn't be this fast. On the other hand, option 2 was a more traditional, gradual approach, building a solid emotional foundation before officially becoming a couple. Honestly, if this were any other simulation, Minami would have chosen option 2 without hesitation. Slowly building a relationship made more sense. After all, romance without a foundation is like a floating weed with no roots. But this time, Shinjo-kan herself seems off. Minami narrowed his eyes. Becoming friends immediately. Then asking to be lovers on the same night. What was hiding behind these rushed actions? Taking it slow might have worked with his previous simulation targets, but in this simulation, Minami felt that a slow approach would most likely lead to failure. He thought for a moment, then reached out and made his choice. Chapter 122, You and Yamato Ryo gradually get closer. What is Shinjo-kan thinking? What does she want? Minami felt that these were the most important questions. Because as of now, Shinjo-kan was the most unpredictable simulation target he had ever encountered. First, she suddenly became his friend. Now, she wanted to skip straight to being lovers. No matter how he looked at it, the pacing was way too fast. So, Minami chose to accept her confession while also keeping a close eye on how things would develop. You are fully aware that your relationship with her is progressing too fast. Her sudden confession is undeniably abnormal, but since the girl took the initiative, how could a man retreat? That very night, you reply to her online, agreeing to her request. You and Shinjo-kan have become lovers, again with the quotation marks? Minami frowned at the suspicious single quotation marks around lovers. But thinking too much about it wouldn't help. Might as well keep watching. After becoming lovers with Shinjo-kan, your daily life begins to change. She frequently approaches you with a bright smile, chatting with you in front of your classmates. Her adorable, playful demeanor makes the other boys in your class envious to no end. As her boyfriend, you fulfill your duty engaging her in lively conversations. However, every time she talks to you, she always carries a mischievous smile. Something about the way she narrows her eyes makes you feel like she's thinking about something else entirely, but out of respect for her, you do not question it. As Minami read, his intuition told him something was definitely off. Through your conversations, you learn that she has a deep love for tokusatsu shows. Whether it's the Kamen Rider series, Ultraman series, or Super Sentai series, she has an extensive knowledge of all of them. Whenever the topic shifts to tokusatsu, she passionately shares her insights and opinions. Wanting to understand her better, you go online to research various tokusatsu-related materials, including films and novels. Your knowledge of tokusatsu increases. Aside from tokusatsu, she also seems very interested in your writing abilities. She frequently asks you about writing techniques. In the simulated memory, a warm sunset glow illuminated her face. She rested her chin on her hand, looking lazily relaxed. Her crimson eyes shimmered with a playful plea as she spoke. "Hey, Minami-kun, teach me how to write, okay? Some kind of quick and easy writing shortcut." Minami shook his head. Achieving level 4 writing proficiency in a short period was impossible. "I can teach you, but it'll take time." "Oh, really?" She dragged out her words, her voice playful yet sweet. And then out of his sight, her cheerful expression gradually darkened. "She constantly pesters you to teach her about writing, and you do not refuse. However, reaching level 4 writing skills requires a long period of practice, something nearly impossible to achieve in a short time. Given your natural sensitivity to emotions and social cues, you begin to realize, Shinjo-kan has never truly liked you. All of her kindness towards you seems to have a hidden agenda. She doesn't actually like me." Minami tapped his desk, deep in thought. She is like an elegant Persian cat, showing equal friendliness to everyone, but never truly opening her heart to anyone. Still, you are undeterred. You are Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. This challenge does not scare you. You begin executing a plan, creating coincidental encounters, carefully selecting outfits, and slipping in romance novels among the writing lessons, hoping to stir something in her heart, but every attempt fails. No matter how much time you spend together, you never break through her emotional barrier. By this point, Minami already knew that this simulation was a failure. If even a romance novel couldn't break through her heart, then what could? Minami furrowed his brows. This entire simulation was shrouded in uncertainty. Everything gave him the feeling that he could almost grasp the truth, but it still slipped through his fingers. What exactly did Shinjo-kan want? What was she trying to do? Behind that ever-mischievous smile of hers, what kind of thoughts and emotions was she hiding? Before this, there were Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, and Nishiki Gichizato. All these girls had clear goals and the drive to work toward them. But Shinjo-kan was completely different. She concealed everything about herself in a fog, making it impossible to read her. And yet, she was supposed to be the heroine of a tokusatsu show? Logically speaking, weren't tokusatsu heroines supposed to be bright, energetic, and full of life? At the very least, shouldn't they have the image of a good person? Minami Shaoji let out a sigh, pondered for a while, but ultimately gave up due to a lack of direction. He continued the simulation. Every morning, you wait for her early, walking to school together, discussing the tokusatsu series she loves, something you deliberately studied just for her. She seems to have noticed this effort, yet, despite all this time spent together, Shinjo-kan never once truly opened up to you. That mischievous smirk of hers felt more like a mask than a genuine expression. You keenly sensed this and began to wonder what was the point of investing so much into a girlfriend who never once revealed her true feelings to you? Love should always be a two-way journey. If you're the only one moving forward, then it's meaningless. A love like that is too fragile, too insignificant. Shinjo-kan's heart remained tightly shut, leaving no room for hope. You felt a hint of regret perhaps at some point, in some fleeting moment, you truly developed feelings for her, but as someone well-versed in matters of the heart, you understood, attraction does not equate to love. The reason she became your girlfriend seemed to be nothing more than her wanting your help with writing, nothing beyond that. You never once got close to her heart, and she never once tried to understand you. Lying on your bed, you thought to yourself perhaps it really was time to give up. The deeper you sink into this emotional swamp, the more foolish it becomes. Devoting your heart to someone who never reciprocated even a single bit of affection, what was the point? Every teasing smirk she gave you was just an act, never once did it contain an ounce of sincerity. She was like a carefully calculated performer, where everyone in reality was nothing more than part of her stage. Her cheerful and outgoing demeanor was just another part of her disguise. The optimism, the kindness, it was all a mask she had crafted to be more well-liked. Every thought and feeling she truly had was hidden beneath that mask, unseen by anyone. You wanted to understand her. You wanted to figure her out. For that, you had tried countless times, made so many efforts, even offering to share her burdens, yet even so, when facing you, she still wore that ever-present, smiling mask, dismissing everything with words like "there's no problem at all, it's just your imagination." Your efforts seemed completely useless. Realizing this, you felt disappointed and decided to find the right moment to quietly leave the girl's side. Good grief. Watching his own decision in the simulation, the real Minami Shaoji clicked his tongue. In previous simulations, it was either Gota Hitori succumbing to self-doubt or Nishiki Gichizato's heart condition acting up, both cases where external forces or uncontrollable events caused the simulation to halt. But never before had the simulation ended with his simulated self choosing to give up. That said, there was a reason for this. No man, after pouring his heart out and persistently pursuing someone, only to be unable to open the other's heart, could keep going indefinitely. A one-sided pursuit held no meaning whatsoever. Especially when that wicked woman, Shinjo-kan, was clearly just using him to improve her writing skills. That made it all the more meaningless. Even in reality, If faced with such a situation, he figured he would have made the same choice to walk away. Since this simulation had already ended in failure, he figured he might as well see what happened next. Minami Shaoji pushed aside all unnecessary thoughts and immersed himself back into the simulation. Your gaze gradually shifts away from Shinjo-kan. Yamada-ryo, who had just finished a band session, seemed to have noticed the recent changes in your mood. Every now and then, she invited you out for meals and casual hangouts. The two of you started taking turns treating each other, yet at the same time, you couldn't quite understand it. Yamada-ryo had always been someone who valued her freedom, preferring to act alone, so why was she suddenly inviting you out so often? When you cautiously asked, Yamada-ryo merely tilted her head slightly, her golden eyes blinking with elegant laziness as she replied that she felt something was off about you lately. You didn't deny it. And with her actively keeping you company, you did indeed feel a lot better. She started spending more time by your side, Minami Shaoji. Miss Yamada, you. Minami Shaoji rubbed his temples, at a loss for words. Miss Yamada, you sure are. Shaking his head, he continued reading. You had completely let go of Shinjo-kan and returned to your normal life, and that was when a black-haired girl appeared. She approached you first, hoping to have a talk with you. You recognized her. Her name was Rika Takarada, one of the many friends in Shinjo-kan's social circle, if that person could even be said to have friends. After school, Shuka-high was unusually quiet. Other than the shouts of the sports teams go, go. And next year, we'll take nationals. There was no other sound. Minami Shaoji shifted his gaze away from the athletes burning with youthful passion and looked toward Rika Takarada. Another beautiful girl. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded like fine, silky ribbons, and her deep sapphire blue eyes were strikingly clear. But none of that had anything to do with him. What mattered more was why Rika Takarada had come looking for him in the first place. After all, apart from their brief encounters due to Shinjo-kan, they had no real connection. At the thought of Shinjo-kan, Minami Shaoji's brow twitched slightly. He turned his head to the side. Is there something you need, Takata-san? His tone was calm, with a hint of unfamiliarity. Minami-kun, why did you stop? Rika Takarada's voice was as composed as ever beneath the setting sun, but the content of her words carried a certain aggressiveness. Stop? Stop what? Stop your relationship with Shinjo-san. Weren't you two dating? Rika Takarada tilted her head slightly as she countered, but to Minami Shaoji, her words carried an inexplicable undertone. To Takata-san, perhaps it seemed that way. Minami Shaoji gave her a deep look before shaking his head. It's not that I was unwilling to continue. Takata-san must have realized it too. Shinjo-san has never truly been interested in anyone. That includes me. She's never opened her heart to anyone. Not to you, and not to me either. Yes. Shinjo-kan had never once shown him her true self. The only thing she had ever been interested in was his writing skills. Beyond that, there was nothing. Rika Takarada fell silent. She probably knew Minami Shaoji was speaking the truth. The brightness and positivity she showed were merely surface-level traits. The deeper aspects of her. I once wanted to understand them, and I worked hard to do so, but she never gave me the chance. Minami Shaoji propped his chin up with his hand and let out a shallow sigh. That was right. He had once tried so hard for Shinjo-kan. He had given so much. He had tried various ways to make her happy, to gain her trust, but none of it had worked. Minami Shaoji paused for a moment before continuing. Otherwise, why would it be you, her friend, standing here asking me to continue this relationship, instead of her, my supposed girlfriend? That is, if a one-sided effort could even be called a relationship. With that, Minami Shaoji picked up his school bag, ready to leave. But just then, Rika Takarada's voice came from behind him. Minami-kun. Do you really think that you never touched Shinjo-san's heart, not even once? What was that supposed to mean? Minami Shaoji instinctively turned around. And that was when he saw it. Rika Takarada, standing beneath the sunset, looking heartbreakingly sad. That was also the last time he ever saw her at Shuka High. After graduating from Shuka High, you successfully entered Todai and gradually grew closer to Yamada-ryo. When you met Rika Takarada again, she brought with her news of Shinjo-kan's passing. Chapter 123, The Girl Who Was Always Pretending. Rika Takarada. Seeing that name, the real Minami Shaoji was momentarily stunned. She was another heroine from SSSS. Gridman. And from what he remembered, she had a rather close relationship with Shinjo-kan. As for the finer details, Minami Shaoji wasn't too sure. He continued reading. When you met Rika Takarada again, her shoulder-length hair had grown long. Yamada-ryo, sensing the mood, had put on her headphones and quietly sipped her coffee on the other side, only occasionally glancing your way with an expressionless face. You were more surprised by Rika Takarada's sudden arrival, but upon hearing that Shinjo-kan had passed away, Your surprise turned into shock, because you had never imagined that the girl who had been hiding behind her mask the entire time would leave so soon. You comforted Rika Takarada, whose eyes were red-rimmed, and invited her to sit down. Under your steady presence, she gradually regained her usual composed, nonchalant demeanor. And as she began speaking, you slowly pieced together the entire story. The simulation scene transitioned into a flashback. A cafe, its warmth enveloping them, soothing Rika Takarada, who had just attended a funeral. She stared at the tea before her as if searching for Shinjo-akan's reflection within it. But, of course, she found nothing. And so, she looked up and began to speak. Minami Shaoji remained silent, simply listening. At this moment, rather than an active conversationalist, a quiet listener was probably the best company for Takata Rika. After recounting her past with Shinjo-akan, Takata Rika naturally moved on to their high school days. I'm sure Minami-kun already knows back when we were students, Akan always asked you about writing. Takata Rika stared at the tea in front of her, as if searching for traces of Shinjo-akan within its reflection. But, of course, she found nothing. Letting out a soft sigh, she lifted her gaze and spoke. Yes, I remember. Minami Shaoji nodded in acknowledgement. Those daily writing consultations had been one of the rare moments when Shinjo-akan showed even a fraction of her true self. Her obsession with writing had even caught Minami Shaoji off guard. After all, she had always given off an air of complete indifference toward everything. Disinterest meant a lack of expectation. But when it came to writing, she had never once neglected or ignored it. She was so focused on writing because it was tied to the dream she had always pursued. Takata Rika exhaled lightly and looked at Minami Shaoji. Minami-kun, you knew about Akan's love for tokusatsu shows, didn't you? That, I did. Minami Shaoji nodded. Unlike most girls, Shinjo-akan had an intense passion for tokusatsu. So much so that she could recite every monster's appearance from the Ultraman series with precision, down to the exact episode they appeared in. Thinking of this, Minami Shaoji tilted his head. Sorry, Ryo. Yamada Ryo removed her headphones, amber eyes blinking lazily as she looked over. It's nothing, just me talking to myself. Having a current girlfriend yet still being able to clearly remember everything about his ex, this made Minami feel like he owed Yamada Ryo an apology. He turned back around. Let's continue. Takarada Rika nodded. Becoming a tokusatsu director and one day writing a script that truly belonged to her, that had always been her dream. So that's how it was. It was only now, hearing these words, that Minami Shaoji finally understood why someone who had always carefully maintained her facade had chosen to interact with him. Why, despite her initial hostility toward him, she had still been willing to lower herself and enter a fake boyfriend and girlfriend relationship with him. So, it had all been because of this. But although it's regrettable and unfortunate, this has nothing to do with me anymore. Minami Shaoji shook his head as he spoke. Yes. It had nothing to do with him anymore. His words sounded cold, but they were true. He had once given his heart completely to that lavender-haired girl. But in response to his sincere devotion, that lavender-haired girl had chosen to reject him. She had never once revealed her true self to him, nor had she ever truly smiled in his presence. Her interactions with him had merely been to make use of his writing skills, nothing more. He had never truly entered her heart. However, are you really so certain that's the truth, Minami? Takarada Rika asked softly. She gazed at him with her deep sapphire eyes. Her expression was the same as the last time he had seen her at Shuka High, full of sorrow. She slowly began to recount what had happened to Shinjo-akan over the years. After graduating from Shuka High, Shinjo-akan was accepted into one of Japan's top universities, entering the film studies program within its prestigious arts department, ranking just behind you. There, she continued to push forward, immersing herself in learning everything about screenwriting for film. I saw Akan a few times after we graduated. But by then, she wasn't as lively and full of energy as she had been in high school. Takarada Rika fell into reminiscence. University coursework was tedious and grueling. And for someone as single-minded as Shinjo-akan, who had thrown herself completely into tokusatsu screenwriting, it was even more so. Though she still smiled and acted the same as always as her friend, Takarada Rika could sense the deep exhaustion that radiated from within her. When a person is exhausted, they tend to speak more. And back then, the person Shinjo-akan spoke about the most was Minami Shaoji. Every time she brought up their high school days and mentioned his name, the weariness in her voice would momentarily fade, as if she had found some renewed strength. Soon enough, after officially graduating, Shinjo-akan entered the film industry. Her work became increasingly demanding. As a result, Takarada Rika saw less and less of her. By the time they finally met again, it was already too late. She had taken her own life by overdosing on medication at home. While sorting through her belongings, Takarada Rika discovered countless stacks of scripts and drafts. Piled up, collecting dust. Rejected, ignored. And in that moment, she finally understood the mental burden Shinjo-kun had been carrying all those years. This isn't your fault, Rika-san. Minami Shaoji spoke softly, trying to comfort Takarada Rika, whose eyes had begun to glisten with fresh tears. He could more or less understand what had happened next. The Japanese film industry was nothing like its literary world. Talent and skill alone were far from enough. Without the right mentors, without the proper connections, it was nearly impossible to make it unless one's talent was so overwhelming that they could single-handedly change the game, like his simulated self had in a previous scenario. For a girl with dreams of tokusatsu, this industry was nothing more than a mirage, a fleeting bubble that would vanish with the slightest disturbance. Perhaps, unable to accept that reality, the girl who had always hidden behind an elaborate mask had chosen to leave the world in this way. No, this is my fault. Takarada Rika let out a heavy sigh. She was completely drained. If I had tried harder back then, if I had put more effort into convincing you, maybe the two of you would have stayed together. Maybe Akon wouldn't have. This had nothing to do with me or Shinjo. And of course, Rika-san, it had little to do with you either. It was her own choice. Minami Shaoji stood up, patting Yamada Ryo's head, signaling her to wait outside the cafe. Though usually carefree, she was unexpectedly obedient this time, nodding before stepping out. No, it does matter. Every time I spoke with Akon, whenever we talked about you, she would always show something different. Almost every single time Shinjo Akon was mentioned in their conversations, that girl, who had always been so skilled at masking her emotions, would reveal a trace of regret. As if even her carefully crafted smile carried a faint shadow of sorrow. That's just your assumption. Minami Shaoji turned his gaze toward the cafe's glass window. Outside, people continued walking by. The warmth inside, mixed with the cold air outside, blurred the glass, distorting the scenery beyond. It's not just an assumption. It's the truth. Takarada Rika's emotions suddenly flared. As if recalling something, she spoke up. Among Akon's belongings, on her phone, there was an unsent message addressed to you. She never forgot about you. Hearing this, her sorrow, her grief, all seemed to freeze in place. It was the kind of sadness that had reached a point where tears could no longer fall. Silently, she pulled out a phone with a cracked screen. Displayed on it was a draft of an unsent message. A blank message. With no content. But the recipient's name was Minami Shaoji. No one could ever know what Shinjo Akon was feeling as she typed out that final message before her death, just as no one could truly understand Takarada Rika's pain as she slumped over the table, weeping uncontrollably afterward. You simply stared at that empty, unsent message, letting out a soft sigh. Perhaps, back in your high school days, you really had unknowingly touched her heart, only for her to conceal it behind her usual facade. Perhaps she had already fallen for you long ago, or perhaps, this was all just Takarada Rika's wishful thinking. That unfinished, unsent message could have just been a meaningless, last-minute impulse, and yet, in the final tokusatsu script she left behind, there was a particular line of dialogue. It was spoken by a villain, who had been consumed by despair and transformed into a monster, facing the hero who had come to defeat them. There was once someone who truly loved me. But because of my own ignorance, foolishness, and arrogance, I lost them forever, but it's too late to talk about this now. After making sure Takarada Rika had calmed down, Minami Shaoji spoke. Maybe it is. Maybe it's too late. But Minami-kun, do you really believe that you never once touched Akon's heart? Standing at the doorway, Takarada Rika repeated the same words she had said years ago. And that was the last thing she ever said to him. Minami Shaoji and Yamada Ryo stood at the cafe's entrance, watching her leave. Above them, storm clouds gathered. The dusk-tinted clouds were tinged with the color of deep, crimson red. You later married Yamada Ryo, and your life together was filled with happiness, yet, in the midst of that happiness, you would occasionally think of her, the girl who had always hidden her true self from others. Had she truly, at some point, in some fleeting moment, fallen for you? If that blank message had really been sent, what would it have said? You didn't know. Perhaps you never would. You would never see her again. Simulation complete. Minami remained silent for a long time, staring at the results of the simulation. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses. Silently, he stood up. Then, he sat back down. Unconsciously, he ran a hand through his hair. For some reason, his fingers clenched into a tight fist. To any observer, he must have looked restless, as if caught between frustration and resignation. Finally, he let out a long, deep sigh. Women, they were such a hassle. Yes. That was Minami's honest thought at this moment. Even though she had already fallen for him, she still acted as if she didn't care. Even though she was interested, she kept pushing him away. Since she already had him, why couldn't she just hold on tight? She was given the chance, but she didn't take it. Watching this simulation play out, Minami Shaoji suddenly felt as though he were looking at his own short story, The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields. Shinjo-kan was exactly like the male protagonist in that story. She had the chance to seize everything and yet, she let it all slip away. In the end, all she could do was let out a powerless sigh, watching as things spiraled further out of control. At the core of it all, why did Shinjo-kan resist other people's feelings so much? Why did she refuse to sincerely accept them, even if only to act the part? Why did she wear a fake mask, hiding her true emotions deep within? What was she really hiding? Minami Shaoji let out a long sigh and sat back down. If there was one thing in this simulation that satisfied him, it was the fact that in the end, Shinjo-kan still couldn't help but fall for him. This proved one thing: no woman could truly resist the charm of a perfect Tokyo man like himself. Even a woman like Shinjo-kan, who seemed indifferent to everything, was no exception. Ah! As expected of me. Minami Shaoji sighed in admiration of himself. Your narcissism stat has slightly increased. Current level, level 3, chapter 124, please teach me, Minami-sensei. Ignoring the system's pop-up notification about his growing narcissism, Minami Shaoji continued reading. System score, 16 points, system evaluation. Without your knowledge, she had feelings for you. However, she concealed even that slight fondness with flawless acting. Your relationship with her is closer than that of ordinary friends. But far from that of lovers. To this day, you still don't understand why she so adamantly rejects other people's feelings, just as you don't understand why she uses such a perfect mask to hide the depth of her true emotions. Yet, in the days to come, you'll occasionally recall her mischievous yet somewhat insincere smile appearing in your memories. Perhaps only by uncovering the story behind her mask will you truly capture the heart of someone who has grown accustomed to hiding herself. A score of 16 was exactly what Minami Shaoji had expected. What caught his attention more was the system's evaluation. As the system had pointed out, why did Shinjo-kan reject love? Why did she hide behind a fake smile? Minami Shaoji felt that only by uncovering these answers could he achieve a happy ending. At the same time, there was another lingering mystery. Why was Shinjo-kan so obsessed with tokusatsu? Even her career path after graduation revolved entirely around tokusatsu. Her passion for tokusatsu went far beyond a simple hobby. In the end, just as the system had said, Shinjo-kan was still a walking enigma. And precisely because of that, that's what makes her so troublesome. If it were Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, or Nishiki Gichizato, Minami Shaoji could have simply asked them if they had any worries and offered to help. But Shinjo-kan. Minami Shaoji recalled his interactions with her in the simulation. She rarely if ever truly opened up to others. At least, not in his memory. Asking her directly. That was impossible. A complete waste of effort. So, what about asking someone else? That wouldn't be easy either. Although Shinjo-kan had a large friend group, it was just for show. The only person she genuinely confided in was Takarada Reika. But Takarada Reika. Minami Shaoji had interacted with her twice in the simulation. She was a laid-back girl, but once she decided on something, she was incredibly firm about it. Asking her about Shinjo-kan? No way. She would never help him. In the worst-case scenario, she might even tell Shinjo-kan that Minami Shaoji was prying into her business. That would only make things harder. So, what was the right approach? Minami Shaoji thought for a moment. In the end, he decided to revisit the 3 options given in his previous simulation. Opening the simulation menu, he scanned the choices. 1. Uncover the truth, find out why Shinjo-kan is hostile toward you. 2. Forget about it, there's no point getting involved with an unimportant woman. Instead, you should focus on building a better relationship with Miss Yamada, who has been sending you lots of line messages you've forgotten to reply to. 3. Approach her directly, politely ask, I heard you have some really rare tokusatsu films at home. Can I come over tonight to watch them? Last time, Minami Shaoji had chosen the first option, uncover the mystery. Due to a lack of information. After all, just from reading them, the second and third options sounded ridiculous. But now, having gone through the simulation once, Minami Shaoji felt that the third option actually made a lot of sense. Because Shinjo-kan was, at her core, a hardcore tokusatsu fan. She had watched almost every tokusatsu show available in Japan. Even her career aspirations revolved around tokusatsu. Thinking about it from another angle, wouldn't someone so passionate about tokusatsu want a friend to discuss it with? Minami Shaoji suddenly perked up. Starting from her interests, this seemed like a solid approach. Women. Using their interests to win them over, and then later treating them with the same cold indifference they once showed him, though, of course, that was just a joke. The most handsome man in Tokyo wouldn't stoop to such things. The more he thought about it, the more Minami Shaoji nodded to himself. This approach had potential. But how to initiate contact with Shinjo Akan was still a challenge. Absent-mindedly flipping through his textbook, his mind was still preoccupied with Shinjo Akan. As the simulation had mentioned before, she harbored jealousy toward his writing talent. Her first impression of him was already bad, and now he had to find a way to approach her? That made things even more difficult. As he pondered, his eyes drifted to an item he had obtained from a previous simulation, a reward from Nishikigi Chizato's happy ending. Unrivaled tracking, Nishikigi Chizato character card, love is war. Holding back against others is being cruel to yourself. With unmatched execution and action, she never believed that hesitation and passivity would bring her love. To her, taking the initiative was the only way to win. I don't seem like the kind of woman who would stalk someone. But to win you over, I perfected the ultimate stalking method, Nishikigi Chizato, a one-time use character card. When used, you can perfectly erase your presence. No human senses or surveillance equipment will be able to detect you. Use this to track your target undetected. Yeah, no thanks. Minami Shaoji shook his head. He had a feeling this item would be useful in the future. Besides, using a stalking method to initiate contact was already a losing move. But if that was out of the question, how was he supposed to approach someone who already disliked him? Minami Shaoji kept thinking. And then Minami-kun. Lost in thought, Minami looked up. A female classmate had approached him. Do you need something? He couldn't remember her name, so he left it out, maintaining politeness. It looks like Shinjo-san from class 3 wants to talk to you about something. Huh? Who? Hearing an unexpected name, Minami froze. Shinjo-san. Akan Shinjo, the second-ranked student in our grade. Shinjo Akan? Confirming that he had heard correctly, Minami looked toward the classroom door. There, a lavender-haired girl was standing, smiling and waving at him. Minami Shaoji frowned and opened his simulation interface. Displayed there, current simulation target, Shinjo Akan. Status, slightly hostile, and yet. Instead of waiting for him to approach her, she had come looking for him first. You're someone who's slightly hostile toward me. And instead of waiting for me to come to you, you're the one approaching me? Minami frowned. He realized something. Akan's outwardly disguised personality really reminded him of a certain female protagonist from a manga he had read before. Except that manga was Chainsaw Man, and the heroine's name was Makima, textbook bad woman. Of course, there were differences between them. At the end of the day, Akan still gave Minami the same impression: she was a bad woman, just like Makima. Minami didn't dwell on the thought any longer. Instead, he stood up and walked toward the door. Since this bad woman had come knocking on his door, he might as well see what kind of move she was planning to make. Stepping outside, Minami took a good look at the ever-smiling Akan standing before him. Just like in the simulation, the girl had sleek, silky lavender hair, and her crimson-red eyes carried the same alluring temptation as strawberries. Her mischievous, ever-curved smile didn't seem unnatural. Instead, it added to her charm. But perhaps the most eye-catching thing was what lay beneath her school uniform, something far more developed than the average high school girl. If the simulation standards were anything to go by, Akan's figure was at the level where she could probably rest a cup of boba tea on her chest. Minami only glanced for a moment before his sharp mind automatically calculated her 3 sizes beneath her loose uniform. But since he had no interest in such useless data, he withdrew his gaze almost immediately. Still, Akan seemed to have noticed his brief glance. Her smile widened slightly, a teasing glint flashing in her eyes. She pressed a delicate finger against her chest and grinned. Hello, Minami-kun, I'm Akan from class 3. I know. Minami cut her off without a hint of politeness, his tone dry and to the point. At the same time, he glanced at his status screen. Current simulation target, Akan Shinjo. Status, hostile, so she really was sulking. Confirming that her status had changed from slightly hostile to just hostile. Minami took another look at the girl in front of him. Despite the clear shift in hostility, her face remained completely unchanged, still smiling, still unreadable. Minami let out a quiet sigh in his heart. As expected of her. Yes. If it weren't for the simulation status tracker, he probably would have been just as clueless as his past self. Thinking this, Minami decided to use Data Analyzer on Akan. Name, Akan Shinjo. Appearance, 8. Athleticism, 7. Academics, 7. Skills, Disguise level 5. Emotion Concealment level 5. Social Skills level 4. Tokusatsu Knowledge level 3. Initiative level 3. Studying level 3. Current impression of host, hostile, slightly jealous. System evaluation, your first impression in her eyes was not favorable. She holds a bit of jealousy toward your talent. If you wish to pursue her, you may need to put in multiple times the effort, and even then, there's no guarantee she will reciprocate. However, Even she cannot deny that your good looks have left a strong impression on her. Because of that, you might still have a small chance of making this bad woman fall deeply in love with you. Well, damn. Minami raised an eyebrow. Level 5 in disguise? Level 5 in emotion concealment? No wonder the simulation's version of himself never managed to see through her. With her disguise skills maxed out, Akane was impossible to read. This wasn't the kind of skill set a tokusatsu heroine should have. If anything, her stats were more fitting for an evil female executive in a villain organization. And he had to admit, compared to someone like Chisato, who basically threw herself at him before the simulation even started, Akane's simulation difficulty was hell level. But it wasn't completely hopeless. Minami straightened his posture. If his simulated self could make Akane waver, then he could make this bad woman truly fall for him. Turning his gaze back to her, Minami got straight to the point. You wouldn't have come looking for me if you didn't have something to say, right? Ah. It's about the Shuka school journal. Akane said with a light-hearted hum. She didn't seem the least bit upset that Minami had rudely cut her off earlier. Her tone was cheerful and sweet. The way she playfully stuck out her white, slender fingers, the cute, teasing expression, and that charming, almost unnatural smile, any average high school boy would have been utterly smitten by now. She had probably already turned countless boys into her friends. But Minami, who now fully understood what kind of girl she truly was, wasn't fooled by her act. He simply waited for her to continue. To put it simply, my latest article didn't quite meet the teacher's expectations, Akane said, giggling. So, I thought I'd come ask Minami-kun, the guy who always pleases the teacher, for some guidance. She stuck out her tongue playfully, pulling a stack of papers from her school bag. Then, with both hands pressed together in a pleading gesture, she tilted her head down slightly, looking up at him with hopeful eyes. It was the kind of scene where any normal teenage boy would be unable to refuse her. And Akane knew that. She was confident in her charm. With just a little bit of sweetness, these simple-minded boys would be putty in her hands, or at least, that was what she thought. But before she could finish that thought, Minami took the papers from her. And without even glancing at them, smack, he dropped them straight onto the ground. Huh? Akane's perfect smile stiffened for a split second. She opened her mouth slightly as if to say something, but before she could, Minami propped his chin up with his hand. Huh? What do you mean, huh? His voice was laced with open disdain. You're asking for someone's guidance, right? Then shouldn't you at least use honorifics? Eh? Akane blinked, completely caught off guard. No. Wait. This isn't right. Wasn't he supposed to be the one kneeling at my feet, begging me to let him teach me? How did things turn out like this? She didn't get it. Huh? Again? You don't know how to ask for help properly? Minami pressed. Sorry, Minami-kun. Could you please teach me? Flustered, Akane stammered out the words. But Minami only squinted at her. Wrong. He bent down, picked up the papers, and dusted them off. Shouldn't it be please, guide me, Minami-sensei? His gaze turned cold. If you're going to ask for help, at least act like you mean it, Akane. Eh? No, wait. This isn't right at all. At this point, shouldn't he be enthusiastically offering his help, acting all reliable and smug? Why? Why was he treating her like this? Akane couldn't wrap her head around it. What's wrong? Out of words? Can't even speak properly now, Akane? Minami's voice was loud and commanding, drawing glances from nearby classmates. The sudden strictness made Akane's shoulders stiffen. Subconsciously, she opened her mouth. Please guide me, Minami-sensei. Louder. Please guide me, Minami-sensei. Not enough. Do you even want to learn? I do. Please. Guide me, Minami-sensei. For the first time, Akane was utterly bewildered. And yet, she could only obey. Shouldn't you add thoroughly to that? Please thoroughly guide me, Minami-sensei. Akane's impression of you has changed, checking his simulation screen. Current target, Akane Shinjo. Status, hostile, slight respect, slight fear, as expected. Minami nodded in satisfaction. Just as he had planned, when dealing with a bad woman like Akane, someone who carried countless secrets, the best approach was to go in strong. She had to understand that he was nothing like the average guys who came running at her beck and call. Still pleased with himself, Minami glanced sideways at Akane. Her face was flushed red, her eyes flickering uncertainly as if she wanted to meet his gaze but didn't quite dare to. Since you put it that way, Akane, I'll make sure to thoroughly train your writing skills. Understood? You understood. Minami-kun. It's sensei. Yes. Minami-sensei. Shinjo Akane, flustered and hesitant, nodded her head vigorously. And so, on that day a new legend was born at Shuka High. The mighty Demon King, Minami, had forced the second-ranked student, Akan, to call him sensei as punishment for challenging him. And according to rumors, there were even humiliating penalty games between the two. Chapter 125, Did you do that on purpose or was it an accident? What the hell is up with that guy? Shinjo Akan's delicate, doll-like face maintained a gentle smile as she chatted with her classmates. But the way her brows twitched from time to time was a clear sign she was far from calm inside. How could she possibly be calm? Just moments ago, she had been forced to call that guy Minami-sensei more than 10 times. Given how well known she and Minami were in the school, it wouldn't be long before some ridiculous rumors started spreading. On the surface, she smiled. But internally, she was seething. She had truly been caught off guard back there. Minami had raised his voice so suddenly his tone was sharp, commanding. And she was just a girl. Not only in her grade, but in her entire life, she had never had a boy speak to her with such force before. Instinctively, she had followed along with his words. But now, recalling what she had actually said, please guide me thoroughly, Minami-sensei. Even with her level 5 disguise skill, the memory made her ears burn red. I want to die. No. Before dying, she should drag that bastard down with her. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Akan found herself feeling restless. Sitting at her desk, she bounced her foot lightly against the floor, her indoor shoes tapping out an impatient tap-tap-tap against the hard surface. This feeling of agitation, it was something she hadn't felt in years. Not since her mother passed away had she experienced this kind of emotional stirring because of another person. This isn't right. It felt wrong. She wasn't supposed to need emotions like this. Yes. She didn't need emotions. She didn't need to rely on anyone else for emotional support. She was herself. She couldn't let others dictate her feelings. Hey, Akan, wanna go to karaoke later? A classmate, her so-called friend number 1-inch, stood up and smiled at her, unintentionally interrupting her thoughts. Sorry. I've got something to do later. Akan clasped her hands together apologetically, flashing a bright, cheerful smile. Oh. Are you going to see Minami from class 2? Wow, Akan, didn't expect that from you, eh? No way. Minami and I are just normal friends, her other classmate friend number 2 threw out another annoying comment, making Akan subtly furrow her brows before quickly smoothing her expression into another perfect smile. So you are going to see him, huh? Hee hee. Geez, just go to karaoke already. You guys are so annoying. After another round of playful teasing, Akan finally managed to send them off. Then, she turned her head slightly to the side. Was she actually going to see Minami? Of course she was. Akan clenched her fists tightly. That guy had gotten way too much out of her today. He had humiliated her. She had to get something back. Her gaze landed on the manuscript sitting on her desk. She recalled the draft Minami had written as well. Their writing styles were completely different. But after just a quick glance, she already knew. Minami's writing skills were leagues above hers. Jealous? Of course she was. How was it fair for someone to be this overpowered? Excelling in academics was one thing, but on top of that, he was also better at writing? And yet, beyond the jealousy, there was an overwhelming sense of admiration. She envied his talent. If she could write like him, then maybe, just maybe, her dream could. Akan stood up from her seat. After hesitating for a moment, she shoved her tangled-up earphone cord into her pocket, grabbed her manuscript, and headed for class 2. Peeking inside, she saw him. A black-haired boy, packing up his things. When he noticed her presence, he froze for a split second, then, without a word, he turned back and continued packing. That same cold treatment again. For some reason, Akan felt a small, sharp sting in her chest. With her natural good looks and outstanding grades, ever since she had crafted her sunny, cheerful persona, she had never been treated this way. But Minami, taking a deep breath, she plastered her usual warm smile on her face. Excuse me, Minami-kun. The black-haired boy lifted his head and raised a brow. Minami-kun? That's right. Akan kept smiling. The only reason she had called him sensei earlier was because he had completely hijacked the conversation's pace. But now she was ready. Even if he tried yelling at her again, she wouldn't be thrown off this time. You don't actually like being called sensei, do you? That was just a joke earlier. But if you do like it, I don't mind calling you that again, she giggled playfully. The second half of her statement was obviously a joke. There was no way a guy like him would actually want her to keep calling him that. That would just be too humiliating for her. Right? There was no way. She was still in control of the situation. Guys, at the end of the day, they could be easily swayed with just a little bit of sweetness. But then go ahead. Minami had finished packing his things. And with a completely calm expression he said those words. At that moment the graceful, composed image Akan had built in her mind completely shattered. Oh my god. Is this guy serious? On the surface, she kept up her perfect smile. But internally, her mind was racing with quiet, muttering complaints. Is this guy really the type to endlessly, mercilessly bully a girl? Unbelievable. Utterly unbelievable. And yet hey, I don't want to. Are you really gonna make me call you that all the time, Minami-kun? That's way too embarrassing. Akan's smile grew even sweeter, her voice taking on an adorable, teasing lilt that no guy could possibly resist. But Minami simply glanced at her. Then, he silently raised a finger and pointed at the door. The message was clear. If you're not gonna call me that, then leave. Akan took a deep breath. Even with her level 5 disguise, she could barely stop herself from gritting her teeth. She wanted to just turn around and walk away. But if she could get Minami's guidance, her dream could. With that thought, she lowered her head slightly and did her best to keep her voice steady. Minami-sensei. Too quiet. Minami-sensei. Why do you sound like you're gritting your teeth? Minami-sensei. Too soft. Too flirty. Don't you even know how to properly show respect? Minami looked at Akan with a deep expression of disgust. Akan's delicate, fair face turned bright red. Endure. Endure. Just hold it in. Finally, when she felt like she had reached the absolute limit of her patience, Minami finally gave a small nod. Barely acceptable. He took Akan's manuscript and began reading. Seeing his action, Akan, whose blood pressure had been skyrocketing, exhaled heavily. It really was just barely acceptable. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap the manuscript onto Minami's face. But she held it in. But you still held it in. Huh? Hearing Minami mutter those words as he read, Akan blinked in confusion. For the first time she felt afraid. Minami. Did he see through her mask? She opened her mouth, hesitating. Minami. Sensei. You. And no, it's nothing. Feeling his gaze shift toward her, Akan quickly lowered her head. In that moment she felt true fear. Her bright, cheerful persona had always been her armor, her way of surviving. And yet, for the first time she had the sudden urge to just leave her manuscript with Minami and run. Not because she wanted to use him to improve her writing. No. It was because the thought of her mask being forcibly ripped off of someone, seeing the weak, cowardly, pathetic person beneath it, terrified her. She didn't dare think any further. And then what are you thinking about? Minami's voice suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts. Akan jolted upright, blinking rapidly. In front of her, Minami's face was suddenly very close. It's nothing. She quickly said. Falling back into habit, she flashed her usual fake smile and rubbed her hands together playfully. I was just thinking about something completely unrelated. Is that so? To her relief, Minami didn't press further. He simply nodded and continued reading. He didn't even mention his previous comment, but you still held it in. That made Akan feel a little better. She leaned back against her seat, watching Minami's indifferent expression. She couldn't understand. Why did her usual tricks, ones that worked on every other guy, completely fail on Minami? No. Not only did they not work, but they seemed to have the opposite effect. Minami had spent the entire day looking at her with nothing but disdain. It was the first time since entering Shuka High that a male student had treated her like this. This guy. He definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. What a poor thing. Of course, she didn't say this out loud. She only thought it in her mind maliciously. Though, she failed to realize if this were any other guy, she wouldn't have bothered wasting this much thought on them at all. But before she could dwell on it further, Minami suddenly spoke. I'm finished. Oh? Akan perked up. All of her previous thoughts vanished instantly. She looked at Minami expectantly. No matter what kind of awful person he was, there was no denying his talent for writing. What would he think of her work? Surely, it wouldn't be too bad, right? After all, she was the second-ranked student at Shuka High. Academically, she was only behind Minami. Maybe her writing would actually impress him. Maybe this terrible guy would be shocked by her work. Just the thought of seeing him surprised by her writing made her even more eager. But then she caught herself. Wait. This is weird. Why was she so excited to see his reaction? Why did she care so much about his opinion? That wasn't like her. But she still couldn't help but secretly glance at Minami's face, looking for any sign of reaction. And then right before her eyes, Minami's once indifferent expression shifted. A flicker of something passed through his clear, dark eyes. Surprise. Akan. You. Minami placed the manuscript down, his silence dragging on for a long moment. Then, he lifted his head, looked her straight in the eye, and very seriously asked, Did you write this badly on purpose? Yes. Minami was shocked after reading her manuscript. But clearly not in the way she had hoped. Chapter 126, Do you not have any friends? Did you write this badly on purpose? Minami's words weren't meant as an insult. Huh. These attack names sound like something a little kid came up with. Ugh. Okan clutched her chest dramatically. Seriously, what the hell is the most evil and most terrifying monster? That's such a cliché. Ugh. Okan took a step back as if physically struck. And this isn't even a literary novel, it's just a self-indulgent fanfic of yours, isn't it? Okan, the girl who could talk her way out of anything, suddenly found herself speechless. Because Minami wasn't wrong. Everything he said was completely true. Just as he pointed out, her story didn't even fit the criteria for Shukahai's literary magazine. Instead, she had written a tokusatsu-style script. To be honest, she didn't really care whether it got published or not. What she really wanted to know was if her writing was good enough to support her dreams. If it also got into the school paper, that'd just be a bonus. But she hadn't even had the chance to explain that, and Minami had already ripped her work to shreds. Okan's pink lips parted slightly, her gaze flitting over Minami's face. Seriously? Is there really a guy like this in the world? A guy who could stare a cute girl his age in the face and mercilessly tear apart her work? This was just. There's no way he has a girlfriend. Okan clenched her fists tightly. But with her level 5 disguise, she swallowed down all her frustration. Taking a deep breath, she forced her usual smile back onto her face. So. Minami-kun. Minami cast a cold, sideways glance at Okan and let out a small sound of acknowledgement. Minami-sensei. Is there any way to improve my writing? If a smile could kill, Okan was sure Minami would have been murdered 1,000 times over by now. No, not just 1,000 times, far from enough. Thinking this, Okan's expression became even sweeter. If there's room for improvement, please don't hold back, Minami-sensei. Room for improvement. Hearing Okan's words, Minami lowered his gaze and flipped through her manuscript again. So? Watching him scan her work seriously, Okan felt her spirits lift again. Looks like my writing isn't completely hopeless in his eyes. Relax. Still reading, Minami muttered under his breath, it's not a big problem. Not a big problem. Okan let out a small breath of relief and was about to say something. Yeah, not a big problem. Just rewrite it. Cough. Cough. Minami's sudden statement sent Okan choking on her own breath, her face flushing red as she coughed violently. She stared at him in disbelief. What? What do you mean what? Minami furrowed his brows. Rewrite it. Wait, didn't you just say it's not a big problem? Okan was dumbfounded. Yeah. Don't panic. If it was a big problem, panicking wouldn't help anyway. Grrrr. Okan had lost count of how many times she had clenched her fists today. She really wanted to punch that clean, handsome face of his, but unfortunately, she was pretty sure she wouldn't win in a fight. Minami wasn't bad at sports, after all. That's that, then. Without caring about her feelings, Minami patted his school bag. Rewrite it in the next 2 days and bring it to me again. No problem, right, Okan? Fine. Okan nodded reflexively and reached out to take her manuscript back. But just as her fingers extended, she froze in shock as Minami, without a second thought, kept her manuscript. You. Okan opened her mouth. The desk was dirty. These papers make a good table mat. Consider it your tuition fee. Minami replied calmly and stuffed her manuscript into his bag. Okan's entire face turned red. My writing is just a table mat to you? If this were any other situation, she would have stood up, flashed a perfectly rehearsed, gentle smile, and politely refuted him. But right now her fair face was completely flushed. And for once, she was at a complete loss for words. Because she realized something. In front of Minami, her carefully crafted, near-perfect smile was utterly useless. Her naturally adorable features, which had always worked wonders on men, had zero effect. And then there was the matter of sunk cost. She had already endured so much humiliation from him today. If she didn't at least learn some writing techniques in return, wouldn't all this suffering be for nothing? That was something Okan refused to accept. Wait. A sudden thought struck her. Could it be? Was Minami deliberately making things hard for her? Was he intentionally pushing her into this state, forcing her into feeling trapped by her sunk costs? She found herself scrutinizing him carefully, trying to read something from his composed face. But soon enough she gave up. Minami's expression didn't change in the slightest. Calm. Indifferent. Yeah. Okan decided she was overthinking things. There was no way a guy like Minami, who clearly didn't understand women, could possibly manipulate her like that. At the end of the day, he was just a bookworm. Someone like him probably didn't even have a single female friend. That thought nearly made her burst into laughter. She glanced at him with pity. Ah, poor Minami-sensei. 17 years old and not even one female friend. Feeling suddenly much better, Okan rested her cheek against her palm, watching Minami pack up his things. Her gaze carried a malicious sympathy. This guy was probably always by himself. He must have never had anyone to walk home with. Ah. Minami-sensei. So tragic. But it made sense. With such a horrible personality, even she, a near-perfect girl who was universally liked, had a hard time dealing with him. Just thinking about it put her in a great mood. She never let her emotions waver because of a guy. But today? Today was an exception. After all, this was Minami. To be honest, at that moment she had the strongest urge to put on an innocent, surprised face and ask Minami-sensei, "Do you not have any friends? Why are you always going home alone?" But ahem. Okan coughed lightly. As fun as teasing him was, a perfect girl like her should be making the first move to invite him to walk home together. That way, she could raise his affection toward her. And in the future, she could slowly mold him into one of the guys who willingly served her like the rest. Yes, this was the correct approach. With that in mind, Okan took a confident step forward and spoke. "Minami-sensei, do you want to?" She never finished her sentence. "Because Minami-senpai." A cheerful, lively voice suddenly interrupted her. The words caught in Okan's throat. Her pink lips parted slightly in shock as two girls with guitar cases slung over their shoulders appeared at the classroom door. Friends? Minami's. Minami, whose personality was horrible, had female friends. And not just any female friends but cute ones? Okan immediately recognized the red-haired girl. Kita Ikuyo. A well-known first year with a bubbly personality and a dazzling smile that could brighten any room. The other girl had pink hair. Okan didn't know her name, but even in her loose sportswear her figure was undeniable. If she dressed up properly, she would definitely rival Kita in appearance. But these two are Minami's friends? Okan refused to believe it. No way. No way. It had to be something else. Kita must have just spotted Minami and was being polite. She was known for her outgoing personality. It was normal for her to greet an upperclassman. Yes, that had to be it. Okan reassured herself. And then she watched as Kita walked inside, flashed a bright, cheerful grin and grabbed Minami's hand. "I told Bachi earlier that Minami-senpai might still be here. And I was right. Let's go to Starry together." Okan struggled to keep her smile in place. She didn't know why. But watching Minami interact with his female friends felt worse than being friendless herself. She stood frozen in place, unable to say anything. And that was when Kita, who had been happily chatting with Minami, finally noticed her standing behind him. With a bright, friendly smile, Kita greeted her. "Oh. Shinjo-senpai is here too." "Hello." "Hello." Okan replied softly. She didn't know what else to say. So instead, she simply nodded, picked up her school bag, and prepared to leave. But just as she was about to walk away, a voice called out behind her. "Okan." Instinctively, she turned back. And there she saw Minami looking at her, an expression of genuine surprise on his face. "Okan. Do you not have any friends? Why are you going home alone?" "Okan." Her heart stopped. "That was my line. I was supposed to say that to you." She clutched her chest, feeling an unfamiliar tightness there. At this moment, for the first time in her life, she truly understood what people meant by the phrase heartache. Just for today. Okan forced out a bright, carefree smile. But even to Kita and the others, that smile looked painfully lonely. "It's fine. Come with us, Shinjo-senpai," Kita said, after a moment of hesitation. Going home alone like this? It was way too sad. "Why, yeah." Even Bachi, who barely spoke, managed to mumble something. She glanced at Okan, looking somewhat conflicted. She never expected someone like Shinjo-senpai, one of the most admired girls at school, to be in the same position she once was in middle school. Going home all alone. It was heartbreaking. At least she had Minami and Kita now. But Shinjo-senpai had no one. Realizing this, Bachi looked at Okan with a gaze full of pity and understanding. Okan. If there was one thing that hurt her more than a knife, it was pity. That was something her pride absolutely could not tolerate. "No, really. It's fine. My friends just aren't around today," Okan quickly responded, brushing them off with a wide grin. And before they could say anything else, she turned on her heel and left in a hurry. She bit her lip hard, pulling out her phone as she walked. "No friends? Did they really just say I have no friends?" Minami's words kept echoing in her head. Without a second thought, she dialed a number. "Ah. Sorry, Asada-san. I'm free now. About karaoke. Huh? It's almost over. Oh. Okay. Never mind, then." She hung up. Then, she opened line. "I'm in such a good mood. Anyone want to go out?" Her eyes stayed locked on her screen. But her mood only worsened. The group chat, usually lively, only had a few responses. And they all said the same thing: it's too late. We already had dinner. Let's go out tomorrow instead, Shinjo-san. Akan's footsteps slowed to a stop. No friends. Her gaze landed on the names in her contact list: friend number 1. Friend number 2. Her fingers hovered over the screen. And then what am I even doing? She murmured to herself. This is so stupid. It was as if she was talking to herself, or perhaps as if she was muttering a confession. Minami's voice replayed in her mind. Akan. Do you not have any friends? Her lavender hair swayed slightly as she lowered her head. And for the first time the girl who never opened up to anyone bit down on her lip, hard. Chapter 127, Spending the night at Minami's house? She had never given her true self to anyone. So why would anyone give their true self to her? That was a simple truth. And deep down, she had always understood it. But understanding something and experiencing it firsthand were two completely different things. The reality was she was a very lonely person. She had no one she could truly connect with. And no one who truly wanted to connect with her. She knew this. But she had always ignored it. The people around her, they only stayed because she was fun to be around. Or because of her cute looks and bubbly personality. That was all. Thinking back, was there anyone in her life who had ever truly been honest with her? Akan wandered aimlessly down the street, lost in thought. And to her surprise a single name surfaced in her mind. Minami. Wait. What? Even she wasn't expecting that. But Minami was different from the other guys who approached her. From the very beginning, he had never cared about her feelings. Even when she made the cutest faces, using tricks that no other guy had ever resisted, Minami completely ignored them. Nothing she did could move him. No matter what tactics she used, he remained the same. Unyielding. Indifferent. And yet, he was the only person who had ever spoken to her without holding back. The only person who treated her without deception. The only person who had ever truly been honest with her. How ironic. The person who she thought she hated the most was the only person who treated her like a real person. She chuckled bitterly at the thought. Shaking her head, she continued walking. She had no idea where she was going. But it didn't matter. Her house was empty, anyway. She'd just find somewhere to eat before heading home. That was her plan until drip. Then another. Raindrops, carried by the wind, splattered against her face. Oh, come on. She barely had time to react before the downpour started. Akan immediately broke into a run. But the rain showed no mercy. The entire street was quickly swallowed by a curtain of water. There wasn't a single convenience store in sight. She could barely see ahead, and just when she thought she was completely out of options, what are you doing? Huh? A voice, one that had become far too familiar, spoke beside her. And at the same time a large umbrella suddenly opened above her. Akan turned, utterly bewildered. And standing there, holding the umbrella, was none other than Minami. Minami. Her lips parted slightly, her shock evident. Why? Why is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be with gloomy pink-haired girl and Kita? Why is he here? Wait. Seeing Minami appear so suddenly, Akan's mind raced with the bold idea. Could it be, did Minami leave Kita and that gloomy pink-haired girl behind just to come looking for her? Was he worried about her? Yeah. That had to be it. It made perfect sense. For a moment, she had completely forgotten she was Shinjo Akan. The charming, irresistible Shinjo Akan. With this realization, a radiant smile returned to her face. She hadn't expected this at all. Minami might act indifferent, but deep down, he cared about her. Thinking about it carefully, it was obvious. Minami was a guy, after all. Sure, he acted tough, but there was no way he could resist her charm. At that moment, Akan regained her confidence. What are you thinking about? Why aren't you walking? A calm voice beside her pulled her back to reality. Hey, never mind that. Why aren't you with Kita? Weren't you all heading home together? Akan stretched her words out teasingly, tilting her head with certainty. Minami gave her a confused look. Why was she asking about this now? He answered casually. Didn't you check your messages? There was a weather alert just now, heavy rain and possibly a typhoon. Even the trains might stop running. We cancelled our plans, and since my place is nearby, I was just heading home. That's when I ran into you. As he spoke, he furrowed his brows slightly. Can we go now? Oh. Your house is around here? What a coincidence. The more she listened to Minami's explanation, the more convinced Akan became he had definitely come looking for her. After all, wasn't it too much of a coincidence? Heavy rain? A typhoon? And his house just happened to be nearby? That was way too much to be believable. Reality wasn't some novel. There was no way this many coincidences would pile up. Are you coming or not? Minami asked again. What should I do? Akan narrowed her eyes playfully. For some reason, seeing Minami finally soften up a little made her feel thrilled. Going to his place didn't seem like such a bad idea. But then no matter what, Akan was sure of one thing. Minami would never leave a delicate girl like her alone in the rain. And yet. She watched in stunned disbelief as Minami turned his back on her and started walking without even looking back. With his umbrella raised, he walked forward without hesitation. Like an idiot would actually stand there in the rain for her. Eh? He left? He actually left? Watching him walk further and further away, not even sparing her a single glance, every single one of her confident assumptions shattered. Panicking, she rushed after him, the rain soaking her from head to toe. Wait. Wait for me, Minami-kun. Sitting inside Minami's tiny apartment, Akan stared blankly at her phone. Because everything Minami had said was true. The news confirmed it. Heavy rain. A typhoon approaching. Possible train suspensions. He hadn't been lying. After all, Japan was an island country. Sudden rainstorms and typhoons weren't unusual at all. That was why so many Japanese literary works used rain as a central theme. And train suspensions due to typhoons? Completely normal. Akan sat there, dazed. She had absent-mindedly gotten on the train and ended up here. Minami's house just happened to be nearby. And because of the rain, he had to return home early, which led to them running into each other. So it really was just a coincidence. Thinking about it, Akan unconsciously turned her gaze toward the bathroom. Behind that thin glass door, Minami was taking a shower. Alone in a room with a teenage boy. This was something she had never imagined nor wanted to imagine. She needed to do something, anything to distract herself. But then whoosh, the sound of the bathroom door sliding open. And at the same time Minami stepped out, towel drying his hair. Akan instinctively lifted her eyes. And then she realized she couldn't look away. Even with her usual bias against Minami, she couldn't help but quietly murmur. Wow. Yes. Fresh out of the shower, his skin was slightly flushed from the heat. His damp black hair clung slightly to his forehead, giving him an unexpected allure. Under the soft lighting, his sharp features seemed more mature than usual, less like the clean-cut, intellectual Minami she was used to and more like a handsome young man. If she hadn't been trained to control her expressions, she might have been drooling by now. Wait. Drooling? Me? Me, Shinjo Akan, the perfect, untouchable beauty? Over a guy my age? Realizing what she was thinking, Akan furiously wiped at her lips even though there was nothing there. And then Akan. Huh? Aren't you cold? Still drying his hair, Minami glanced at her. Cold. The moment he mentioned it, Akan actually started to feel the chill. After all, she was still in her damp uniform. Her long socks, soaked through, clung uncomfortably to her skin. Then go shower. Do you need me to beg you? Minami gave her an unimpressed look and casually tossed her a set of sportswear. Before she could even react, he pushed her toward the bathroom. What? Hey. What's your problem? Akan opened her mouth in protest. Today had been full of firsts for her, thanks to Minami. But standing inside the bathroom, she shivered slightly. It was cold. She rubbed her hands together and looked at the tub filled with warm water. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed and stripped off her wet clothes, tossing them into the laundry basket. As the hot water ran over her, she reached for the shampoo. She froze. Wait. Is this the same shampoo Minami uses? Holding the bottle in her hands, an inexplicable thought crossed her mind. Her cheeks, already warmed by the steam, turned a deeper shade of pink. And no. It's just shampoo. That's all. As if trying to convince herself, she hurriedly lathered the shampoo into her hair. Then, she quickly grabbed the body wash and scrubbed her skin clean. After rinsing off, she sank into the warm bath, soaking for a while. And finally she hesitated. But in the end, she forced herself not to sniff Minami's sportswear before putting it on. Still wearing his clothes made her feel oddly uncomfortable. As if with every breath she took she could smell him. And that thought alone made her feel restless, unable to sit still. Her face was burning red as she tiptoed out of the bathroom. She felt ridiculously guilty, like she'd just done something she wasn't supposed to. And as soon as she stepped out, she saw Minami sitting at the table, frowning at a stack of papers. Huh? Wait, isn't that? Akan blinked in surprise. She recognized those papers immediately. It was the manuscript Minami had supposedly used as a table mat. What was he doing with it now? Was he really about to mock her writing again? How mean can this guy be? Thinking this, Akan carefully crept up behind him and then she froze. Because what she saw was not what she expected. The entire manuscript was covered in Minami's handwriting. Detailed notes. Corrections. Suggestions for improvement. Every flaw in her story, every scene that could be rewritten, every piece of dialogue that could be enhanced. He had meticulously analyzed everything. Akan's expression shifted into something complicated. This was the same Minami who constantly criticized her. The same Minami who looked at her with pure disdain. And yet he had seriously revised her story? She never once imagined he would do something like this. She had always thought he was just good at making her angry. You done staring, Akon? Minami's voice startled her. She had been so focused on his notes that she hadn't realized he noticed her. Her face immediately turned red. She opened her mouth awkwardly. Minami, didn't you say you were just using that manuscript as... She trailed off. She couldn't bring herself to say table mat. Obviously, that wasn't true. Minami replied flatly, closing the manuscript. It's something you put effort into, after all. Is that so? For some reason, despite being constantly chased by guys in class, constantly showered with attention, those things had never made her feel anything. But hearing this from Minami, there was a strange warmth spreading in her chest. Maybe it was because he had acknowledged her writing. Or maybe for some other reason. This feeling is wrong. Really, really wrong. She was supposed to be the one at the top of the social chain. The one everyone was eager to help. The one boys practically lined up to please. So why was she feeling happy over something so small from Minami? She was supposed to be the devilish one, not the one getting flustered over some guy. Her face turned red again. Without thinking, she stole another glance at Minami. And then wait, why am I even looking at him? Realizing what she was doing, Akon mentally slapped herself. What the hell am I doing? Why was she sneaking glances at the guy who bullied her all day? She scolded herself. But her gaze kept drifting toward him. Maybe she had just spent too long in the bath. Her brain was all foggy. She grabbed a glass of water and took a sip, trying to clear her head. She was about to say something to break the awkward atmosphere, but before she could, Minami spoke first. So, Akon. Huh? What's your plan for tonight? Plan? Akon tilted her head in confusion. Minami sighed. Seeing the blank look on her face, he shook his head and spelled it out. Where are you going to stay tonight? Stay? It took her a moment to process what he meant. Typhoon. Heavy rain. Train services suspended. The roads flooded. And she was still a minor. Which meant she couldn't stay at a hotel. Which meant she had to stay over at Minami's place. For a brief moment, Akon's already overloaded brain completely shut down. Chapter 128, The Pitiful Akon, trapped in Minami's hands. Where are you going to stay tonight? Minami's question was direct. And it hit the core of the problem. Even with her expert level of deception, Akon's carefully maintained composure came crashing down. The sudden typhoon had left her trapped in Minami's apartment. But actually spending the night here was another story entirely. Sure, she had a mischievous personality. But when it came to things like this, she was completely inexperienced. Not just staying over at a guy's house, she had never even stayed over anywhere before. Minami-kun. Akon gulped. She raised a trembling finger, still desperately clinging to hope. Can you lend me an umbrella? Sure. Minami didn't even look at her. He just answered nonchalantly. Akon quickly grabbed the umbrella, picked up the bag with her wet clothes, and hurried to the front door. She slipped on a pair of slippers. Opened the door. And then whoosh. A wall of howling wind and blinding rain slammed into her. Her lavender hair was instantly whipped around by the merciless gusts. Lightning flashed across the pitch-black sky. And then a torrential downpour came crashing down, completely drenching her in an instant. Even the small roof outside the apartment entrance couldn't block the sheer force of the storm. Akon said nothing. She just silently pulled her foot back inside, closed the door, and returned to Minami's side. Satisfied? Minami didn't even look up from his book. His tone was completely neutral. Akon's face burned. She opened her mouth but had nothing to say. Yeah. Did I really need to test it myself? Outside, the sky itself was practically collapsing. Wind. Rain. Thunder. And she had actually thought an umbrella could help her get through that? That was beyond wishful thinking. Just as she was about to say something to change the subject, Minami flipped a page and casually spoke. So, you're staying the night, then? His voice was calm. Completely unfazed. Akon's lips parted slightly. She wanted to argue. But the words died in her throat. Instead, she just nodded. Because she had realized something. In front of Minami, all her usual tricks, all her usual tactics, were completely useless. No matter what, she always ended up doing exactly what he expected. It was almost unfair. She lowered her head, sipping her water quietly. She hesitated. And then in a small voice, she asked, what are you reading? Yeah. From the very beginning, Minami had been flipping through that book in his hands. What the hell is he even reading? Akon was curious. But more than that, she had her suspicions. Minami Shaoji, the so-called demon king of Shuka High, The rumored study freak was probably reading something ridiculously complex, right? Hardcore calculus. Perfect. If she found out what it was, she could prepare herself to finally beat him on the next exam. With that in mind, she asked her question. And Minami completely unfazed answered without hesitation. Just reviewing my textbook. Reviewing? The Demon King Minami? The same Minami who was always ranked number 1? The same Minami who crushed national mock exams with ease? The same Minami who could leave anyone in the dust purely through his natural talent needed to review? That was as ridiculous as saying a cheetah needed to practice running. It was that absurd. So absurd that Akane found herself opening her mouth in disbelief. But before she could even speak, Minami seemed to already know what she was going to say. Wordlessly, he turned the book around, showing it to her. Unlike most Japanese high school students who took notes separately, Minami had directly written all over the pages. Every blank space was filled with notes, underlines, and annotations. And the most surprising part, it wasn't just class material. Even things the teachers hadn't covered in class Minami had researched, analyzed, and neatly documented in his own words. For once Akane had nothing to say. No wonder he always ranked first. A genius like him, and on top of that, someone who worked this hard? If Minami didn't take first place, that would be the real shock. What kind of monster is this guy? As she watched him continue reading, completely ignoring the perfect girl beside him, Akane couldn't help but feel a strange sense of admiration. Minami-sensei is really amazing. No. Wait. What am I thinking? Akane lightly slapped her own burning cheeks. Don't forget. This was the same guy who had been tormenting her since school. And she was feeling impressed by him? Sure, he had helped her out today. And yeah, he had taken her manuscript seriously. But still. This was the same guy who had bullied her all day. How could she feel something as ridiculous as admiration? Minami-sensei? Akane, have you lost your mind? Her brain was in complete chaos. She was supposed to be the one in control, the dominant one in social interactions. She was Shinjo Akane. And then Akane. Yes. She instinctively sat up straight, her back stiff. Get up. I'm making dinner. You're helping. Minami spoke as if it were an order. Okay. Akane replied immediately, and then, her lips twitched. Wait. No. This wasn't right. Wasn't the correct scenario supposed to be Minami running around, waiting on her? Wasn't she supposed to just sit back, sip a drink, and wait for him to serve her food? Why did she just instantly agree to help him? Sigh. Whatever. Akane turned her gaze toward Minami. He might be annoying, but she had to admit he had helped her a lot today. Yeah, okay. Fine. She tied an apron around her waist, walked up to him, and spoke decisively. Minami. Minami, who had been considering what to cook, glanced at her. What do you need me to do? Akane asked directly. Just help with some small stuff. You can at least peel potatoes, right? Minami answered. And for a moment Akane was stunned. That's it? When she imagined helping, she thought he'd have her prepare miso soup or side dishes. But all he wanted her to do was peel potatoes? That just felt like busy work. I should be helping more. Akane declared confidently. If she was already helping, she might as well do something worthwhile. But Minami just shook his head. No. I have a feeling anything you cook would taste awful. Just prep the ingredients. He looked at her like he actually meant it. Like he genuinely believed she couldn't cook. What the hell did he just say? The moment she noticed the doubt in his gaze, something inside Akane snapped. What was his problem? Did he seriously think she was that useless? Her carefully maintained perfect image meant she had to cook sometimes. She even made bento boxes when she felt like it. She knew she wasn't a bad cook. I cook at home all the time. If I help, the food will taste better. Akane declared proudly, her expression determined. Any other normal high school boy would have been swayed by her confidence. Would have immediately nodded and let her take charge. But no. Minami still shook his head. Akane's mouth fell open. You don't sound serious about it. You're just saying it because you feel like it. Minami shook his head again, looking completely unconvinced. Even something as simple as miso soup won't taste good if it's not made with real effort. Don't waste my ingredients. Just peel the potatoes. She snapped. Without hesitation, Akane grabbed the spatula straight from Minami's hands. Minami, sit down. Minami looked up at Akane, raising an eyebrow. You want me to just sit here and wait? What about dinner? I don't need your help. I can do it myself. I don't think you can. I should probably help. Minami still looked skeptical. He furrowed his brows and started getting up. I said I don't need help. Just sit there and wait for me to finish. Akane shot him a deadly glare, aggressively rolling up her sleeves before storming to the stove. At first, she had planned to just half-ass something simple for dinner. But then Minami had to give her that disgusted look. And then he had to say, "I don't think you can." Her blood pressure skyrocketed. Now she was determined to prove him wrong. "Fine. I'll cook for you. I'll make something so delicious you won't believe it. You think I need your help? I don't need you at all." At the stove, Akane was grinding her teeth in pure frustration. And then 30 minutes later. "How's that, Minami? My cooking?" Breathing heavily, Akane placed her carefully prepared dishes on the table. Crispy, golden brown tempura, neatly arranged. A steaming bowl of miso soup, rich and fragrant. Lightly pickled mentaiko, refreshing and flavorful. Not bad. Minami nodded. He had to admit, compared to the girls he knew, Akane's cooking was definitely a step above. Her seasoning was solid. Her ingredient prep was skilled. And most importantly, it was made with heart. Minami glanced at the system notification. A long row of, "You have received 60 affection points from Shinjo Akane," flashed across the screen. He nodded to himself. Yeah. From a certain perspective, this definitely counted as made with heart. Humphrey. Seeing that Minami didn't make any sarcastic remarks this time, Akane felt a sense of victory. But then something felt off. Wait a minute. Something wasn't right. Wasn't Minami supposed to be cooking for her while she just helped out a little? How did things get flipped around? Why was she the one sweating over the stove while Minami sat there happily eating? This was the complete opposite of what she had envisioned. Akane stared blankly at the dishes she had painstakingly prepared. No. Could it be? Was Minami doing this on purpose? Did he deliberately provoke her competitive spirit? Did he know she'd take the challenge and end up cooking everything herself? Akane glanced at the table full of food. Then at Minami. He looked as calm as ever, eating without a care in the world, scrolling through his phone like this was completely normal. No way. Akane stared at his composed, unreadable face. It was impossible. There was no way Minami had planned this. If there was any boy in school who completely failed to understand the intricacies of a girl's heart, it was definitely Minami Shaoji. After all, a guy who actually understood women wouldn't have just straight up told her, "I don't think you can cook." That was ridiculous. And besides, to be so in tune with her personality to manipulate her like that, it would take an insane level of emotional intelligence. If Minami really had that kind of skill, then what kind of person was he? On top of being a top student, he'd also have frighteningly high social awareness? Yeah, right. Akane lifted her bowl of miso soup, sipping it as warmth spread through her chest. Then, with a mischievous grin, she glanced at Minami. A guy as thick-headed as him? No way. That kind of manipulative genius didn't exist. She smirked to herself, reassured. Meanwhile, across from her, Minami calmly continued eating. Even as he thought to himself, she cooked her heart out, gave me all these affection points, and is now sitting there all happy. Man. This girl is way too easy to trick. Chapter 129, Honestly. Minami. The rain outside continued to pour. After washing the dishes, Minami brushed his teeth, preparing for bed. Fortunately, he had a habit of keeping extra toiletries. Finding a spare toothbrush for Akane wasn't a problem. Once he was done, he naturally lay down on the bed, completely ignoring the way Akane was glowering at him from the floor. Too bad. He was already being generous by letting her stay the night. And now she wanted to take his bed, too? What a joke. Minami wasn't some dense light novel protagonist. He wasn't the kind of guy who'd sacrifice his own comfort just to let the heroine have the bed. And besides, knowing Akane, she wouldn't appreciate it anyway. No, she'd probably just take it as further proof of her irresistible charm, thinking even he had fallen for her. That wasn't just paranoia. That was a conclusion based on observing her all day. Akane wasn't like Ryo, Chisato, or even Bocchi. She had a huge social circle, plenty of friends, and a perfectly crafted outgoing persona. To the outside world, she seemed like someone everyone adored. Minami glanced at her. She was gritting her teeth, muttering to herself as she sat on the futon, clearly frustrated by his complete indifference. But the thing was, that perfect smile? That huge social circle? It was all just a mask. Her real self was someone who had never truly opened up to anyone. Minami suddenly understood why his first simulation failed. He had been too much of a background character. Just like Akane's so-called friends. They indulged her whims. They accepted her every little request without question. They showered her with unconditional tolerance, but that wasn't what she needed. She didn't want someone who just went along with everything. She had plenty of those. If he had done the same, he would have just blended into the background and she would have forgotten about him. To Akane, the Minami from the first simulation was no different from the people she never opened up to. To really get through to her, he had to stand out. Then the first step was to not be like the others. He had to be someone who stood out in her mind. Even if that meant making a bad impression at first. Blending into the background would only lead to repeating the same failure. With that realization, Minami suddenly spoke up. "Akon." "Eh?" She snapped out of her grumbling. "I heard you have a lot of rare tokusatsu Blu-rays at home. How do you know that?" Akon blinked in confusion. "I want to watch them. Bring some tomorrow, ones you think are good." "Huh?" She stared at him like he was crazy. Did this guy just demand she bring him movies? Why the hell should I? Akon opened her mouth, ready to refuse. "But then please, Akon." Lying on the bed, Minami suddenly spoke to her with an unusually serious expression. The bright white light in the room was glaring, but what caught Akon's attention even more were Minami's clear, almost piercingly pure eyes. He was looking at her with complete seriousness. That beautiful face, that untainted expression, he looked like an unworldly monk, the kind of man whose sheer purity could tempt women to sneak into a temple to test their resolve. Akon. For some reason, her heartbeat suddenly sped up. She buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled as she muttered, "Do whatever you want. Oh, and I don't have a player at home, so if you have an extra DVD player, lend me that too." Minami added matter-of-factly. "Huh? Is there a problem?" Akon. She simply turned away, facing her back to him while wearing his oversized tracksuit. It took a long moment before Minami finally heard her mutter, "Fine, I'll bring it all tomorrow." Perfect? Getting to know Akon's interests was just another part of the plan. Satisfied, Minami continued, "Oh, by the way, I'm kind of low on cash lately. If I take the train to your place to pick up the DVDs and Blu-rays, I'll pay. I'll pay, okay?" Akon felt like she was going to explode from sheer frustration. Puffing out her cheeks, she turned back to glare at him with those burning crimson eyes. "Is there really a man like this? He's totally messing with me on purpose, right?" She rolled around in her futon, kicking her legs in irritation. Minami, already lying down and casually turning off the lights, couldn't be bothered to care. As long as he built a solid relationship with simulated Akon, that was enough. The real Akon? He had no interest in getting close to her. If anything, a girl this troublesome was someone he wanted as far away from him as possible in real life. This was simply a convenient opportunity. She was stranded in the rain, so he took advantage of it, leveraged it, and made her work for him. There wouldn't be another chance like this. Besides, that whole conversation just now probably tanked my favorability with Akon. Sure, it might make the simulation harder. But leaving a bad impression is part of the plan, too. Minami had been cold, dismissive, hell, even outright rude to Akon throughout the day. It was only natural that her affection toward him dropped. Thinking this, he casually opened his simulator system. Time to move on to the second run. "Would you like to begin the simulation?" The prompt was as simple as ever. Without hesitation, Minami opened the character list and selected Shinjo Akon as his simulation target. Then Minami blinked. The current status of Akon had changed. It wasn't what he expected. Her favorability didn't drop. Instead, it was, current simulation target, Shinjo Akon. Status, slightly moved, slightly respectful, slightly fearful. What? Slightly moved? Minami's lips parted slightly as he turned to look at Akon, who was lying on the floor with her back to him. "No, Miss Akon? What the hell are you doing?" Minami recalled every single interaction he had with her today. Cold indifference. Blatant disdain. Extreme disdain. Even a bit of straight-up bullying. Honestly speaking, Minami couldn't find a single reason why Akon would be moved by any of that. His expression twisted into something odd. "Akon. Don't tell him, are you actually a masochist? And not just any masochist, the kind that acts tough but is actually super soft and fragile inside?" "Forget it." Minami shook his head. Thinking too much about this was pointless. If her favorability went up, so be it. It would only make the simulation easier. Looking at the, "Would you like to begin the simulation?" prompt, Minami clicked yes. Current simulation target, Shinjo Akon. Current affection points, 600. Akon had given him quite a lot of points. After deducting what he had already spent, he was left with 600, which meant a minimum of 2 more attempts. Shifting his gaze away from the numbers, Minami let himself fully immerse into the simulation. Simulation start. The sudden downpour and approaching typhoon flooded the world and trapped her in your home. Your indifference angered her, your dismissiveness made her doubt her own charm, your commanding tone left her flustered. She knew nothing about you, but you, having done your research, knew everything about her, but you didn't care. Because you understood one thing: to leave a lasting impression in the heart of a girl used to constant flattery, you had to take a more aggressive approach, and you had absolute confidence that with your stunning looks and high-level social skills, you could break down her walls and seize her heart. To do so, you decided to start by learning about her interests. In your cramped apartment, You took advantage of her situation and asked to borrow her most treasured tokusatsu Blu-rays. She protested at first, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to refuse your request. At the same time, you noticed something interesting. Despite her outward display of resistance, she didn't actually seem to dislike the way you pushed her around. In fact, she might even be slightly moved by it. And so, you decided, 1. Wait, what kind of girl is into this? Time to search the internet for more extreme ways to tease her. Clearly, this is the best way to win her over. 2. Everything in moderation. Maintain your current approach, push her, but not too far. At the same time, dig deeper to uncover the root of her twisted personality. 3. Ugh, why am I even bothering? No matter how you look at it, Yamada is still the best. 4. Simulate it yourself. As usual, Minami ignored the free simulation mode and analyzed the remaining options. Honestly, this was a tough choice. Option 3 was the usual safety net, leading back to the Yamada-ryo route. That one could be ignored. As for option 1 and option 2, option 1 sounded bad at first. But if you looked closer, it simply meant doubling down on teasing Akane, fully using her odd personality against her. A risky move, but one that could be incredibly effective. On the other hand, option 2 was the safe choice. A slow, gradual approach. More methodical, less forceful. But also less impactful. Pausing, Minami glanced at Akane's slightly moved status. Then, after a moment of thought, he chose option 1. Facing someone like Akane, whose personality was both stubborn and unwilling to open up to anyone, perhaps a more aggressive approach was the key to making progress. Then maybe a bold, direct approach was the only way to truly break through her shell. And so the simulation continued. Having done some research on Akane's personality, you were well aware of her peculiar contradictions. Surrounded by people, receiving fake compliments and applause, this was nothing more than her everyday routine. You refused to fall into the same pattern as the rest, believing that only by applying pressure could you pry open the tightly locked doors of her heart. So, you went online, studied various strategies, and began unapologetically teasing this seemingly strong-willed yet internally fragile girl. You would occasionally make her treat you to meals, continue borrowing her beloved tokusatsu DVDs, and even, at times, ask her for money to buy bass sheet music for Yamada-ryo. At the same time, you didn't forget to show her genuine kindness in your daily interactions. Although you frequently had her pay for meals, you would also invite her over to your place for dinner, watch tokusatsu together, and when in a good mood, play a pleasant tune on your guitar for her. Plus, every time you borrowed money, you always paid her back. She was constantly caught between frustration at your shameless behavior and a strange sense of joy from the rare sincerity you showed her, because these were feelings she had never truly experienced before. Minami closed his eyes. Scenes from the simulation, the memories swirled in his mind. The setting, his small rental apartment. Give me some money, Akane. Taking out the completed Blu-ray disc of Kamen Rider Rookie from the DVD player, Minami spoke without turning his head. Huh? Akane frowned. Again? Didn't I just lend you 30,000 yen last time? I can't help it. Lately, things have been a bit tight, so give me some cash. Minami glanced at her, his tone completely natural, as if it were the most reasonable request in the world. Ha. You mean lend? Right? Geez. You're impossible. Akane furrowed her brows, letting out a sigh of exasperation. Even though she sounded reluctant, she still pulled out her wallet, counted out 30,000 yen, and handed it over to him. Watching as Minami ignored her, merely counting the bills in his hand. For some reason, just seeing him like this made her lips curve into a faint smile. 30,000 yen isn't really enough, Akane. You're impossible, Minami. Akane blinked her crimson eyes, let out another sigh, and once again reached for her wallet. Chapter 130. Besides you, Minami fell silent. Lying on his small rental apartment bed, he returned from the depths of the simulation, his mind still processing everything he had seen. He glanced at the simulation log, then at Akane, who was still asleep on the futon. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Miss Akane. So this is the kind of thing you're into? Lying on her futon, mostly wrapped up in the blanket, Akane seemed to sense something. Her crimson eyes turned toward Minami with mild curiosity. Something wrong? She asked without hesitation. I'm thirsty. Get me some water. Minami pointed toward the sink. Huh? Can't you just get it yourself? Akane grumbled, her delicate and pretty face filled with reluctance. But Minami didn't answer. He simply stared at her in silence. Fine, fine. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Akane mumbled something under her breath, filled a glass with water, and handed it to him. Minami took the glass and gulped it down, then looked at her again just as she was about to lie back down. What now? Since you brought the glass, you should put it back. Minami stated, pointing at the cup. Okan shot him a murderous glare before snatching the cup from his hand and slamming it down onto the kitchen rack. Letting out a frustrated sigh, she turned back to Minami, ready to say something, but then Okan. Minami called her name again. What do you want now? Okan ground her teeth, ready to explode. This guy, he was really pushing his luck, wasn't he? She had made up her mind. No matter what Minami said or did next, she was going to ignore him completely. Then thanks. Minami suddenly said, his expression completely serious. Huh? Okan's mouth fell slightly open, her previous frustration suddenly freezing mid-motion. For a brief moment, her cheeks turned pink. Then, a little embarrassed, she turned her face away, mumbling under her breath, "At least you know how to say thank you." Of course. Minami nodded as if it were obvious. So, Okan, could you go ahead and wash that cup too? You're impossible, Minami. Despite pouting, Okan didn't complain this time. She stood up, washed the glass, and placed it back in the dish rack. Watching her roll herself back into her blanket, Minami couldn't help but think she is so easy to handle. Miss Okan. Given how she was acting now, it was no wonder that in the simulation, she tolerated him so much. Minami shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Hiri focused on the simulation screen and continued reading. Okan is strong-willed when dealing with others, but when it comes to you, she is far too lenient. Slowly, you begin to understand the reason why, despite being constantly surrounded by people, adored and admired by everyone deep down, she is incredibly lonely. The friends around her, the praise she receives, it's all because of the perfect, sunny persona she presents on the outside. None of it is real. None of her friends have ever tried to truly understand her. Likewise, she has never shown them her true self, but you. You are different. You scold her when she makes mistakes. You ignore her when she throws unreasonable tantrums. Most importantly, you have never treated her with false sincerity. Every word you speak, every action you take, comes from your true self, and for someone like her, who has spent her entire life hiding behind a mask, this strikes her deeply. She has never been able to be as direct and unreserved as you, and because she lacks that quality, she craves it. At first, she had no interest in you, but the more time she spends with you, the more she yearns for your presence. Okan starts visiting your place more often. Sometimes, she comes over to cook. Sometimes, she brings her favorite tokusatsu shows to watch together. Sometimes, she just wants to chat. On some days, when you're out at Starry or Riko, she stands outside your door, sending you dozens of line messages about how she's really mad at you. But before long, after just a few words from you, her mood brightens instantly. Since she's just a high school girl, and it's inconvenient for her to visit late at night, you decide to give her a spare key to your apartment. That day happens to be her birthday. Memories from the simulation painted vivid images in Minami's mind. The rental apartment. Midwinter, sometime in January, around 5 or 6 p.m. Neither of them were wearing school uniforms. Instead, both were dressed in thick winter coats. What are we eating tonight? Lying on Minami's bed, flipping through a trendy fashion magazine while snacking on potato chips, Okan lazily asked. Whatever you feel like making. There are ingredients in the fridge. Huh? Again? Cooking in your tiny kitchen is such a hassle, you know. She grumbled from her spot. But when she noticed Minami ignoring her, as usual, she let out a dramatic sigh, clapped the crumbs off her hands, and got up. Checking the pantry, she frowned. Ugh. You're out of cooking oil. Okan blinked in slight surprise, not expecting this development. There's a convenience store nearby. Minami looked up slightly. I was planning to head out anyway. Let's go together. Go out together? Okan's steps suddenly felt lighter. A bright grin appeared on her face as she eagerly latched onto Minami's arm. Come on, don't rush me. Let me finish this chapter first. Oh, right, since I'm low on cash. Okan? Minami casually glanced at his book as he spoke. Ugh, fine, I'll pay, okay? And I remember your phone bill is overdue, right? I'll just cover that too. Now hurry up and get ready. Let's go. With a bright, mischievous smile, Okan tugged at Minami's arm. Minami sighed, shaking his head. Still, he wrapped his scarf around his neck, put on his gloves, and stood up. The two of them headed out together. Beside him, Okan huffed warm air onto her cold fingers, still smiling. By the way, what's so important that you suddenly wanted to go out today? Normally, Minami rarely went out unless it was to Starry or Riko. Had it not been for his morning jogging routine, Okan would have assumed he was a full-blown shut-in. For him to willingly step out with her today. Her pace grew lighter. But Minami's response remained as indifferent as ever. I have something to do. Oh? What is it? Okan asked curiously, rubbing her cold fingers together. You'll find out soon enough. Pulling his scarf up to block the chilly wind, Minami said nothing more. Winter in Tokyo was bitterly cold. Just stepping outside, the cold wind was enough to sting their faces. Since Minami was wearing a scarf and gloves, he was slightly better off. But as for Akane, she had never been the type to pay much attention to small lifestyle details. Naturally, she didn't have a scarf or gloves either. So, from the moment they stepped out, she had been rubbing her pale hands together, occasionally using the lingering warmth of her palms to warm her already reddened ears. "I'll know soon enough." "Ah, don't be like that. You're making me really curious." Akane tried to press him for an answer. "We're here." Minami suddenly spoke. "Huh? They had arrived?" Akane looked around in confusion. It wasn't the convenience store near Minami's apartment but a well-decorated gift shop. "Ah, so that's how it is." Akane glanced at the store and couldn't help but shake her head. Minami often bought small gifts for his female friends, this, she was well aware of. After all, he always borrowed money from her, and he never made any effort to hide the existence of those girls. This time was probably the same. The excitement she had been feeling moments ago suddenly dulled for no apparent reason. Who was he buying a gift for this time? That pink-haired girl? Or the blonde one? Maybe the black-haired or blue-haired one? No wonder he said he was short on money for transportation. The stuff in this store looked expensive. Akane's mood took a dip. Though, honestly, she wasn't even sure why. After all, her relationship with Minami was, at best, that of friends. They weren't dating, he was free to buy gifts for whomever he wanted. And yet she couldn't help but let her mind wander with these unnecessary thoughts. Before she could think too deeply about it, Minami suddenly waved her over and spoke to the store clerk. "Excuse me, she's paying. Please wrap it up nicely." "Of course." Akane silently pulled out the exact amount from her bag and paid the clerk. On a normal day, she might have at least thrown some sarcastic remarks his way. But after all the random thoughts she'd just had, she didn't even have the energy to tease him. After paying, they stepped out of the store and continued walking down the street. And the most frustrating part, Minami didn't even carry the bag himself. He made her carry it. She had just spent her own money to buy a gift for another girl and now she had to carry it too? At that moment, Akane had the sudden urge to just drop the bag on the ground and leave it there. But in the end, she didn't dare show her dissatisfaction in front of Minami. What if he ended up hating her for it? Just the thought made Akane instinctively tighten her grip on the bag. Then, forcing a smile, she turned to Minami. Minami, since we still have time, how about I go pay your phone bill for you now?" "Sure." Half of Minami's face was hidden beneath his scarf as he nodded. "But before that? Why aren't you wearing a scarf or gloves? Aren't you cold?" Minami turned to her, his gaze filled with confusion. "Huh?" Akane blinked. "Scarf? Gloves?" She stood there blankly. Then, she watched as Minami furrowed his brows slightly, reached into the shopping bag, and pulled something out. Under the glow of the streetlights she saw it. A neatly folded, dark brown plaid scarf and a pair of thick, knitted gloves. "Huh?" Akane's expression froze. She stared at them, her brain unable to process the situation. "Wait. Isn't that a gift for one of your female friends?" "What are you talking about?" Minami gave her a look. "This is the birthday present I picked out for you. You don't have a scarf or gloves, do you?" "Birthday? Don't tell me you forgot your own birthday, Akane?" Akane fell silent. Right, she remembered now. Today was January 2nd. It was her birthday. She stood there in a daze. Minami frowned slightly as he stepped closer. "Has no one ever celebrated your birthday before, Akane?" Akane opened her mouth. But the words got stuck in her throat. Like before, she had never truly opened her heart to anyone, so naturally, she never made a big deal out of her birthday. When was the last time someone had celebrated it for her? She could barely remember. So when she heard Minami's casual question for a moment, she was stunned. Then, without realizing it, she hugged the scarf and gloves tightly to her chest. Stealing a glance at Minami, he still looked confused, waiting for an answer. "No friends." Akane repeated those words in her mind. Then, in a whisper so quiet that even she wasn't sure she had said it aloud, "But I have you, don't I?" "What?" Minami turned to her, not quite catching her words. "Nothing." Akane quickly composed herself, adjusting her expression before putting on the gloves and wrapping the scarf around her neck. Under the neon glow of the streetlights, she lifted her gloved hands, smiling brightly like a child. "How does it look, Minami?" Under the soft glow her smile was radiant. A smile so genuine, so unguarded, a smile that no one but Minami had ever seen before. Chapter 131, You and her became a couple. You quickly paid back the money you used for Akane's gloves and scarf. At the same time, You also handed her the spare key to your apartment even though Akan had explicitly told you that you didn't need to pay her back, but you disagreed. To you, borrowed money was still borrowed money. It had to be repaid. Likewise, as you continued spending time with Akan, you keenly noticed that for a regular high school girl, the amount of disposable cash she had was unusually high. Even someone as well off as Miss Yamada, who came from a wealthy and prestigious background, didn't seem to have as much financial freedom as Akan. Every time you caught a glimpse inside her wallet, you would often see stacks of 10,000 yen bills tucked inside. Reading this line in the simulation log, Minami instinctively glanced over at Akan. The room was now completely dark. In the faint glow of the city lights outside, he could only make out the outline of her body. There was something he had been wondering about all day. Why hadn't Akan informed her parents that she was staying out for the night? She was a high school girl. She was attractive, her figure was far more mature than most of her peers, and her outward personality was bright and cheerful. A girl like her would naturally attract plenty of attention. Shouldn't her parents be worried if she didn't come home? It wasn't a trivial matter. Shuka High was a prestigious school with strict rules. If the school found out that a female student had stayed overnight at a male student's house, the consequences wouldn't be light. At minimum, she would face severe disciplinary action. But since they weren't particularly close and the situation had been unavoidable due to the storm, Minami hadn't asked. Still, just because he hadn't asked didn't mean the question didn't exist. Minami lay in bed, deep in thought. Minami looked at Akan, who seemed to have fallen asleep, and then turned his gaze back to the simulation. Hopefully, the answers to these mysteries would reveal themselves in this run. With that thought, he immersed his consciousness into the simulation once again. Time continued to move forward. At school, she still chose to keep up her facade. She rarely interacted with you, and on the rare occasions when you crossed paths, she would simply greet you with a smile that was just a bit brighter than the one she gave others. You had no complaints about this, because you understood this was simply how she had always presented herself in public. However, you could sense that during gym class, when she was surrounded by her friends, she had moments where she wanted to talk to you. Even as her so-called friends crowded around her, her gaze would occasionally drift in your direction. The crowd around her was an invisible wall separating the two of you. She stood within the walls, while you remained outside, but she couldn't tear that wall down. As the school's beloved idol, she had no choice but to maintain her flawless, almost too perfect, smile, yet at the same time, being around these friends only made her cherish her private time with you even more. No matter who she was with, she always had to put on an act. But when she was with you, she could finally relax. Your attitude toward her hadn't changed much, which sometimes left her feeling a bit discouraged. But at the same time, the fact that you had always treated her with genuine sincerity gave her a sense of comfort. Spending time with you became one of the few joys in her life, and the spare key you gave her made things even easier. There were times when you returned home late from band practice at Starry or from working at Riko Cafe, only to find her sitting in front of the TV, watching tokusatsu shows while stifling yawns. There were also times when you went to bed early, only to wake up the next morning and find her sleeping peacefully on the futon beside you. A scene from the simulation inside the apartment. Minami slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the futon laid out on the floor and a familiar head of soft, lavender pink hair. Minami glanced at the girl sleeping quietly on her side. He had no idea what time she had arrived the night before, but her sleeping face, illuminated by the gentle morning light, looked even more delicate and beautiful. Minami shook his head, not thinking much of it, and got up to change clothes, preparing to go for his morning run. "Are you going out?" A drowsy voice mumbled behind him. Minami instinctively turned around. He realized that Akan wasn't actually awake. She had only half risen, still half asleep, and in a gesture that felt eerily natural, she tugged lightly on his sleeve like a sleepy wife calling out to her husband before he left for work. "Don't forget to bring back some ginger. I feel like eating ginger pork today." "Got it. MMM." Hearing his response, Akan's expression softened into one of relief. She let go of his sleeve, curled back under the blanket, and fell right back asleep. Minami looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair before putting on his jacket and heading out for his run. Her frequent overnight visits led her to start decorating your apartment. She bought a high-quality LCD TV so the two of you could properly enjoy your tokusatsu marathons. The small fridge in your apartment was soon replaced with a much larger one that she had purchased herself. If the room weren't so cramped, she would have even considered buying a small bed so that she wouldn't have to sleep on the futon anymore. She excitedly took charge of rearranging the space, often asking for your opinion while adding decorations that suited your tastes. Likewise, because a beautiful, cheerful girl frequently visited your small apartment, rumors began circulating among the other tenants. They started referring to Akan as Yurzokan Tsuma, term used in Japan to describe a woman who isn't legally married but is already living like a wife. To your surprise, Akan didn't seem to mind the rumors. In fact, she almost looked pleased by them. That night, she even prepared an extravagant dinner. Your tiny apartment had unknowingly become her safe haven. Though she had long since mastered the art of keeping up appearances, the strain of constantly pretending was something that weighed on her, even if only a fraction. That mental burden added up over time, and with you in her life, she had finally found a place where she could release it all. Back in the real world, Minami observing the simulation. Good. Very good. Outside the simulation, Minami nodded to himself. It seemed his choice of the first option had been the right one. At the very least, his relationship with Akan was progressing steadily. And at the same time he finally understood why Akan had chosen to enter life in the first timeline. From high school onward, the mental strain had been accumulating. She had never found someone who genuinely cared for her. Not in high school. Not in college. Not in her career. Her mask grew heavier and heavier with time until she could no longer bear the weight of it. In the end, unable to endure any longer, she chose to end her own life. Her fate in the first timeline had been nothing short of tragic. The only person who had truly cared for her, Minami, was someone she had brushed aside. She had faced all that crushing pressure alone. Through the relentless stress of work, of life, of maintaining her image, she eventually collapsed. But this time, things were different. In this timeline, she had Minami's presence beside her, lessening that burden. This was looking solid. Satisfied, Minami continued reading the simulation. Your relationship with her was progressing steadily. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction? Minami frowned. Something about that wording seemed to be. Something felt off. He kept reading. At the same time, she began to realize that she didn't need to pretend in front of you though. Out of habit, she still reflexively put on her flawless smile. Your occasional kindness and unwavering sincerity brought her happiness, but alongside that happiness, she also felt a creeping sense of unease. Your sincerity had earned her trust, but she had never once shown you her true self. It was a completely unbalanced relationship. A mask worn for too long becomes impossible to remove. She couldn't imagine how you would react if you ever saw her real self, and so, she began to feel afraid. She didn't dare dwell on it, because she knew if her bond with you was built solely on a false persona, then it was bound to be fragile. This growing anxiety pushed her to become even more accommodating toward you. She unconditionally agreed to whatever you said, afraid that if she didn't, she might lose you. At some point, even lending you money wasn't enough to fill the void in her heart, not when so many other girls surrounded you. Girls just as beautiful and talented as she was. Then, one evening, as she sat at the table watching you eat, she finally confessed her true feelings. Minami. As Minami ate his meal, Akan suddenly called out to him. Her usual confident, composed smile was gone. Tonight, she seemed restless. Her crimson eyes flickered with uncertainty as she kept glancing at him. What is it, Akan? Minami asked without looking up. It's just. Well. You see. After hesitating for a long moment, she finally spoke. The other tenants. They've started calling me Yurzokan Tsuma. A faint blush appeared on her pale cheeks. I see. Minami nodded. Got it. If that bothers you, I'll go clarify things with them later. Akan froze. That's not what I wanted to say. For the first time, her usually perfect smile cracked. She bit her lip, hesitated, then mumbled, I mean. Since things are already like this, maybe we should just try dating? She actually said it. She really said it. New emotions rushed to her face, making Shinjo Akan blush as she looked at Minami, waiting for his answer. And then try dating, huh? Minami's voice reached her ears. To Akan, it felt like he was deliberately teasing her as he continued, if you're really not willing, you don't have to force yourself. The little devil Shinjo Akan, who always acted strong on the outside but was incredibly fragile inside, finally couldn't hold it together anymore after hearing those words. She grabbed Minami's hand in frustration, nearly yelling, I'm not forcing myself. I'm not forcing myself. Happy now? People who say things like that are usually I'm not saying the opposite of what I mean. Akan's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Since she had already embarrassed herself this much, she might as well say it properly. Taking a deep breath, she squeezed her eyes shut and, in a desperate act of surrender, shouted, I like you, Minami. Date me. Is that good enough for you? Damn it. Why did this guy have to push her into saying something so embarrassing? She said it, and yet there was no reply for a long while. That silence made her instinctively open her eyes to look at Minami. And coincidentally, Minami was also looking at her. Their eyes met. Akan's heart pounded louder and louder. But she had no strength left to run away. She could only watch as Minami slowly leaned in closer. And then she saw Minami raise his index finger, pointing straight at her, his expression serious as he said, "Say it again, Akon. You can go to hell." Completely overwhelmed by embarrassment and rage, Akon grabbed the pillow beside her and hurled it straight at Minami's face. Chapter 132, A Villain's Victory was never in the script. You and Shinjo Akon are now officially a couple. This makes her incredibly happy, but at the same time, she becomes even more eager, more reckless. She desperately seeks ways to grow closer to you. On the second day of your relationship, she straightforwardly tells you that you don't need to sleep early tonight. When you reject her without hesitation, she gets extremely upset. Inside the simulation, memories flowed. "I don't care." Lying on the bed in Minami's small apartment, Shinjo Akon huffed and turned her head away in protest. Couples are supposed to do that kind of thing. It's completely normal. But that's something that should come naturally over time. Minami, sitting at the desk reading a book, glanced at her. "I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. I just don't care. I want it, so you better not even think about sleeping tonight." Akon, still wearing her black thigh-high socks, kicked her legs against the bed in frustration, venting her childish temper. Watching her, Minami sighed slightly and stood up. "So I shouldn't sleep tonight, huh?" "Obviously." Akon fumed. "I've already prepared myself, huh?" She trailed off mid-sentence, her voice softening. Her black-socked legs stopped kicking. Her crimson eyes widened in surprise. She wanted to say something more. But before she could, her soft, pink lips were suddenly sealed by Minami's mouth. A moment later, "WWHY you do that all of a sudden?" Akon's once defiant gaze softened, but she still stubbornly grumbled under her breath. "Wasn't this what you wanted, Akon?" Minami sat down next to her without hesitation, his voice calm. "Since you want it, let's get everything done tonight." Gulp. Akon swallowed hard. Her once pale complexion turned completely red at his words. Actually, let me ask you this instead." Minami lifted her legs onto his lap, gently massaging them as he asked in an even tone, "As a healthy young man, do you have any idea how hard it is for me to hold back every single day while facing someone as cute and beautiful as you?" Akon instinctively turned her face away. She was used to hearing praise for her looks every day. Compliments like that never made her feel anything special. But for some reason, when Minami said it, something felt different. Sweetness? Happiness? Joy? Or maybe all of the above? Akon didn't know how to describe this emotion. She just pouted and mumbled, "Is that so? Then shouldn't you have made a move even faster?" "I haven't, because I actually care about you." "Oh? Is that so?" Akon blinked in a daze, then felt a warmth bloom inside her chest. "That's why I'm asking you now." Minami gently set her legs down, his voice serious. "Are you saying this because you truly mean it, Akon?" Akon fell silent. Was she serious? Or was she just desperate to get closer to Minami? At first, she wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. But now that she had heard Minami's words, she knew. She slowly lifted her black-socked legs and placed them back on his lap. Lying on the bed, her crimson eyes shimmered like deep pools of water, looking as though they could swallow Minami whole. "I want this, Minami." Propping herself up, she wrapped her arms around his neck, locking eyes with him as she spoke. Hearing this, Minami didn't hesitate any longer. He leaned down, his arms wrapping around Akon's slender waist. From there, everything that followed felt completely natural. That night, you both eagerly explored the mysteries of the human body. Her body, far more developed than most high school girls, allowed you to fully appreciate the beauty of human anatomy. When it came to your advances, she offered no resistance, only full cooperation. Your bond with Shinjo Akon deepened. In the real world. Looking at the lines of text on the screen and the vivid memories replaying in his head, Minami rubbed his temples. The simulation was way too detailed. It felt unbelievably real. Yet he couldn't experience it firsthand. As a perfectly healthy young man, that was a bit of a letdown. Not that he was craving Akon's body or anything. He was just curious. How exactly did the personal simulation feature in this system work? Next time. Minami made a mental note. After finishing this route with Akon, he needed to save up some affection points and test out the 4x coast personal simulation mode. With that thought settled, Minami turned back to the simulation. He was genuinely curious about where this route was heading. Especially now that his relationship with Akon had advanced to this point. She was moving way too fast. Which also meant her deep-rooted insecurities might become a problem in the future. Minami frowned slightly. Although it was just a hunch. He had a feeling that Akon's inner anxiety could turn into a hidden danger later on. Shinjo Akon's desperation makes you feel uneasy. After all, even in a relationship, moving this fast seems unnatural. On top of that, since dating her, you've never heard her mention her family even once. And for a high school girl to frequently stay overnight at a guy's house, doesn't that seem odd? She never once called her parents, she always acts like she's wearing a mask, so, you decide. Minami's eyes sharpened as he read those words. Something wasn't right. 1. Clearly, my relationship with her isn't close enough. From now on, I must put in daily effort to cultivate my bond with Miss Ecchi. One day, she'll be completely ensnared by my charm. 2. Miss Ecchi is hiding far too much. Relying on her to open up on her own is impossible. If I'm going to be a scumbag, I need to act like one. I'll use the threat of breaking up. I refuse to believe she won't spill the truth. 3. Respect her choices and let go of my savior complex. As long as I take care of her in daily life, that should be enough. Why should I pry into her private matters? That would be disrespectful, wouldn't it? 4. Personal simulation. The 4 options popped up. Minami narrowed his eyes slightly, letting out a contemplative hum as he carefully analyzed them. This choice was extremely important. On one hand, it could reveal why Miss Ecchi was still so hesitant and conflicted. On the other, it was the key to untying the knot in her heart. Now then, the first option was immediately out of the question. That was clearly leading straight into a succubus route. Putting in daily effort? Minami could already picture what that would entail. He'd probably become so utterly consumed by his indulgent relationship with Shinjo that he'd never recover. Though, admittedly, there was a tiny chance she'd eventually fall completely for him. Shaking his head, Minami cleared away those useless thoughts and turned his attention to the third option. The let go of my savior complex choice. Was that a reasonable approach? Minami doubted it. He hadn't even figured out why Shinjo was acting so strangely. If he mindlessly coasted along like that, neither of them would last. It would be just like his first playthrough. In that route, Minami had become Shinjo's friend or boyfriend, but at the end of the day, both relationships had been fragile and superficial. A mere reflection of the moon on water, an illusion. Which meant that only leaves option 2. Propping up his chin, Minami shifted his focus to the second option. Miss Ecchi is hiding far too much. Relying on her to open up on her own is impossible. If I'm going to be a scumbag, I need to act like one. I'll use the threat of breaking up. I refuse to believe she won't spill the truth. At first glance, this seemed ridiculously aggressive, practically coercing Ecchi into revealing her secrets. But let's not forget, since the very beginning of this simulation, Minami had been using a dominant, forceful approach. And Ecchi seemed to like it. In fact, judging from her personality, if he wasn't assertive, she'd probably never open up to him. With that thought, Minami chose option 2 without hesitation. Even though your relationship with her is already extremely intimate, so much about her remains shrouded in mystery. You can't figure it out. You can't see through it. But you do know one thing: how to control Miss Ecchi. During another night of cohabitation, you finally confront her about the questions neither of you can keep avoiding. Your attitude is serious. At first, she refuses to answer, but under your threat of breaking up, she finally shows a rare moment of panic and confesses everything. Scenes flashed through his mind. Countless simulated details surfaced. Faced with Minami's breakup ultimatum, Shinjo Ecchi, who had always managed to dodge questions about her family and money for the first time, looked utterly shaken. She stole a glance at Minami from the corner of her eye. When she realized he wasn't joking, her heartbeat suddenly skyrocketed. It felt like her body had gone cold, like everything was slipping away. Minami was going to leave her? Just the thought of it, the sheer unease flooding her chest, swallowed her whole. The girl who always acted so dominant and in control when faced with Minami's breakup threat, she suddenly looked utterly vulnerable. And finally, she told him everything. Shinjo Ecchi's parents were actually the shadowy figures behind the rising real estate empire Shinjo Properties. On paper, her family background could rival even Yamato Ryo's prestigious lineage. But in reality, her parents' relationship was far from harmonious. They had only married for business interests, a cold, calculated arrangement. And after Ecchi was born, they abandoned her to be raised by the family's servants. From that moment on, Shinjo Ecchi stopped believing in human relationships. She never showed her true feelings to anyone. After all, if even her parents were like this, why should she trust classmates or friends? Maybe human relationships were all just a lie. She had thought that way until she met Minami. As soon as she was old enough, she moved out on her own. She never called her parents. In this world, the only two people she cared about were Minami and her childhood caretaker, Karasawa Yuka. Unlike her cold, indifferent mother, Karasawa had shown her the warmth of a mother's love. When I was little, Karasawa-san would always take me to her home to watch tokusatsu shows. Shinjo murmured softly. During those happiest childhood days, she had fallen in love with the world of tokusatsu. And what she remembered the most was how, in every episode, there were always monsters and villains, facing off against bright, heroic figures of justice. like the two sides of a coin, light and shadow. She saw herself in those weak, tragic monsters. Her world had no heroes. No one had ever came to save her. One day, she had asked Kurosawa, why do monsters always lose to the heroes? Is it just because they're weak? So heroes are allowed to bully them? Kurosawa had smiled warmly, patting her head. Because monsters winning was never part of the script. Why not? How should I put it? You see, people just prefer heroes over monsters, don't they? That one sentence had forever been etched into her heart. So she became the kind of person everyone liked. She crafted a persona, cheerful, outgoing, perfect. No matter who she faced, she wore that perfect mask. I see now. Looking at Shinjo, whose eyes were red but who refused to shed a tear, Minami didn't offer empty words of comfort. Instead, he simply wrapped his arms around her. And, in a quiet, genuine voice, he whispered, I'm sorry, Akane. And, thank you, for telling me all of this. You whisper, unsure whether you're apologizing to her, or to yourself. You also don't know who you're thanking. All you know is that night, Shinjo Akane cried in your arms for a long, long time. Chapter 133, Marry into the Shinjo family. Already Minami silently watched the simulation unfold. Then, he turned to Shinjo Akane, who was now sound asleep beside him. He had never realized that behind her flawless, radiant exterior, she had been carrying so much weight. No wonder she had taken her own life in the first playthrough. Her twisted family dynamic had suffocated her from the start. For her to keep up that sunny, cheerful act for so long. It was no surprise that the simulator had ranked her emotion concealment at level 5. At last Minami finally understood. Her contradictory personality made sense now. Growing up in a family that dysfunctional, how could she not end up this complicated? Fortunately, Akane was just emotionally awkward and not twisted enough to resent everyone around her. Minami thought that perhaps he should truly thank that Kurosawa Yuka-san. If it weren't for her careful companionship during Akane's childhood, perhaps Akane's personality would have been completely warped by now. Minami shook his head and decided to keep reading the simulation. She told you things she could never say to anyone else. She became even more dependent on you. At the same time, the small rental apartment was no longer enough to fill the void in her heart or ease her insecurities. She suggested that you should move in with her. When she said this, she kept glancing at your expression, afraid that she would upset you. Faced with her fragile, anxious reaction, you could only hold her hand and comfort her, reassuring her that it was completely fine. You never expected that, once she shed her strong outer shell, she would be so delicate. In fact, even if she hadn't suggested moving in together, you would have brought it up yourself, because you wanted to take care of this lovable girl properly. On a certain spring day, when cherry blossoms were in full bloom, you moved into Akane's luxurious home, a 3-story private villa in Tokyo. As the eldest daughter of the Shinjo real estate group, Akane possessed far more resources than you had ever imagined. Although her parents never cared about her, the monthly allowance they sent her was enough to make even well-paid working adults jealous. But you knew that none of this mattered to Akane. Living alone in an empty mansion brought only loneliness. The ever-increasing numbers in her bank account held no meaning for someone like Akane, who had little attachment to material things. You finally understood why she preferred staying at your tiny rental apartment rather than living in this massive house. She excitedly dragged you around to show you the room she had prepared for both of you. It was spacious, with a large double bed in the center, and right beside it was a big screen TV where you could relax and watch DVDs together. She had arranged everything meticulously, and you praised her for it, but rather than verbal approval, what she truly wanted was action from you. That night, you both experienced the comfort of a double bed, something much more spacious than a cramped single one in your old apartment. Time continued to pass day by day. At times, you could feel the differences in mindset that came from the gap in your financial situations. She rarely did laundry after wearing an outfit once or twice. She would simply replace it with a new one. She almost never took public transportation, opting for taxis to school instead. Most of her meals were at restaurants, and only when she was in a good mood would she cook at home, of course. Ever since you moved in, she now cooked for you every day. Compared to Yamada, who spent extravagantly, Akane seemed more like someone who simply didn't understand the true value of money. Because of this, she often did things that you found incomprehensible. Within the simulation, memories resurfaced. Unlike the scenes in the rental apartment, this time, it was at Akane's home. What is this supposed to mean? Minami asked calmly, looking at the thick envelope in front of him. Inside, stacks of 10,000 yen bills were neatly packed. Ah. This is... Akane smiled, raising a slender finger. You always borrow money from me, don't you? It's too much of a hassle for you to keep asking, so I figured, why not simplify things? Here, 1 million yen. Just take it and use it however you want. She beamed as she explained her logic. Minami glanced at her, then unceremoniously exposed her true intentions. "You're trying to keep me as your sugar baby, aren't you, Akan?" "Huh? Sugar ba." Hearing that, Akan's pale cheeks instantly flushed red. She looked at Minami, then at her house, and after a brief moment, nodded decisively. "That's right. I want to keep you as my sugar baby." For some reason, she seemed quite excited about this topic. How should she put it? It felt really nice, like Minami was relying on her. Yes. This was completely fine. The more money Minami spent from her, the more indebted he would be to her. And knowing Minami's personality, someone who hated owing others anything, the more he owed her, the more he wouldn't be able to leave her. Just thinking about it made Akan feel like her plan was flawless. As long as she could make Minami completely dependent on her, he would never leave. However, no. Minami shifted his gaze away from the 1 million yen envelope, rejecting her without hesitation. Why? What do you mean, why? I'm a grown man. How could I possibly let you keep me? Minami sighed, glancing at Akan. Sometimes, this girl's logic was completely off the rails. Money is meant to be spent, isn't it? Having her plan instantly shot down left Akan frustrated. So what if you spend my money? You're my boyfriend, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it? Minami looked at the envelope again. If he didn't stop this year, Akan would probably keep offering tributes to him every month. Akan huffed. If you really liked me, would you even care about something like this? Of course not. What I care about is my pride. Minami was not the kind of guy who mooched off his girlfriend. I don't care. You have to take it. Akan forced the money into his unwilling hands. Minami looked at the stack of cash in his hands, then at the girl in front of him, whose cheeks were puffed out in annoyance. He sighed in defeat. Fine. He would take it for now and just find a chance to return it later. As he thought this, Minami tucked the money away. Yet, at the same time, he couldn't shake an underlying sense of unease. On the surface, this conversation seemed ridiculous, like Akan was just throwing a childish tantrum, but it left you feeling uneasy, because you could sense the deep fragility hidden beneath these seemingly absurd words. This time, it was money. But what would it be next time? Trying to build a relationship on such things was both laughable and unrealistic, but at the same time, all you could do was tolerate her actions because anything else might hurt her delicate emotions. Her reliance on you only deepened. At school, she no longer cared about others' opinions and began openly chatting and being affectionate with you. In her small world, you became her everything. Minami narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. Even though his relationship with Akan was steadily progressing, there was something unsettling about how heavily she depended on him. Growing closer should have been a good thing, but at the same time, it signified how deeply attached she had become. In some ways, this wasn't necessarily bad. Her trust in him was a sign of how much she cared. But everything has a limit. Staring at the simulation text, Minami muttered to himself. Complete dependence on someone only led to losing oneself. Living constantly for another person's approval, being terrified of abandonment, this kind of relationship wasn't healthy. And more importantly, even though there had been little mention of her parents, Akan was still a daughter of the Shinjo family. For such a well-known real estate mogul, would her parents really tolerate their daughter living with some random guy? Minami continued reading. You continued living with her, and this was probably the time when she smiled the most. With you by her side, she felt like she had unlimited courage, even greeting people on the street more proactively. During breaks at school, she would eagerly come find you, even if it was just for a short moment. She still insisted on spoiling you with her money, and all you could do was accept it. But your relationship with Akan couldn't remain hidden from her parents forever. Even if they barely cared about her, she was still the eldest daughter of the Shinjo family. Eventually, rumors about her relationship made their way to her parents. Then, one day, on an ordinary, peaceful afternoon, Akan's parents finally came knocking on your door. At this moment, the once strong-willed girl appeared exceptionally fragile, making your heart ache. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, you gently held her hand and reassured her that you would be there for her. It was a seemingly peaceful morning. Waking up in bed, chatting with Minami, eating breakfast together. Everything felt just as calm and happy as usual. But Shinjo Akan lowered her head, the usual dominance she carried now replaced with an unusual fragility. If one looked closely, they would notice her body was trembling slightly. That smile, which seemed to never fade, had now lost its brilliance and turned into a mere forced expression. She wanted to speak, but the fear deep inside her was impossible to hide. Then a soft touch warmed her palm. Shinjo Akan looked up in surprise. And there, she saw Minami's calm profile. As well as the moment he turned to her and spoke in a steady voice, "It's okay. I'm here." Looking at Minami like this, Shinjo Akan's anxious heart gradually settled. She squeezed his hand tightly. And then, they both heard the voice of the man sitting in front of them, her father. So you must be my daughter's boyfriend Minami-kun, correct? Shinjo-akan's father was a man with an extremely cold and rigid demeanor. Every word he spoke carried no emotion, even when he said the word daughter. His tone didn't change, as if he were simply discussing what he had for breakfast. I am. Minami lifted his head, his gaze unwavering despite the pressure. Seeing the young man's steady expression, for the first time, a flicker of appreciation flashed in Shinjo's father's stern eyes. He took a sip of tea and spoke indifferently. Minami-kun, there's no need to be so tense. My wife and I didn't come here to scold you two. Huh? This unexpected response made Shinjo-akan blink in surprise. A hint of joy even appeared on her face. But unlike her reaction, Minami remained silent. His expression remained calm, mature beyond his years. Rather, what surprises me more is that thing actually managed to find such an excellent man like you. Shinjo's father continued. Shinjo-akan's body trembled. She had always known how indifferent her parents were toward her. But she never expected them to be this cold. A chilling sensation spread through her entire body. However, if this was all there was, then it was fine. As long as she could stay with Minami. Being treated coldly, what did that even matter? She remained silent. At this moment, she did not argue. However, Akan has a name. She is not that thing. Mr. Shinjo. Minami's steady voice cut through the tension. His tone was calm but left no room for retreat. Shinjo-akan instinctively tightened her grip on Minami's hand. Minami, in turn, gently stroked the back of her hand. Ah. My apologies. That thing, no, Akan, is your girlfriend now, correct? Shinjo's father corrected himself, though his tone carried no real sincerity. After a brief pause, he got straight to the point. My wife and I are very busy, so let's not waste time on unnecessary topics. Let me put it simply, Minami-kun. I have already investigated your academic record and future potential. To be honest, I'm quite satisfied with you. His eyes sharpened as he spoke. That is also why I'm here today. So, how about this? If you marry into the Shinjo family, we will no longer interfere with your relationship with Akan. In fact, we will even provide financial support for your future life together. What do you think? Chapter 134, Kind people always receive kindness. Akan's parents greatly appreciate you, to the point that they are willing to offer you the option of marrying into their family. In their eyes, compared to their own daughter, someone like you who can effortlessly secure the top spot in national mock exams is a far better investment. Faced with this proposal, your response is simple. I'm sorry. I refuse, Mr. Shinjo. Minami replied calmly. His tone, his gaze, and even his choice of words, everything conveyed that he was not simply saying this out of stubbornness. Yet, the more composed Minami was, the more puzzled Shinjo's parents became. Are you serious, Minami-kun? Shinjo's father studied him carefully. I don't think anyone would joke about something like this. Minami placed his teacup down and answered without hesitation. His expression remained composed, his black eyes unwavering as they met Shinjo's parents' gaze. A moment of silence passed. Finally, Shinjo's father let out a small sigh. I see. If that's your decision, then we won't press the matter further. His tone carried no anger, only the mild disappointment of a businessman whose deal had just fallen through. For them, even something as sacred as their daughter's marriage was nothing more than another business transaction. Throughout the entire conversation, Shinjo-akan had remained silent. To her parents, she was nothing more than a tradable commodity. Her mask of confidence, her outward bravado, and the persona she had carefully maintained all this time, at this moment, it crumbled completely. Since you've made your choice, Minami-kun, I must ask you to leave this house now. Shinjo's father placed his teacup down. Because, at the end of the day, this home is still Shinjo family property. Minami did not argue. Because he understood Shinjo's parents had spent their entire lives in a world governed by power and wealth. Their marriage was arranged, devoid of love from the very beginning. Expecting a single conversation to change their entire worldview was nothing more than a naive fantasy. Shinjo-akan felt her heart sink even further. Yet, deep down, she knew Minami had always been like this. He was indifferent to many things. But when it came to his principles and beliefs, he never compromised. So, when the negotiation failed, she did not blame him. If anything, she could only blame herself, blame her own powerlessness. A difficult, indescribable emotion swelled inside her. At the same time, a hollow emptiness began to creep in. Minami is leaving. He is going to leave me. The mere thought of it sent a suffocating dread coursing through her body. It was as if the entire world was pulling away from her. But then come with me, Akan. That same steady voice. Those same clear, unwavering black eyes. Right in front of her parents, Minami extended his hand toward her. Huh? Shinjo-akan stood frozen in place. Come with me, Akan. Seeing her hesitation, Minami repeated himself. There's no reason for you to stay here. You know that too, don't you? Shinjo Akan was speechless. But if she was surprised, her parents were even more shocked. Someone was actually trying to take their daughter away, right in front of them. What kind of joke was this? Refuse him, Akan. For the first time, Shinjo's mother finally spoke. This time, the thing was no longer used as a substitute, a real name was spoken instead. Shinjo Akan remained silent. She had never imagined that she would hear her own name from her mother's mouth. And yet, it was because of this matter. Shinjo Akan did not respond directly to her mother. This prompted Shinjo's father, on the other side, to furrow his brows and speak, "You need to think carefully." That man was still as cold as ever. His tone carried not a shred of warmth. He had never shown hostility toward Minami Shaoji. Even though Minami's previous rejection had surprised him, it had not angered him. To him, it was just a business deal. In business, there are wins and losses. Negotiations succeed, and they also fail. But Shinjo Akan was different. No matter what, she was his flesh and blood. He continued, "If you truly want to follow Minami-kun, you won't even have the most basic living security. You won't be able to continue living in a house like this. Instead, you'll have to squeeze into a small, drafty room with him." Shinjo Akan remained silent. Shinjo's father paused before speaking again. "In the end, you have no source of income. You can't even provide for your own basic needs. Are you planning to drop out of school and work? How much money can a minor even earn?" His words were undeniably reasonable. As a minor, there were strict legal limits on how many hours she could work each month. Relying solely on part-time jobs, she would never be able to support herself. The tuition fees at Shuka High School were especially high. If she left and eloped with Minami Shaoji, it was almost certain that she would have no choice but to drop out. Just thinking about these things, her future was beyond bleak. Shinjo's father believed that his daughter, who had always disguised herself with a bright and cheerful facade but only ever acted out of self-interest, would definitely make the correct choice. But Shinjo Akan did not respond this time. Nor did she submit to his expectations. She didn't even spare her biological parents a glance. Instead, she stood up and firmly grasped Minami Shaoji's hand. With just that single action, everything was made clear. "Then, we'll be taking our leave, Mr. Shinjo." Minami Shaoji also stood up, his voice and expression just as cold as before as he faced Shinjo's father. He gathered his belongings along with all of Shinjo Akan's necessary documents, then pulled her along as they left. From beginning to end, he never once referred to them as Uncle Shinjo or Aunt Shinjo. Behind him, Shinjo's father sat back down, his face devoid of emotion, while Shinjo's mother seemed utterly enraged by Akan's actions. "You're just going to let her go?" A mocking tone dripped from Shinjo's mother's voice. There had never been any real emotional foundation between her and the man before her. Even now, that remained the same. Disciplining her is pointless. If she truly wants to leave, there's no way to keep her here by force. A heart that longs for freedom cannot be caged. Shinjo's father understood this all too well. Akan had hands and feet of her own. If she truly wanted to leave, there was no way the Shinjo family could stop her. What about calling the police? Two high school students running off together, there's no way that's appropriate. Akan is still the eldest daughter of the Shinjo family, after all. Shinjo's father shook his head. If they escalated things to that level, the only ones who would end up disgraced were the Shinjo family themselves. In fact, he was even beginning to wonder, had Minami Shaoji always been aware that the Shinjo family's reputation was their Achilles heel? Was that why he had been so confident, so fearless, in taking Akan away right under their noses? Just thinking about it, Shinjo's father couldn't help but let out a sigh. What a talent. His voice carried a hint of regret. As if he lamented letting someone like Minami Shaoji slip through his grasp. But that was all, it was just regret. There was still no trace of concern for Akan in his tone. From beginning to end, his thoughts revolved solely around the Shinjo family. Shinjo Akan followed behind Minami Shaoji. Now that she had left that house, all she had left was uncertainty. This uncertainty made her turn her head and quietly ask the boy beside her. "Minami. What should we do next?" Yes. What should they do next? Their future, their next steps. This sudden turn of events had left her completely lost. "But first, we find a place to live." Minami Shaoji spoke, looking straight ahead, as if reassuring her. "A home. A home." Shinjo Akan followed his gaze forward. Even though all she saw was the usual cityscape, for some reason inside her heart a surge of strength welled up. Along with a sense of hope for tomorrow. "Akan wasn't surprised by your decision, she had always known that this was the kind of person you were, even if you had little resistance to money. Even if your family's financial situation was dire, she knew that you were the type of person who would rather starve than compromise on your principles. For now, you had no concrete plans for the future, but no matter where you were, the first step was securing a place to live. But there was an undeniable reality you both had to face: money, independence, continued survival. None of it could be achieved without money. Fortunately, the money Akon had once used to support you remained untouched. Using that sum, you easily found a place far better than your previous tiny rental. You paid 2 years' rent upfront, a single move that consumed more than half of the money you had received from Akon, but you didn't mind. 2 years was plenty of time for someone with your talents to earn more. With a home secured, the next step was furnishing it. At Akon's suggestion, you two opted for a master bedroom with a double bed instead of separate singles. Given your current financial situation, you skipped buying a television, only purchasing the essential furniture, wardrobes, desks, and the like, and you let Akon handle all of it, because to her, this wasn't just a shelter, it was her entire world now. Unlike that cold, lifeless mansion, this space was hers to shape. She felt a kind of happiness she had never known before. Despite the financial constraints, even though you were careful with spending, it was still an expense. The money you had left dwindled once again, barely enough for a month of living expenses. Akon noticed this and checked her bank account. Unfortunately, just as her father had warned, all her bank cards had been frozen. She couldn't access a single cent. She felt deeply guilty toward you because of this, but you didn't mind at all, gently comforting her. You had never intended to rely on the Shinjo family's wealth. That said, the predicament before you was very real. Without a source of income, this simple life you had built would soon collapse. Shukahai's tuition, the electricity, gas, and water bills, these burdens were far beyond what 2 high school students could manage. Simple part-time work wouldn't be enough, so it's came to this after all. Minami Shaoji murmured to himself. From the moment Akon's parents appeared, he had already foreseen this outcome. Compromise had never been an option for him. Rejection was inevitable. Hardship was inevitable. But since it's me, I'll figure something out. Minami Shaoji remained unfazed. When it came to this kind of thing, he had absolute confidence. And just as he had expected, things unfolded exactly as he had predicted. Simple part-time work was clearly not enough to sustain both of your living expenses. However, human connections never truly disappeared. The seeds of kindness you had sown in the past were now taking root and sprouting. Regarding your predicament, not only did Aijichi Seika from Starry offer to hire Shinjo Akon for part-time work, but even Nishiki Gichizato and Inoue Takino from Raiko expressed their hope that you would continue as the head chef of their cafe. Even Hirokai Kuri, the drunk bassist whom you'd only met once, offered to help, despite having little contact with them recently due to handling Akon's situation. Unlike her parents, kind people remain kind no matter the time or place. You understood this well and expressed your sincere gratitude. Your relationships with Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, Aijichi Seika, Aijichi Nijuka, and Pasan deepened. Your relationships with Mika, Nishiki Gichizato, Inoue Takina, Kurami, and Nakanishi Mizuki also grew stronger. Chapter 135. She held on to you, just as you held on to her, even in front of them. Shinjo Akon still instinctively maintained her facade, yet, despite her skill at pretending, she was often moved to tears by their kindness. With your presence, Raiko flourished so much so that, despite operating only in the afternoons like an izakaya, it was packed with customers every day. Gradually, you and Akon's life began returning to normal. Your top-tier level 4 culinary skills allowed Raiko to multiply its revenue several times over. Customers now had to line up just for a chance to taste your cooking. You no longer worried about money, though juggling both work and studies was exhausting. For Akon, every moment spent with you, even the busy ones, became an unforgettable, cherished memory. It's steady. Everything is finally on track. Seeing the simulation details and recalling the memories transmitted from it, Minami Shaoji let out a satisfied sigh. It seemed like he had finally broken the curse of everything seems to be going well. After all, he had resolved every issue so perfectly. What else was there to worry about? Everything was rock solid. There was no way he could lose. Minami Shaoji relaxed and continued reading. And then, everything seemed to be going well. Minami Shaoji. Simulator-chan, what are you doing? You seriously can't stand seeing me happy, can you? Every time I think things are going well, you have to throw in this damn line, huh? Huh? Minami Shaoji smacked the simulation text box in front of him. The text box trembled. This absolutely wasn't domestic violence. It was just that Simulator-chan could be way too infuriating at times. But now that seemed had appeared again. Who knew what kind of disaster was about to unfold? Minami Shaoji continued reading. You successfully resolved the money issues and your relationship with Akon's parents. Every challenge was handled in an almost flawless manner. With your current peaceful and happy life, even your mind was finally able to relax. However, you were so focused on your studies and part-time work at Riko that you failed to notice the changes in Akon's psyche. In her world, you were the one who solved all her problems, who effortlessly overcame every hardship for her. It was as if nothing in this world could ever trouble you, and because of that, she became even more dependent on you. She started to believe that without you by her side, she would be incapable of doing anything, because the real her, the one without her false mask, was weak, powerless, and insignificant. As the days passed, her reliance on you only grew deeper. Eventually, it reached the point where she couldn't function without you. Every morning, if she couldn't see you, she would feel panicked and afraid. Even if you were gone for just a few minutes, anxiety would grip her heart, forcing her to call you repeatedly. And each time, you would always pick up without any hint of impatience. But this only provided temporary relief. She was so utterly dependent on you, as if she couldn't survive without you. Just the thought of losing you filled her with overwhelming dread. She became sensitive, anxious, and suspicious, yet, outwardly, she maintained her near-perfect facade. But while she could fool everyone else, she could never fool you. Riko had stabilized, so you finally had the chance to turn your attention back to her. Naturally, her recent unusual behavior caught your eye. You noticed the pain, anxiety, and turmoil in her heart, but it was already too late. The next choice ahead of you inevitably leads to regret. Shit. In reality, Minami Shaoji let out a deep sigh as he read that line. So it was heading in this direction after all. He had actually already noticed the psychological issues Akon was facing. It was something almost impossible to avoid. Because despite her outwardly bright and cheerful demeanor, beneath her mask, Akon was fundamentally lonely and deeply insecure. Back when she still had financial control and even offered to support him, things weren't as bad. Because at that time, she believed she could use money to maintain her relationship with him. But afterward, after cutting ties with her parents, her money had turned to dust. Meanwhile, Minami Shaoji had proven capable of solving every problem with ease. Naturally, this led Akon to question herself. Am I even necessary to him? That doubt gnawed at her mind like a relentless torment. Over time, it eroded her sense of self-worth. Just like a parasitic relationship,